Yo, what's up, guys? Happy Monday. Just YouTube up here. Sen Agent, good to see you guys. We're back on the PT train. My very slow progression on PT. I'm gonna have to speed this up at some point. It's gonna happen. I just don't know when, but I'm probably gonna backload this towards the. Probably gonna backload PT closer to expansion. I mean, it just makes more sense. I mean, we had a nice little boost of people getting excited for 14 recently because of FanFest. Like, it seemed like it was very positive about what people think about FanFest. And I didn't forcibly put myself more into 14 as recently because of that. It just worked out because I still do the charity stuff. And there's just a couple other reasons why, so it kind of all worked out. Like, I definitely want to plan to try to be around 14 when the EU Fan Fest kicks in because of the badges coming in. So, I mean, that's going to be, like, planned. But I think more backloaded when it gets closer and closer to the release of it, because I think people are going to start to come back more and everything. So, and there's still many games that I want to get to. So, you know, but I hope you guys are doing well. Magus, hello. All right, let's get in here. We can see a nice, lovely tree. Oh, no one can hear anything? Okay. Carker, I went to FanFest this year. Ended up blowing all my money on the Star Rail Pop rather than FanFest merch. Did you even have to stand in line for the Star Rail stuff? Because you had to stand in line for the... Oh, my keyboard's not there. Yeah, now you can. What's up, Biptech? I had it purposely off because I had to load the game during stream, so you wouldn't get, like, obliterated. But then it's always funny when that happens because I kind of forget that I need to turn the sound back on. So it's always an interesting thing when I have to do that. Good to see you, Biptech. Things have felt really hyped since FanFest with friends returning. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people return. Even within the Deep Dungeon, you're seeing a lot of people engage in Deep Dungeon a lot more than they had been. I think if anything, that's like your like throwing away what the opinions are and what people are putting on video wise. I mean, I think that's enough to tell you what's happening, right? It's like that's the vibe that you're getting. Because in the opposite end, you can feel the vibe of people pulling away also. You know, when people weren't excited about the game and there's complaints about, you know, whatever the complaints are. But you don't need content creators to tell you that's the case. You just feel it, right? And in this case, like, it's not like I'm seeing an overbearing amount of people being overly positive. It's just people are like, wow, this looks actually really cool. Let's catch up a bit. You know, so it's good to see it. Unfortunately, I wish it would balance out a little bit, right? That you would see equally as much positivity as you would negativity, just to kind of balance everything. But it is what it is. Me, I just do my thing. I'm definitely getting. Okay. I had said this. Okay, today's first and foremost. Today's gonna be pretty chill, as I slowly get through Arcanist. So let's just get in here and start doing the thing, because this is gonna take a while. Oh yeah, I can just re-enter. Sure, why not? I was saying. Oh, this was the very last. It was the very last day of the collab. There were still quite a few people in line ahead of me. There. Ooh, okay, that's not bad. Better than like 5-hour lines, right? What was I gonna say? So I was kind of like saying a couple weeks ago or something that I was thinking about skipping the Path of Exile 2 patch, but it came down to what the game was gonna give me. And then we played Diablo 4, and I thought Diablo 4 went pretty well. I actually had a decent time, although I as always with Diablo 4, I don't really put that much time into it, but I gave it a good shot. I mean, I just got obliterated by something. I don't even understand how I died, but whatever, it is what it is. And the wind-up in Diablo, I think, is a lot faster than the wind-up in Path of Exile to get a character back up. But seeing what they put out there for the teaser stuff and their live stream and everything, it looks very exciting. So much so that I kind of have enough free time at the moment to, like, rather on stream when we go back to Variety tomorrow, to like redo a character in Diablo, or prep a character in Path of Exile to learn, and I've ended up doing more Path of Exile. And I'm trying to teach myself how to play Huntress right now, because I've never played Huntress, so that's probably what you see tomorrow. Of me trying to just slowly understand Huntress. So, it just did a really good job in convincing me that this might be very exciting. And not to mention, I do feel better playing Path than I do Diablo. But I put way more time in Path of Exile than I have in Diablo. Like, Diablo doesn't even come close with how much time I put in that game in comparison to Path of Exile. So, it's like... everything felt more comfortable, and it's almost like I was reminded how much more I kind of like the gameplay. So, and then now we're gonna add so many features. We'll see how it goes. That's what you're gonna see probably tomorrow on stream. What's up, RMX? How you doing? Today, I don't know how far we get today, especially because Arcanist is not entirely going to be fast, and I'm not really gonna be like crazy with the let's say scoring, because it doesn't matter what score I get, it's not gonna get on the leaderboard, because I have to basically get a higher score than Summoner, and that's not really happening. So I'm just gonna play this like I'm clearing, which is kind of a comforting thing, because every other job I'm playing because I want to get a high score. Processing, progressing on wings farming, and progging the ooh, very cool. I wish you the best with the wings. I know our buddy Wallen finished out his wings recently, so it's like a lot faster than he predicted, so that's kind of cool. Very cool. I'm progressing on the Red Mage tutorial. It is going apace very nicely. I don't want to put a date, but I'm gonna really try to get that out before the month finishes. I have finished light editing the intros to all the floor sets, and I'm in the process of making my skills video for Red Mage, which I was hoping to keep under 5 minutes, and I think I'm going to be lucky if it's under 10 minutes, but it's still going to be a little shorter compared to our full VODs. I'll take that as the win. Just set up my drink here. I hope you guys are doing well. It's good to see you on Monday. We had a very successful charity event. Raised about $5,600 with the community, plus 600 from Cogzen. So that was really nice for the Deep Dungeon community to represent a wonderful cause. That was definitely our new PB, and how much we've raised for a charity, and it's just like that's really cool. So very proud of you guys, because I mean you're the guys who's donating the money. I'm just putting on the show, but thank you for that, and I hope when we go back to it next year, it'll be even better. I'm kind of excited for that. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I don't have the thing. That last second Lada was murder for the run. Hey, it's there. It's there, so I mean, take advantage of it, right? Oh, thank you. I really am happy about the way that is conducted. I mean, Biftech, you've heard me say this, but like, you know, in general, I never really enjoyed the whole like, the whole idea of making the streamers suffer, if you will, for money. You know, putting like stickers on my face or like, you know, that kind of thing, consuming something I don't want to, just to make people donate. Like, that part is weird, but I think suffering on a run and a content that I thoroughly always enjoy anyway adds for a really good dynamic that it's like, yeah, it makes it more fun for the run to begin with. So I'm glad we could pull something off like that, and that's really cool. Chasing the bus. I didn't notice. Okay, let's go. Yeah, right? Yeah, I mean, look, I respect it. It's just not my vibe. That's it, right? It's just not my wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is playing games. So if we can find a way to make you donate for while I play games, then game. And then I'm pretty bad with, like, long-term incentives and milestones like that. Like, hey, if you reach this milestone, we'll have to do this. And like, I've always said I don't like being forced to do something that I'm not in the mood for when it comes to playing a game. And so, in essence, even though it would be a future time, I could do it at any time, it still feels like an obligation to play something, and that also feels weird. I like to just do it on the spot, you know? I don't know why I keep doing E for, like, to do the other ones. I don't want the music louder in my ear. I think the music is just not loud enough. And I've been playing around with the music, unfortunately. Okay, I think that's better. Because I had to adjust it for when we were doing the collab stuff. Get a little weird. I was hoping it didn't save where I put the thing, but I think it saved where I put the music, so that's a problem. But at least I probably don't have to worry about it for a little bit. Skunk, hello. Hey, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but I decided to stream my journey through Palace of the Dead solo monk. Any tips? Gotten to 30 so far, though I've gotten to 50 solo before. Palace? Hey Zan, appreciate the lurk. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Well, monk is really like, especially in Palace of the Dead, one of the biggest assets you can give yourself is knowing the aggro type of everything. Because if you're not sure if something is sight or sound or proximity, that can make for a really annoying pulling experience. So I think monk benefits off of that knowledge. And utilize feint. Feint is always good for pulling. But the biggest risk you have on monk is just hitting traps, right? So that's really the only problem on monk. Outside of that, monk does bring a pretty good kit. I mean, I don't like it, but it brings a good kit to Deep Dungeon. It's very strong on the bosses. That's about it. That's like my only real recommendation, because it's no different than any other job you take in. So, I wish you the best of luck. I always did like the idea of recording my own runs and having them that I can reference in the future. It's actually something we always recommend people to do, especially if they're having issues through the run, because we can be like, oh yeah, you know, show us your run, and then maybe if you're having a problem you're not sure if we can kind of help you out. And, well, there you go. Now you're doing that, so. Here we go again with a class. I haven't cleared Arcanist. I've cleared 2 classes. I cleared, what, Archer, and did I clear Thaumaturs, right? Right? Did I? I don't even remember. It's been so long. I have to actually look at the pod. Although Aida's been a little, trying to tell Aida to get the thing in. So we did, oh, just Archer. No, I've only done Archer. That's the only thing I've done, which was in December. Yeah, I think I've only done Archer. I think I would have remembered Thaumaturs. I remember Archer, though. So, it's just a cycle, because the cycle is basically I run through every role, and then we do a class. So now we're into a class. Last one we did was Bard, which took way longer than it needed to. This died on 10 last time. We tried to set this up on, what, Friday or Thursday? Because I didn't get a Bark Bomb. So, I'm gonna hope I can get a Bark Bomb. That'll be really good. Really like a Bark Bomb. Can you not come over here, Pies? I'm trying to kill one at a time right now. I don't need to do AoE pulling right now. Bow wow wow. Bow wow wow. I saw a teaser for possible Kingdom Hearts in May 12th. So I wonder if 7 Part 3 is gonna also be getting some news too. Although it's from the Tokyo Game Show, and isn't the Tokyo Game Show in September? I don't know what they're doing in May. Be a, oh, wait, stop. I didn't see the silver here. Oh, we got a incense. Hoping for more intro during Summer Games. When is Summer Games? I don't keep up with the thing. I imagine Summer Games is what, June? June 5. June 5. Oh, a couple days after my PoE addiction. Alright. Probably. That's usually kind of big, right? That's usually another kind of big announcement day, because that used to be E3, right? Used to be E3 when E3 did announcements, so they just do it kind of whatever now. Why am I keep doing E-Trip? Yeah. Game Awards, but summer and not a award show. Yeah, essentially. Wonder what game he's gonna put out there that's going to crash and burn again. I mean, he's not always wrong, right? I mean, he was pushing Expedition a lot, and look at Expedition. Oh, and then, oh, you know what? Also, I think that was where, come to think of it, that's also where Wayfinder, I think, had gotten so much momentum. And then it had a... I mean, okay, to be fair, Wayfinder was a good game. It's just, you couldn't play the game. That was the problem. I wonder how that game is doing now. I think it's still alive, but I have heard nothing of it. No, I think I do still follow their socials, and I don't see any posts of Wayfinder at all. And I'm no longer in the Discord because I had to deal with my Discord issue. I wonder how they're doing. That was yeah, that's another example of like, it's almost like they would have really been successful if they didn't have that much hype. But of course, why would you not want hype for a game? Like, you want people to know that you're going to come out. You want people to play your game. But it's like, if it's almost like the partial issue 14 had going into Endwalker, where it's like the servers collapsed on itself because there was actually too many people playing the game. It's like if it just had a little less, it would have less problems. But I don't know, it's weird. I mean, or you could just fix the problems, but man, they had a week. Like, it took them like what, 2 weeks to finally get off the ground. They lost everyone essentially. Is there a Deep Dungeon Discord? Well, there are 2 of them. There is one that I have, which is mine, solo one. It's definitely good where if you want to talk to me for sure, or if you have any questions on your own solo runs, you can even post your if you wanna self-advertise. We have a channel for self-advertising, so it's there. So if you want the bigger Discord, where it's really good for more group content and everything, that I can also give that one. I would definitely say mine is more solo oriented for sure. You have a lot of the better or best solo runners in there. Nice and peaceful in there. You know, it's not overly busy, but everyone's kind of doing their own thing. But it's definitely good. If you ask a question about your own run, more than likely you will get a response and an answer. If not from me, and someone takes it over. So it's pretty good for that. Thanks, Shadow. I appreciate it. Hope your runs have been going well on your end. Let's get the Lorikeet. Lorikeet. Been suffering a severe heart. Oh, I'm sorry. Hope that gets better. Health issues are no bueno. Steel. Okay, let's just clip the exit and off we go. Still no Bark Bomb. We're on the 5th floor. Gonna get a little more concerning as this goes along, but I don't see the Bark Bomb. Is it considered a reset without a Bark? I would say so. I would like to try it again though with the like if I just have a Mazer. I feel like I just executed incorrectly. Like it was smooth in the first rotation, and then the second rotation I just blew up. But I would probably say it's gonna be a reset if I don't get a Bark. Hey Darth, how you doing? I mean, certainly if I don't pick up a Mazer or a Bark Bomb, it says it's a reset. I mean, unless I triple Poison Tooth the boss, which maybe is possible. But I would need, essentially, I would need an Incense. There's no way I feel like I can get through if I had no Incenses at all. Again, I would be willing to try it, but I wouldn't have a lot of hope for that. Poison the ads. I would need bare minimum 3 though. Like I don't know, like that's the thing, right? Because 1 is not gonna cut it, because it's not gonna kill the boss in 1. Maybe 2 is enough. But like, I probably would need 3. Maybe 3 can kill the boss, I don't know. Surely this is a Bark Bomb. I do have full steel. Thanks, Thunder. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, that's a strength, right? No silver chest. No problem. Hey, Wallen. Thank you, I appreciate it. Are we doing well, sir? Ow! see. Well, doing pretty good. Day's going well so far, can't complain. Kind of like gonna get back on normal schedule. Done a lot of 14 recently. And I got games to play, man. The Red Mage guide is proceeding nicely. So hopefully I can get that out soon. Like Wednesday's the big day I'm gonna be able to work on it. I can do a little bit today though, but Wednesday's the big day I can work on it. No, don't do it. God damn it, dude. I'm in here forever. They won't let me leave. It's like EO all over again. Hey Sand, how you doing? I'm watching your Heaven on High stuff in order to keep help. Get another mud ball. Actually, let's do this one. In order to help with my own solo run. Okay. I think it was checking steel. I've been using different jobs to keep the grind fresh, refreshing, and to learn about the situations to use different palms. Thank you for being a great resource. Hey, thank you for watching the content. Cheers. I wish you the best of luck. Heaven on High, I feel like, is one of the ones where resource management is so important. Like, it's not to say the other deep dungeons are less. Well, I mean, I guess you could argue EO and PT, but that's a different story. It's not to say that the other deep dungeons are, like, massively less in terms of resource management than Heaven on High, but what I always like to say about the Heaven on High floors, a really, really good example is when I was explaining 181 Plus when we were doing the new Red Mage tutorial, where I said in 181 Plus, there is a game plan that we execute, and more times than not, you're kind of following the game plan minus your actual gameplay, and things can... How did I not hit it? Things can happen on the run that can make you have to do something that was not part of the game plan, but generally speaking, like, you're using flights in specific spots, you're using alterations, you're using a rage potentially in a specific spot. Heaven on High, though, in the same parallel floor, 81, you can have a game plan, but you're not going to follow that game plan on a floor-to-floor basis, and I think that's what makes it so much fun, because you have to manage yourself per floor, not per set. And I think it really teaches you how to really maximize the usage of your Pomander to the maximum extent. And I think that knowledge carries over so well into the other deep dungeons, in my opinion. That's why I really like Heaven on High a lot, because of that. It's so much fun. Are you doing Heaven on High with Red Mage and you new Red Mage guide? No. Well, I don't have intentions of doing it. I mean, I can if someone really wants to see it, but the Heaven on High guides are like... I think they're pretty good right now. I don't really have to touch them. I only did Red Mage because of the Deep Dungeon of the Month situation. And I never like, the last Red Mage guide I did was, I think, back in, like, possibly Stormblood or Shadowbringers. So it's, like, really old. And I figured, yeah, you know what? I'm in the mood. Let's do it. So that's why we did it. I could do a Red Mage one, but I'd have to really think about it. Now, the thing is, like, am I going to go through all the Deep Dungeon with the Red Mage for 2026? I mean, in the immediate future, I don't have a reason to do Red Mage unless someone asks me to. I think... No, I cleared Red Mage here already in PT, so that... I mean, technically, that was in 2026, I think, right? So that was, like, the end of last year, maybe? When did I do Red Mage here? Hold on. Just get a actual... Oh no, I did it in February. Okay, I cleared Red Mage here in February. So technically I did in PT. EO, I don't really see myself going into EO for really any reason outside of next month. Next month is EO Machinist. But I'd rather be doing Heaven on High and POTD, but I still have a lot of work to do in PT to get the Omni clear. But I wouldn't have a reason unless there is a good reason. Now, of course, when Evolved comes in, Evolved is going to be a completely different story. And not to mention, I still may go in on the Reborn situation too, depending if it's a lot different. But, yeah. Just in terms of goals, I have goals in PT that are going to be more paramount. What's up, Zevran? What's up, Xanny? How you doing? Now, I will say this, Dem. I mean, if you're like, hey, I would really like to see a red meat at some point, you know, I do keep these things in mind, and sometimes the situation just presents itself, and it's like, okay, I guess we'll just do it, because I remember someone saying it like X amount of time ago, you know? That's very possible. Very possible. I've done that actually multiple times when someone is like, hey, you know, I really would like to see a Dark Knight scoring thing at some point. Like, hey, if you ever fit it in, I'm like, all right, you know, I'll keep it in mind. I think I did it like 3 months later, and then I got back to them. I'm like, hey, I finally got to that Dark Knight scoring thing. Here it is. So, we love the Red Mage guy for POTD you just made. I want the whole thing is made. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and I'm finishing editing it up, and I hope to get it out very soon. It's going very nicely in terms of the pacing I'm going for. I want to get it out before the end of the month. That's the goal. So I'm gonna hope I can do that. Hey, do I even want to use a poison fruit? I guess I'll see what these things are. Laser? It's not what I need. There is a landmine, so I guess I'll just pull the landmine. There's also a landmine here. I'm gonna pull them all to the other landmine. I have a witching, right? Okay. I definitely feel... Oh, I was not even looking at the game. I definitely feel as though I've not gotten a clear value of some of my palms, and they end up not used very much at all. That's completely understandable. There's definitely like a lot of trial and error that I think you have to do for yourself to figure out what usage you can get out of a Pomander. And yeah, I mean, I could tell you, but also, you kind of want to see it in real time, you know? I think that does matter a lot. But as you do the content more and you start kind of seeing different scenarios, I think that would really be how you figure out, you know, where those palms should be used and everything. So. See a single luring trap. I am upset by this. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. And then I'm going to go here. Hey, Kirby. And I'm gonna go here. I'm on my phone. I can't tell what job. I am on Arcanist. We are on Arcanist today. They have cycled back to the classes, so we're Arcanists. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, that's right. Ooh, and wow, that's a lot of chests. Bro, if I don't get a bark bomb at this point, I swear to God. We now have 2 maze roots, and it's like... Or you could give me a bark bomb? I don't know what to tell you. And I have 1 more floor, so that's, that is kind of yikes right now. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day, Perfy. Pleasure to see you. Perfy, I'm gonna... I know you're a PoE 2 fan. I think I'm gonna be back in PoE 2, like... I'm already back in PoE 2, but I might stream it starting tomorrow. So... Because, God, I already... oh, the Spirit Walker, that's what it is. The Spirit Walker looked very interesting to me. And I have never played Huntress, so I'm trying to play Huntress right now to see what I can learn from Huntress. I will start the season as Witch, though. Because it's twofold. One, I already know my build for going through campaign. And so I can get through campaign probably very quickly. I'm actually going to hope that the Friday nights that I stream on the 29th, I can actually finish the campaign before I finish stream. And then do like a long Saturday stream or something like that. But it's also because I'm gonna spend the time learning what gear I need for Huntress. So that as I'm leveling Witch, I can then also get the gear for Huntress. And then when if my Witch dies, I'll swap to Huntress and I already have gear. Started a rerun? Yeah, it's actually kind of fun to play it fresh again. With the whole this different perspective. I'm trying to remember, like, you know, the little strats. I have a decent build at the moment. I just got to Act 3 last night. And I know what I'm going to expect out of Act 3. So we'll see how it goes. Please, Bark Bomb? Okay, this is yikes. Yeah. Well, actually more so because, like, even... I think it's double because... Not that I didn't like, Diablo 4, but it's almost like I'm reminded of what I did like in PoE 2 and I didn't like in Diablo 4. Kind of that perspective. Ranger with a crossbow, interesting. I mean, Mercenary is very strong, right? And they use crossbows, don't they? Mercenary is like the fastest job out there at the moment, barring any updates with the new patch. Yeah, I'm doing Spear Huntress. Very, very lightning, though. Oh my god. Guys, I think we're screwed. I don't know what to tell you. I'm gonna try really hard to clear with a Maze Root, but I think we're screwed right now. The second run, I don't see a Bark Bomb. Unreal. Oh, you're Layman. Hey, Kiosk! The 2 months, let's go. Appreciate that support. Hope you're doing well. Surely they'll drop a silver chest. Surely. Surely one of these will drop a silver chest, right? Oh, surely. No? Okay, well... I'll try really hard, guys. All I can promise you is I'm gonna try really hard. But... I think we're gonna have to reset this file again. Can I have a strength somewhere? Pretty sure I had a strength somewhere. Also, I don't mind the Huntress's VA. Because there's a couple of the VAs there I do not... I don't want to listen to. Like, I feel like... no offense to the Ranger. But I feel like the Ranger is a little too nice. And then the Druid, God, I could not stand his yapping. I did enjoy Druid, but boy, I didn't like him talking at all. But the Huntress actually is not too bad. The Witch is still the best. Like hands down, the best VA. Because I love her dialogue. It's just so good. I haven't heard, I think, like, some of the other ones. I think I've heard a little Warrior, but... Hey, RC. It's afternoon for me. Are you always on at this time? Why would you reset this run over a silver chest? Okay, so... Hold on. I am on at this time. 1 p.m. Eastern to 6 p.m. Eastern. I do have a time limit. Because I have to do things post-stream. So, we do have a time limit, but, yes, I am on at this hour on Monday, every Monday. Why would I reset on a silver chest? Well, I need a Bark Bomb, which is a very good incense for boss fights, and we are playing Arcanist, and I do not have enough damage to actually beat this boss, because the ads are going to delete me. I'm going to try, but I have little faith that we'll pull this off. I actually managed to not take a bomb though. That's impressive. Okay. I'm actually impressed by that. We have hope. Little hope, but we have hope. I says, hey, missed your streams for almost a year, then caught you back twice in 1 week. Hell yeah. Failed to answer your question last stream. EU time zone, as you rightly guessed. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is why I always call this hour the EU stream. Because it definitely is in favor of EU, or if there's any NA that are like at work right now. For sure. So, you know. I honestly wish I could stream at this hour more, but it's not currently conducive to my schedule. But, I like to. Wow, okay. You know what? This might be doable. If I can actually maintain not taking a bone from the boss, I think I could actually pull this off. I have to be very careful with the way they knock me back, though. But that would be the only thing. Because if I take a Volm, I think the Volm does not go away by the time this cycles back to the ads again. I think that's the only difference. But it's so hard to manage the distance in which they're pushing me. I do have the Poison Fruit, so I could Poison Fruit as a backup. Oh, but I took the Volm there. I think I should start with Ifrit. And then Titan after. That's what I should do. Took a day off from work, is not feeling well, so normally I would miss your Monday streams, but good to know. Yeah, I'll be feeling better, man. Hope you will feel better. You're the second person to say that they're not feeling good health-wise, so hope you all gonna feel okay. Sorry. Wow, I'm actually gonna manage this? Are you kidding me? No way. Okay. I have a strat for myself. Let's go. It's to actually take the ad, but then not take the Volm. Let's go. Wow. That's why I was actually really thinking about this even before stream. Like, man, if I actually don't get a Bark Bomb again, like, do I just, like, kind of reset, like, just kind of give up? But I'm like, no, I'm not that kind of gamer. I played till the end of, till they kill me. And then now I learned something, so... Yeah, well, yeah, like, I'm trying to get myself knocked back into the empty spot that it's going to. As long as it's not going to park itself on the same spot that I am going to, like, try to position my butt, then yeah, it works out. So, like, here would be good. Okay, well, I'm in the safe spot here, though. And I get the lucky heal from the Mazer, so that helps. Wow, I actually made it. I can't believe this. Okay. Wow, we did it. Cool. Essentially, if I can keep it to one Volm, then that's not bad. Even though one Volm got tricky, because it does come down to the Mazer actually healing me. And my shield wasn't coming up in time, so it's like a double thing. And I was trying to use shield every single time, but that actually worked out. Wow. I'm actually surprised by that. I'm gonna remember that, because that was actually really good. That gives me a lot of hope. It gives me a lot of hope for the other classes. If, like, we're having a problem, we don't get a Bark Bomb again. Like, now I have a good strategy. Note for those who seek a way to clear PT. Always check what most basic ads do. I died first minute into floor 91... into 91 floor because the ad had an AoE, not cone. Oh... yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of... I mean, I mean, PT in like 81 plus is all about trickery. If you don't know what they do, then they're probably going to kill you unless you just guess right. Remember, Finn had always said he called it the Almighty Wall, where like when he was progging, he basically just hid behind a wall every single time, and it worked. I would say about 85% of the time, because there are definitely things that go through a wall, but you know, at least it gives you a decent chance of success if you don't know what it's doing. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. At least the wind up back there for PT ain't too bad, I would say. But you learn. What's up, Mercy? How you doing? Yeah, there you go. You got a nice strat for anyone who might be having a problem with those ads, but it really helps when you know you're not going to kill the ads in time. You know, it's a little bit different, I think, with any AoE in this game, where like if you know it's coming and you're ready to brace for impact, you actually might survive a lot of things. But it's too fast sometimes that if you have to basically react and handle a panic, you're probably not surviving. I mean, even like the EO, if you're on tank and you're doing EO on tank, you can kind of survive a lot of those AoEs. But like, to expect yourself to have enough timing to like pop a home gang or essentially all of your defenses before it hits you, that's asking a lot. You know, it's almost like you're basically, I'm going to take this hit, and then you gear up. There's no way you can be like, oh, I'm going to get hit by this, and then you're surviving. Very rarely. So this is one of those cases where I knew that I was not going to kill all the ads, so I had to already plan out, okay, what's my game plan for the fact that I won't be hitting these, I won't be killing all of them, right? Okay, I gotta hit an ad here. So I'll get an ad out of the way, and then we'll continue this run. I can't predict how far we're going, but as I mentioned, I can only go up to about 6 p.m. Eastern, so we got about 4 hours left on stream. So thank you guys for watching. It's glad to see you all on a Monday. Everyone here on Twitch and on YouTube. YouTube gets the better ads, by the way, because they can skip it. YouTube is still, I guess, deliberating on whether you can skip through ads. They talked about it, and it hasn't come yet. So we'll see. So BRB, guys. Thanks for watching. What Twitch did do is that they're trying to battle viewbotting, which I'm sure is going to be very successful, obviously. Why wouldn't it be? Let's see. Go here. That's my... Oh, wait. That's spell speed? No, I didn't need... Wait, actually, yeah, I do need spell speed on Arcanist. Yeah, you're right. Okay. We'll take the spell speed on Arcanist. Halo, hello, good to see you. Now we could actually, like, go for the clear, because 10 was really the problem. Literally. That's the third mud ball that I've got. That's right, we are based Arcanist. Yep. So you can actually see it right at the UI if you have the video up. For example, Perfy is on mobile, so probably doesn't have video or can't read it, but the UI on my Pomander, it'll say Arcanist. Steal? Okay. They need to do away... Og. Haha. Got you one shot mechanic. I'll definitely say, like, it's redundant, Perfy. I think you know what's so funny? I feel like I have this like knee-jerk, like partial irritated response nowadays. Whenever okay, because this is 14, right? Whenever I see an in and out mechanic, there's like a number of examples. I think Diablo has it. I think Path of Exile has it. I remember Hades 2 has it, where you have to go in or out first, and then you go back in for a donut. I'm like, oh my god, this is 14 all over again. And it's like, I get it, but also, I don't know. I feel like I'd like a little more variety. You know what I mean? Can I do something else other than go in and out? Like, is there any other way to execute this? I don't know. And that's what it is, I think. It's just... I think it was great initially. It's just when you do it for, like, however many years now, You kind of just want something different, you know? Ace had so many texts that made me go, wait, this is the... Yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah. It did. It really did. Like, it's gonna be a follow-up. It's gonna be one and then the other. It's like, oh yeah. Anytime I see a circle AoE where you have to go in to dodge it initially, or there's a point blank, I'm immediately running back in because I know it's going to follow it up. Like, it's just like, I've seen this before. I know what's gonna happen now. And I'm waiting to get penalized by that, right? But no one ever penalizes me for that. Sometimes Twitch has banner ads so they don't disrupt the stream, which is nice. Sand, I wish we had control over that, because all honesty, if I could have control over that, I would just give you guys the banner ads and never play actual ads on stream. Like, I don't care if we take the hit on revenue, like, that is just a better streaming experience and a better viewing experience. You know? I mean, you know what would be a really good balance? Would be the ad comes in and it will push my stream into that picture-in-picture corner shot, but the audio is still the stream. And you get the ad that's a bigger thing. Like, it's just a non-audio ad. Like, I think that won't be bad. You still get the ad, though. Granted, like, obviously, maybe they don't pay attention to it or whatever, but I don't know. That's a way less intrusive than, like, having to readjust your volume. You know, sometimes the ad plays a little louder than I do or something like that. It's like, you know, killing the flow of the stream kind of sucks, and, like, I would say 90% of streamers, that's what's going to happen when you watch their stream. And again, no shade on anyone else. You gotta do what you gotta do, but I always feel so... it's always so irritating to me when, like, let's say a streamer gets onto a random conversation and you start getting hooked in and then an ad plays. It's like, damn it. You know? That's why I always try my best to alert you guys that an ad's coming so you can prepare. But, and try to do it in optimal spots, but you're not going to expect that from everyone. That's okay. When do you expect the Red Mage POTD video you were filming to drop? Unless I've missed it. Just wiped on Samurai, bad palm my management on 196, that's so good. Toyota Machinist, okay, gotcha. You'll get there. Samurai is definitely interesting, and it's so sensitive to mistakes, right? So, so currently, I feel like the Red Mage one is proceeding nicely. I would dare say faster than I thought I'd be doing it. So as of yesterday, I just finished editing and trimming the introductions. Like the intro I say before the floor. I don't touch the actual floor. Like, I don't do any editing during the actual run, so it kind of saves me a lot of time. I'm not going to be, like, overly heavy on timestamps, too, so a lot of the workflow is going to be a little bit more accelerated. But the thing that's going to take me a little bit longer is because I want to supplement it with, like, a short kind of skills video to be like, hey, if you're going to do Red Mage, these are the skills you want to have. So I got a good chunk of it done yesterday. I'm going to try to get a lot of it done tonight. So in terms of when I might release it, I'm just hoping before the end of the month, but maybe this week. I do have a hard deadline, which is before May 29th, because May 29th is PoE 2, and I better clear my schedule for PoE 2. I'm just putting it out there. So, but I'm gonna try my best to keep working on it. I think Wednesday is gonna be a really good day for me to chip away at it too. Tonight and Wednesday are my 2 good days I can actually work on it. Yo, what's up, Ross? Good morning. Okay, let me catch up here on Twitch. I don't mind getting hit and having to recover, but one mistake in dead drives me nuts. Yeah, I agree. I kind of don't mind a 2-shot situation, but a 1-shot situation is kind of like... kind of GG. Like, that's what it was in Diablo 4 when I lost my hardcore character. I just basically just got 1-shot, and I think I was lagging, and I have no idea how I died, and it's like... what did I learn from this? I'm like, I don't know, don't fight Duriel. Like, that's not a lesson I want to have. As long as I don't see said ad if I pay sub or premium. However, I hate picture-in-picture ads on TV because they stop the stream audio, and yes, yes, that is true. I think that's the biggest issue, is just that the audio changes. And, like, I'm not gonna look at the stream, the picture-in-picture. Yeah. No, it's not going to happen. I mean, that's just not how ads are going to work, but I think it would still be a better experience for us. Boycott ads, press subscribe. What's up, Agnes? Can't speak for me, but I can speak for 97.2% of other streamers I know that we turn off the damn ads if we could. The other 2.8 are VTubers using text-to-speech and wouldn't speak to them anyway. Yeah, that's also very true. And it's the thing, it's just like, I know on my end, like, that I do get a good, decent chunk of ad revenue. So I definitely don't want to turn it off. But, you know, it just kind of comes down to, is it worth having it on the stream for sure? But the thing is, it's like, if you turn it off, I think you still get pre-rolls. So basically, the main idea you're actually using them is so that people cannot get hit with an ad when they enter the stream, kind of thing. I think, if I remember correctly. I don't know if you have control over that. Forgot to harass Cog about the no one-shot prediction, which I'll be doing next time I see him. Do you have, like, you were telling it to me, but do you have, like, was there someone, a clip or something? I actually was trying to scour the Q&A from the devs, and I don't know if I missed it, if they were going to talk about it, because that would be perfect. I'd like to see that. Thank you. I actually got past 10 without a bark bomb, and I'm very excited. So this run might be actually pretty good. Amazon wants money, so they'll force ads on me. Yeah, they will. Yeah, they're gonna force ads on you. I mean, I'm gonna try my best to make sure that you guys know that it's coming, but that's the best I can do. And it'd be really nice if they give that money to, I don't know, the content creators, but that's not really gonna happen either. It was. Okay, yeah, I was trying to sift through that, but it was hard to sift through because it's not like they had, you know, subtitles and whatnot. So, I mean, if the clip is there, I'll take a look at it. Time to put on some me in the background and run Pio. Good luck. It's weird to have picture-in-picture that you can't really see and hear clearly yet. Really looking forward to it, but it will be a learning experience for the caster life first. Caster life is definitely a learning experience, and not to mention, I would dare say all 4 casters have a very different execution too, which I think is a lot of fun in my opinion, but it is very interesting. I mean, Red Mage is nowhere near what Picto and Summoner do. I mean, Black Mage is definitely on its own turf. I mean, if anything, Red Mage is closer to Black Mage, but even then, it's much different. And then Picto is its own animal in Palace of the Dead, and then Summoner is like, hey, do you like Machinist? What about it as a caster? You know? Have you thought about Summoner? Slightly more difficult Machinist is what I would call Summoner. And the dev basically said explicitly, if you take a hit that is equal to your life ward, it will kill you. Good. Because that's all I wanted to hear, right? I mean, that's all I needed, so... As long as there's confirmation of that, then I know how to gear myself, potentially. Trial by Fire, doing 141 for the first time in months, and immediately aggro both Manticore and Gargoyle as Red Mage. Wow, that is Trial by Fire. It's okay. Have they met the Necromancer Darth, though? You came back with a fury. This is why I like Machinist, because I started Summoner. Why I choose to main Summoner this year, because someone took Machinist in it. Well, I can't speak to it in Raid, Duke. Right? I mean, you know, disclaimer. Dude, when I was on Mog Talk, I kept joking with Frosty, because they were starting to discuss, like, you know, 2-minute metas and, like, party synergy, and I'm like, bro, Frosty, I don't know what these are. I don't know what a 2-minute meta is. I don't know what these synergy things are. But in Deep Dungeon, I can tell you in Palace of the Dead, I mean, Summoner really feels like a lot like Machinist because of the way the rotation goes on enemy to enemy. You're probably not really using Ifrit, because by the time you kind of get to a second enemy, you're back into cycling into your new summons. On the boss, it's different. On the boss, you cycle through all 3, but you definitely don't use Ifrit, which means you're always mobile, you know? I don't know why there's so many enemies. I don't even want to AoE pull. I lived through without using palms. Having a title really makes a difference. Yep, confidence buff is true. Summoner at least has some party buffs to do to their damage, but Machinist is more selfish. Yeah, and that's why Machinist is so good in Deep Dungeon, because you don't really need other people's help. And that was kind of the point that I was also making in Mog Talk, was that what's interesting, I made this way. I joked with Frosty saying, I don't know why he's there. And then I followed up saying, now I understand. Because as Kiwi and as Jet were talking about 2-minute meta and what is it going to be like without synergy, I'm like, guys, I've been living in the future. I don't deal with synergy. We don't deal with 2 minutes. Because here in solo, you're just kind of on your own. And so that was kind of leading into what evolved jobs might feel like, and maybe that's what's also going to be, is that you're going to maybe feel a little bit more on your own, which might be kind of cool. And I'm definitely interested to see that for the jobs that do have a lot of synergy. Like Summoner has synergy, or like Astro and Bard and Dancer. Like, what's it going to feel like when you're technically, I guess, not really going to have synergy? But I mean, maybe it's more the party synergy. You know, we'll see, but it might be kind of fun to see how that's going to play out. Now I feel like the music's a little loud. Okay. Oh, Ross, I don't know if you heard me. I was saying I think I'm full back into PoE. I don't know if you're thinking about, like, stepping back into the game. I'm trying to, like, learn Huntress. Since I probably want to try the new Huntress. Because I never played Huntress before. And Spirit Walker really was, like, very intriguing to me. I have no idea how to play Huntress. So I'm trying to now spend the time to do it. But I think I'm going to, like, 99% start the season as Witch, because I know how to climb on Witch, and I think I'm going to use that climb to try to get gear prepped for Huntress. Like, that'll be like a secondary thing. So I'm actually trying to understand what gear I need to get for Huntress, so I can, like, keep it in stock, and then if I die or something, I swap over and I have gear already. I'm coming back up right now as Sage this time. The job I play the most. That Succubus boss on floor 150 is a different story as healer with that heal. Welcome to a DPS check. At least Sage is really good. It is night and day if you try to do Astra, though. But Sage is fantastic in Palace of the Dead, let me tell you. You can go to the Church of the Sage, who's led by the cultist leader, Willow Green. He's going to tell you all about it. Hey, thank you, Ibis. Actually, I already had my good luck. We are past 10, so now it should be maybe smooth sailing from here. One would presume, anyway. I do dislike they made interject low blow into one button for Evolved. Well, the thing is, like, I think we just don't have information, right? Granted, it's one button, but there's two paths that they could take. I mean, if you're looking at it within the context of Final Fantasy XIV right now, you're thinking potentially 30-second cooldown for a button that handles two things. Or you're thinking maybe it's 15 seconds for something that you need to stun, and then something you need to interject. But it could be possible that maybe it's like a much smaller cooldown. Maybe it's like, I'm actually thinking more around the lines of potentially a PvP situation. Where if you, oh my god, look, it's a bark bomb. If you, hold on, sorry, I need to think here. If you look at PvP and their resistances to debuffs, it might be a situation where maybe your low blow and your interject is like literally a 5-second cooldown, but an enemy can have a 10-second resistance after you use it. So you can't chain spam them to kill them, to stun them, to stunlock them, you know? So you have to be a little bit there, but even then, it might still affect like how auto attacks work and everything. But I don't know, I think the execution might be very different than how we know it. So I'm kind of staying like very indifferent to that to see what they have in mind. Because to me, yeah, if you put it in context of the game, it seems bad. But the context of the game right now is gonna be absolutely different in evolved mode. You know. I was a bit scared at first, Behemoth, since I saw that cast go through and thought that one might one-shot. As long as you're above 80, that's all you need to do, you know? Hey, thanks. Oh, I have a steal? Okay, good. I'll be back probably on patch. I'm going to play the first character standard SSA based on whatever looks fun for the patch. Notes and try to go kill the Arbiter once, since it should be easier now not to have to get the keys. First hardcore character for me, either Sorcerer or Warrior, gotcha. Arbiter. Dude, man, I gotta fight it, right? I gotta go fight him. How is the change? How is post-change Black Mage in Deep Dungeon now compared to the other casters? Current Black Mage. I guess when's the last time you played Nemi by chance? Because like I mean, you know, Black Mage. I think the last time it got a major change was what 7.3. So if you're referencing that, then I can kind of put myself in that perspective. 7.0. Okay, perfect. You know what? That's the perfect answer then. It's a lot different. Was Black Mage in 7.0 still kind of OG Black Mage? It happened like 7.1, right? When they changed the entire Black Mage itself, and its almost identity was completely uplifted. Yeah, it's so Black Mage feels a lot more like a faster turret in terms of damage in Deep Dungeon. I think it's a very big powerhouse, but you still have to worry about kind of, you know, keeping yourself alive and everything. But your Fire 4s are way faster. You don't have to worry about MP because like even 7.0 and before, one of the biggest things was like in the lower deep dungeons you didn't have your Umbral Ice thing where you can actually keep your stacks up, and they brought that down to like level 30. So like you have it in Palace of the Dead essentially, and that was so nice in terms of uptime because originally in Palace of the Dead and even Heaven on High, you'd have to like, you know, either transpose or open with a Blizzard to get into Firestarter, or to get into your Fire 3. Now you can basically have 3 stacks of Umbral and open with Fire 3 every single pull, and then just spam Fire 4. And not to mention, 7.0 removed the timer, right? So you don't have your Eno-chan timer at all. There is just no timer. So you can just keep spamming Fire 4 until your MP runs out, and then just swap over whenever you're ready, which was also great in Deep Dungeon, because one of the difficulties in Deep Dungeon was that if you had to kite, you were still on the Eno-chan timer, so you essentially lost damage by kiting. Now it's like if an enemy comes at you and you're dying, you basically just run away, get into a safe spot, and then continue doing Fire 4. So it really kind of boosted its overall damage in Deep Dungeon in terms of just like getting it out there. So it is really, really nice. And I remember in Heaven on High, I was shocked by this, but like we were taking in Black Mage post 7.3 in Heaven on High, and I frailtied a floor. I had strength and frailty on like 95, and we took out I think like 6 or 7 enemies in the 3-minute frailty. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Like Black Mage has the most deadliest job in Heaven on High of how fast I killed things in a single frailty. I mean, this is insane. So yeah, it's really good. But it's still a caster, and you're still dealing with caster defense, right? It's not like I don't know about you, Ross, or anyone else. Like I'm not gonna go say Black Mage is like the first job to suggest to you to get a clear. It still has its downfalls, but it is a really good experience if you're kind of a Black Mage fan and want to get back into Deep Dungeon. Like it feels really, really nice, and it does feel fun. Regardless of like whether you're going to be like a purist about what Black Mage used to be, I cannot deny that it is a lot more fun in Deep Dungeon right now than it ever had been before. It was good. How does it compare to Picto, since Picto has that kind of nerf? So, Picto, RC, thank you for the 42. Let's go. Thank you for the resub. Okay, so let me give you the history on Pictomancer, okay? 7.0, it was God tier. And then 7.1, it got kneecapped. But then 7.2, it kind of got a little bit back. And I would actually say, I think either 7.2 or 7.3, Pictomancer, like, I put out my guide for Pictomancer in Palace of the Dead in 7.0. And then I started to feel really bad because my guide felt a little inaccurate with how it's displaying Picto. And I think the short answer to what I'm trying to tell is that by now, current present day, my 7.0 guide is not too far off of what Pictomancer currently is in the game as we speak, because they kind of eventually got the balancing a little bit better. It's like you're basically only losing a tiny bit of damage, but nothing so significant that it makes the run like way harder. Like it just makes it like a little bit more time to kill stuff, but that's about it. It's in a good, it's honestly in a really good shape. And in comparison to Black Mage, Picto, in my opinion, is still far superior because of the mobile damage that you have. Because a lot of times you can kill stuff in Pictomancer before they even get to you, when Palace of the Dead. Whereas Black Mage, they're still wailing on you before you kill it, so there's still an advantage Picto has in terms of mobility. But, they play very different. But, yeah, I would still actually pretty much give the edge to Pictomancer, in my opinion, for overall execution and survival. I think people could get Necromancer on it now if they were okay with losing more than Machinist. I wouldn't have recommended old Black Mage for Necromancer to avoid anyone else, unless they love Black Mage. Yes, yeah. But I think, like... I'll toss the question to anyone here, and then for you as well, Ross. If I had to pick between a Red Mage and a Black Mage, and someone's like, hey, between Red Mage and Black Mage, what would you suggest for Necromancer? I think I had that question to me before, too. I think I would still say... You'd say Black Mage? I think I would still say Red Mage, but I feel like Red Mage is trickier because you really need a pretty high skill ceiling to get the most out of Red Mage. And, I mean, it's very different to play Red Mage in Deep Dungeon than it is in regular raid content. Oh man, I might be flipping a coin. I think you might be right, just because I think you can probably power your way through on Black Mage, where on Red Mage you might fall into a situation where you're overhealing and then you're not killing something because you're trying to heal yourself, kind of thing. It's the hardest caster right now outside of Deep Dungeon. Interesting, okay. If you range strength and Zeal in Black Mage versus Red Mage, I think Black Mage goes further on anyone regardless of skill. I would agree with that. Yeah, I mean, if you have enough of that, like, Black Mage will hold itself strong. That's fair. That's true. I think, if anything, I'm looking at it on the survival end. I think Red Mage would definitely survive better and handle itself in terms of survival, but I think that still requires a little bit more skillfulness in the job, which I'm sure people can do, but I think it's just different than if you take it into a raid. Hey Colleen, good to see you. Thank you again, Colleen, for all your contributions to the charity. Like, it was amazing. Had a hand in hitting our community's PB for charities, and I'm sure NCA is ecstatic that we helped save a lot of children. I remember doing ley lines with just strength on the sprite and realizing how stupid it was. You probably weren't getting interrupted, right? Because that's probably going to help, because that's the biggest thing against a sprite, is that half the time you're getting your cast done in by stupid crit and everything. Anyway, Nemi, I hope that answered your question. To some extent, if you have more, certainly ask it, but I hope that gave you a good perspective on what it looks like. Good, yeah. I actually, anytime Black Mage gets mentioned, I actually really did enjoy, I think, all of my Black Mage runs. PT was a lot of fun. The Return to Heaven on High and Palace were great. I really like Black Mage. I've always liked Black Mage, by the way, in Heaven on High. And it's still really great now. Like, it was one of my most favorite jobs in Heaven on High, like, second to, like, Ninja. In terms of execution. Go, let's go! Ley line kiting Black Mage, that's the biggest advice I give. The biggest attack that you want to learn in Heaven on High. If you can get used to kiting on ley lines, it is just so good. It's so good. The first skill is Summoner, but I want to switch it up. We cast Supported Heart. Y'all, we just did Red Mage. We just did a new tutorial for Red Mage. We recorded the new tutorial for Red Mage and Palace of the Dead last week. So I'm in the process of currently editing it. And hopefully I can get it out as soon as I can. Yeah. Casters, I would say I'm still definitely a caster as well for me. I love a good caster in this game. Actually, in general, you'll typically see me gravitate towards casting and pet jobs in like any game in general that has a class system. I almost always gravitate to a caster or a pet job and then a caster. If it's a caster pet job, that's usually where I go to. Picto is amusing, but sometimes something about the job doesn't click with me outside of Deep Dungeon, but I know Deep Dungeon is solid. That's fair. I like the aesthetic of Pictomancer, and that's actually one reason why I like Sage a lot, was because of the aesthetic of Sage. I love those sound effects. And I know if it was the opposite way, I could see it turning it off for me, but... I'm in a 4 Black Mage run in FF5 now. Yo, let's go. Love Pet Shop. The single most fun thing to play in a video game is person who puts down turn drone. Yep. That's why for PoE 2, I got a little excited for Spirit Walker, because Spirit Walker is going to be kind of a minion job. And basically what's really nice is you can actually tame an entire boss in PoE 2 now. As long as it's a beast. Like, a whole-ass boss will fight for you, and I'm like, oh, come on. Like, I gotta at least try the job, right? Like, we have to do that, so that's why I'm gonna be excited. I miss Heavensward Summoner. Heavensward Summoner. Although, I wonder, like, are you interested in Beastmaster coming out, Nemi? Because I'm kind of interested. I'm a little cautiously pessimistic about Beastmaster, but I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna give it a chance, and I'm gonna give it a very objective look to it and see if I like it or not. But I'm kind of hoping SC does a good job with a pet shop here, which they haven't in forever. Yo, 5 stream streak. Let's go, Blank. Good to see it. I should just do a big pull. Beast was good in 11, we'll see in 14. Yeah, Beast was pretty good. I actually didn't spend as much time... Oh, I didn't spend... Okay. I didn't spend as much time on Beastmaster as I feel like I could have in 11, but I think it's gonna be fun getting all the things, but doing raid content, Beastmaster parties does not interest me as much as Boomage runs. I wonder if they're gonna do raid content. I imagine they would, but that new kind of roguelite-ish mode that looks like Slay the Spire is more interesting to me, since that looks like their version of Carnival, but maybe a little bit more in depth. I don't know, I'm hoping. I swear, man, if that Beastmaster new game mode has a thing where, like, you get to the end, you beat it, and they basically like, hey, congratulations, well, here's your reward, and we'll see you next patch. I'll be like, come on, guys, like, could you not make it at least replayable at the very least? You know, and not because of like a silly achievement, right? Oh, just, you know, do it 5 times, you know. But I'm not keeping my hopes up very high for that. Carnival is ahead of its time. It's a shame they never went back and updated it. Well, they would have if Beastmaster didn't take all the resources, I guess. I think the biggest thing that upset me was, didn't they initially release it with like 20 or 25 rounds? And then every patch after that, which was once per expansion, they added like 3 fights? I'm like, wait, how do you go from 25 fights to like 3? Like, couldn't you at least put 10? I mean, I don't know. You had an old expansion, I mean, you know? But, yeah, it is what it is, I guess, whatever. Hey Ada, what's up, dude? How you doing? Okay, I've been stuck in this floor forever, and I just want to get out. This is like EO all over again. I kind of want to check that other room, but I don't want to find anything else. I'm just gonna go. Chilling and playing 14. I still can't believe you're subbed to this game. My friend said they should make a joke ultimate or savage level fight where it's against Ultros or something, but it's blue mage only. They don't have the resources for it. If they only had the resources for it, man. I'm still hoping for a blue mage in deep dungeon, but you know. I'll just enjoy my PoE 2 playthrough. Where I can play whatever I want over there. Crazy resubbed, I know. What happened to Fortnite? They gotta carry the whole company for a little bit until Kingdom Hearts releases and whenever that releases. Forward what? Wow. It's really nice to have the stream open to get me through boring work. I got you, man. I got you, dude. So I really like this hour. This hour is good. I guess I wish I could stream at this time slot a little bit more. I'm definitely keeping it in mind. Maybe things happen, you know, IRL, that I can actually make it happen. But it's good to know that you guys are having a good time here. Ada, what's the next game you're looking forward to play, by the way? Are you gonna play SAO when we play SAO? In July? Are you gonna wait for Summerfest? Biftech was mentioning about Summerfest coming in. Maybe we'll wait for that to see what games release. This is perfectly evening. Yo. I feel like SC misses the mark on adding good incentives for people to red side content. I'm still missing a lot at the level. Many people getting people together is rough, which is so funny to say that in an MMO. Poignant, right? I mean, this is a game that's supposed to be social, and you're having a hard time finding 7 people in a game that has 1 million subscribers. You know what I mean? But yeah, no. I mean, look, you're speaking to the choir here. One of the biggest controversial things that basically every Deep Dungeon runner hates is the fact that they could have added so many Deep Dungeon titles. Excuse me. They could have added so many Deep Dungeon achievements, but what do they add? Hold on, let me get it, because we need to show this so that you guys understand what I'm talking about. I don't want to verbally say it. Right here, right here. 30,000 Horde. That's what they add in. What a great one to add in, you know? Because we clearly wanted more Accursed Horde titles and nothing else other than a solo title. So, you know. I don't know, I've always been kind of like really just disappointed at their achievement decisions. Because, I don't know, maybe systematically it's hard to make it, but it's like, sometimes that's all someone needs. It's just that little bit of incentive to do something, but they don't want to do it. We're just running for a title. Right, yeah. And it's not a fault for you. It's a fault of the game for that. I mean, you kind of want to feel like you get something out of it, you know? I mean, hey, the title could be sick, but still. Yeah, I'm with you. And say that louder so they can hear it. It's just it's almost like a lucky thing that like I really fell in love with Deep Dungeon content, and a lot of times I'm definitely not really here for any, like, I mean, yeah, the title initially, but I'm just here because I'm having fun with it. And I know, like, there are people out there who want to also get the title, so that's kind of the reason why I'm here too, but man, if it wasn't anywhere near to a level of fun that I'd be wanting to spend time in here, like, I'd be long gone by now, you know? At this rate, Deep Dungeon is literally the only thing I do in 14, and I'm really grateful for that, but none of the other things at the moment kind of entice me, you know? Like, I did crafting before, I did PvP before, but I kind of wanna, like, I think a lot of it too, for me, is that I always try to look for trying to become a better gamer. You know, maybe it's to a competition, maybe it's to just increase my ability to play a game. And I always feel like Deep Dungeon, through the 10 years, by the way, that it's been out, Deep Dungeon has been around for almost 10 years. There is a 10-year anniversary coming up. And I always feel like doing this content has definitely improved my ability to play a game. And I really like that, you know? I always feel like I'm learning something, but something like crafting, something like PvP, which honestly PvP in itself is fine, it's just the people in the PvP is the one that ruins it for me. I don't feel like I'm getting better at something, you know? And that's why I've been doing a lot more other games. Like, I'm getting close to diving back into PoE 2, because they have speedrun competitions, they have essentially esports and everything, and they have a leaderboard, and it's like, oh, I can always push myself to the limit, you know? And I can try to see if I can get better at this game. And I don't know, part of that is what is important to me too. It's not just to get the task done, right? So, A lot of times I think if it's just to get attacks done, I think it's either I drag my feet through it or I just don't have as much fun. I also think a lot of people were hoping for a cool amount for the 80 blue stuff. When they did it, they added... When they did, like, yeah, I don't know. Blue is just really weird. Because you can definitely tell that they only have so much resources that they can give it. I mean, they didn't even have enough resources to update it this expansion, you know? Which kind of just gives you a lot of... tells you a lot about where that kind of stands right now. My new FC in NA is Primal DC. Ran my farm party last night. I finally got a mount I wanted this. Wow. Wow, you have new friends. Let's go. Look at you, Aida. I have the only mount I ever need. And it's a giant ball. Do one different things out of what's added, which I suppose is hard. I like doing new content at least once. Yeah, that's part of it too. I still feel like they could definitely improve more on getting people to enjoy the content more, though. I mean, again, you could just put another achievement into it. But historically, they've never really done that, so it is what it is. I mean, Deep Dungeon, we've always asked for, like, individual titles, or score achievements, or even more creative achievements, you know? Oh, wait. I have to turn my animations back on. I just realized I'm not seeing the Bark Bomb animation because I think I turned that off with the Alliance raid. I want to see the animation. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense why I couldn't see it earlier. Okay. Primal came to Primal from EU. Yeah. I could finally play with your NA brethren. About time. What's a Deep Dungeon related achievement you would love to see? Says Emily. Good to see you, Emily. Individual job titles would be the first one. And more so because, I mean, they've already acknowledged the fact that they know people are clearing on all jobs, right? And the thing is, it's like, here's I would say a partially controversial one. And it's not controversial, I would say, in this channel, because it's almost like we're highly biased, right? But like, what if you put an achievement where it's like, clear any deep dungeon on a class? You know? And not just like each deep dungeon, let's just say any deep dungeon solo on a class. Like, would that just be way too hard? Would that be like appropriate? Would that be something where it's like, why would you put this in? No one's gonna do it. Like, but it's like, or you could just put it in. I don't like, you know, is that really like, who are you gonna upset? Like, are you gonna upset the achievement hunters that are like now gonna have to look at it and they have to do it? And it's like, but isn't that fun? Isn't that gonna what's gonna make it kind of fun and challenging because you have something that is going to be that difficult? But it leads into like, do they want to have that difficulty? And maybe that's why you don't see like a job achievement put in, an individual job achievement. Maybe they're just happy people are actually clearing the content, I don't know. But, you know, just a little bit more. But also, it's also, a second way to put it, Emily, is that I think putting in a 30k horde as the new achievement for Deep Dungeon feels so detached to what people doing Deep Dungeon actually want and actually are looking for. It's like, it's almost like it's better you didn't even put that achievement in, so it didn't look like it was weird. Like, you could have just like not done that and then no one would have really complained. So it's like, if you're just gonna put in an achievement to put an achievement, there are just so many more other ones that are going to be, I think, in much more better idea. I mean, even put like a reasonably low scoring thing. I mean, you have enough evidence on like how the scoring averages are in Deep Dungeon, so you can put like Palace of the Dead, get like a 2.8 million or something, you know? Then you get an achievement, boom. I think even I'm sorry, 2.8 million. Like, if you get a 2.7 million 750,000 score, it's like basically, if you just cleared normally, you'd probably get that achievement. Maybe you need a little extra, but... Or even, like, something silly, like, hit X amount of traps. Which could have been done in, like, the beginning of the expansion, right? Which would happen naturally, because I would dare say there isn't going to be a deep dungeon runner who actually does not hit a trap on any singular run. That would be fun, interesting, different. And like, yeah, you could like bot farm it, but also it will just happen naturally because you're just gonna hit the traps anyway. Hey Lynn, how you doing? DD's casual side content. I forgot to say side content when I was in Mog Talk. I'm so upset. I should have said it. Hi, I'm Angelus Demoness. I do the side content deep dungeon. I didn't say it. I forgot. Missed my opportunity. CC has role-based titles. I don't see why they couldn't do the same for Deep Dungeon. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Role-based would be fantastic. That would actually be a really good one. I feel like in general, there's quite a bit of content that's just getting lost. I really miss Diluvium Regine, and now it's really in the game. It's not really in the game anymore. Except if you do it through PF. I wish they'd encourage people to run that kind of content. It's actually an interesting kind of topic in my opinion. Because I feel like there's a lot of content, Kiosk, like you just said, that probably in a general public is like not, like you have to really search for it. Like BA, for instance. BA is a thing where like it is ran on a regular basis, but it's only because you have a very strong community that is pushing through it on a regular basis, right? And if that community didn't exist, I mean, would you have people actually doing the content? I mean, maybe a community would form at some point. So you almost wonder if to some extent they're kind of banking on communities to construct these things, right? I mean, would you have people doing, you know, Deep Dungeon solo as they are now if none of us came out there and to put out the information and whatnot? I mean, I would want to think that if I wasn't here or if like some of the other guys weren't here, someone would exist for it. Actually, you had a really good question, I think, a couple days ago. Someone asked me, how would it feel if EO was the introduction to Deep Dungeon? Not in the sense of like how PT is, more like POTD didn't exist, Heaven on High didn't exist, your very first Deep Dungeon exists. And you wonder how that would be kind of in the grand scheme of things, right? And I think at the end of the day, it still comes down to, like, is it worth people's time? I mean, maybe at the time of that release, you'll have other people doing content for it, right? I just so happened to just fill this niche where, like, no one was really touching the content for years. It gave me a lot of time to get good at it. Now I'm kind of just, like, able to put out information in a knowledgeable way just because I have a lot of time into it. That's how I look at it. So, yeah, it's like, I think whether or not they do that, I mean, there is a lot of communities that keep a lot of content alive, but then you have to go find them. Like, one of the things that I thought was an interesting dynamic is, like, you have the PvP tournaments, right? The one that was there, the FRC. What was it called? No, whatever they called it in FanFest. You have the next two coming in that you can actually go in with a team, compete as a team, and then they'd actually fly you to FanFest and to compete in FanFest for a competition, right? But I always had thought, like, well, how do you even, if you're someone who is not engaged in the community, who just plays this game casually, maybe you got good at PvP, maybe like top 100, how does one begin to actually get yourself into there? What's like the actual process, right? Well, you probably have to find a Discord, or you have to talk to some people, but it's not something that was explicitly provided by Square Enix. In essence, they're just like, hey, form your teams and then register, you know? So it is kind of down to you to figure out that social aspect. And I guess a lot of that is kind of what they expect. It's like, hey, we have this cool thing, you guys figure it out, and hope the best. And then you wonder if, like, how much trust they have for it to kick off. Like, what if they do, like, a Deep Dungeon event? Are they going to just assume that people are going to do it? Are they going to even talk to the people who are in the dungeon to see if there's interest? Like what's the process for that, right? Did they just like, I guess they assume that there's enough people in PvP that they're going to form teams and hope for the best. But it is weird because I mean, it's not that I necessarily agree with that process of how you do it, but that is kind of, I guess, how you do it with a MMO. I mean, at some point you'll get something, right? And it's like, if you think about all of the tiny different aspects in 14 right now, I do remember fellowships. They're still around, right? The tiny different aspects in 14. Yeah, and like none of, like, I don't use a fellowship. I don't think anyone uses a fellowship. You would almost find someone who specializes in there, right? Like Fruity Snack specializes in fishing. All over fishing. There's so many things for fishing. Cafe is the first one that I come to think of when it comes to BA. You have a lot. You used to have someone who like covered the glamour stuff for Gold Saucer. I think someone else does it now. I don't think the original person who did it. So like each and every little piece has something that someone kind of specializes in. So it's almost like it's their kind of thing. How we are here with Deep Dungeon, it's kind of our side, right? So, and I guess it'll happen eventually. Someone that's just interested enough to do it. But yeah, it's always an interesting dynamic. It would seem, says Emily, impossibly difficult to anyone who doesn't already enjoy Deep Dungeon, which is why I want that one. Oh, I think you were talking about the trying to clear on a class kind of thing. But here's the thing, right? I mean, that's a really good quote, right? Let me reread that quote. Emily says, it would seem impossibly difficult to anyone who doesn't already enjoy Deep Dungeon, which is why I want that one, which is, I was referencing the putting a clear Deep Dungeon on a class. But then on the reverse side, would it not be something that's enticing for people to give it a shot, right? I mean, you could then argue, is that not what Necromancer is? And that's fair, because it's a title that's been here for now, what, 7 years, right? 2017, so 9 years? The title's been around for 9 years. So it's been this hanging reward that's always been here that people could do. I think the stream hiccuped and is currently hiccuping, so bear with me. My bitrate is low. So, but then there's a lot of other things that kind of hold people back from doing Necromancer. Like, we've heard so many things, right? It's too long, or the DC issue, and what's just not there anymore. Maybe the 1-100 deaths was a thing. So, okay, internet, you can chill, relax, hold your horses. Fishing community is fun. I haven't heard anything otherwise, Shinra. Like I said, I've had a couple discussions with I don't know if you always consume like Fruity's content or whatever, but to me, whenever I think fishing community, I think Fruity Snacks, and I've had some conversations and stuff with Fruity, and he seems like a very, very cool person. And he's very gung-ho about pushing everything that's fishing. So I mean, you have information that's coming out there very well, you know. But big Fruity fan, he's good. So I think like you said, things like specific niche achievements could go a long way towards revigorating content not many people are doing. It could, but I don't know. There's a couple things in 14. Look, I love 14, and I'm very excited for 8.0. There's just a couple things in this game that I just don't see them ever changing, and I wish they did. Achievement system, the dungeon formula, which has been around 5 ever. And not only has it been around 5 ever, they also put it in another game, which I wish they didn't do, which was really annoying. Blue Mage not in Deep Dungeon, you know? Rewards being lackluster. Well, I feel like the rewards being lackluster, they're trying. It just feels like it's like they don't know what to do with it, and it's really odd. But then it's not like I have answers. Like I'm one of the ones who complains, but don't actually have like viable solutions. So. How much 33 did I do? Everything except DLC. So I did the super boss. They even added new ocean fishing achievements. Imagine they did kind of stuff for this. Imagine. One of these days. Okay, let me hit some ads here, and then we'll step into 21 because it's gonna be chill anyway while I'm doing the run, and then we'll keep talking. So, BRB, thanks for watching. Ads are going out, and then we'll go into 21. BRB, guys. Yeah, I just didn't do the DLC for Expedition. It's the only thing I think I didn't do. I didn't get 100% though. I don't think I got 100%, but I did everything else. Everybody wonders how much of the culture and Disney might play in comparison. I don't know. I know the whole idea of like they cater to Japan and not to us. Sometimes it's BS because a lot of times when you ask JP like why did this happen, like, you know, they're like, bro, we don't know. And it's like, oh, okay. So you mean it wasn't for you guys? It's like, they're like, we thought it was for you guys. It's like, oh. Great conversation. Oh god. That was actually the story I still remember from PvP a long time ago when there was a PvP update and they changed some job around and NA was like, this change makes no sense. Like what is this? Like this doesn't even change any, like this wrecks a job that wasn't even good to begin with or something to that effect. And then the excuse was like, oh, it must be like JP meta, because JP meta was very different than like NA meta in PvP and Feast. And then they actually got to talk to someone in JP, and literally the person's like, I don't know, I thought they changed it because of you guys. Like, this doesn't make sense either. And it's like, so they made a change that no one understands, it makes 0 sense. Okay, cool. So, yo, what's up, Elvis? So yeah, it's, I get it. I understand people thinking that if Japan says something, they do it, and that's probably true, but if they're changing it for Japan, I would say that's not entirely true. So they're as lost as us, which is hilarious. I'm not sure if Elvis is in an ad right now, but hello Elvis, good to see you. I'm so lazy, I don't want to do AoE pulls. Yeah, we went ham in Deep Dungeon in a couple days already. Let me have this at least, you know. I don't know what the next job is after Arcanist, but I'm gonna have to go a little harder again. You just started hitting in-game challenges about level 80 or something. Might actually change out a character. Ooh. Who are you running? What's your team? Love the command to bringing not a real job into a real Deep Dungeon. For reasons... Oh. It's probably your location, Elvis. Sometimes regional stuff, like, you just don't get it, or you're only gonna get, like, the picture-in-picture banner one. That's only a thought based on how you said they handle Fence and Blacklist. Makes sense. Actual gameplay content probably has nothing to do with that. Yeah. That's true, yeah. Welcome back to the ads officially, guys. Appreciate it. Really? Well. Okay. I heard the DLC fights look nuts. That's what I did here. Oh, is that an Ifrit? What is this? Not sure if it's poorly or so, won't say... Okay. Like how Ben Star doesn't have a name. That's right. Good old Ben Star. For CL. Yeah, I actually never used CL. I had a buddy who used her a lot though, liked her a lot. But that's the team I ran. It's a good song. Is that a mimic that I'm hitting? Patting on the head with excitement, yes. What's up, Pokemon? Okay, this is annoying. I know, CL can be insane. When I was watching Sharply Dressed Man use CL, I'm like, oh, she's good. Like, holy moly, she's good. But I never used her. Hey Ninari, how you doing? Looked at the weapon she has and I went, huh. Okay, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't use the blue mage. I didn't use the blue mage. Actually, who did I use? Wait. I don't think I used Benstar, actually. No, I don't think I actually used him in my party. I have to, like, run back my VOD to see. Yeah, I'm not surprised at that at all. Not surprised at it. Friend asked me yesterday if 81 to 90 was harder because boss, or 91 to 100, and I'm like, I don't know, first time I beat 90 boss, 80 boss solo. You talking about PT in here? Oh, for Heaven on High. Well, it's interesting because Heaven on High is interesting. If you were to take it like, you have to give it an equal kind of scenario, right? So like if you said is 81 without palms harder than 91 without palms, I would say 91 is by far harder without palms in my opinion. Would you guys agree with that? Like, you had no palms walking in. Like, 91 is probably way harder than 81. But, like, in terms of the run itself, I mean, you're doing the run very differently because you're trying to get through 81, trying to not expend everything. Where at 91, you're looking to expend everything. And so it becomes different. I mean, if you were going to have, like, 3 Petries, 3 Magicites, and then say which one is harder, then, I mean, they're probably going to be the same, except you have a boss, which then adds to it. I mean, if you had Odin, then you save one of those whites for Odin, but that's about it. But it's just a different execution, you know? Because, like, a lot of times you'd walk in probably 81 Heaven on High, having a good amount of palms, but then you use everything to get through, and then you have nothing for 91, so it's really hard. But if you walk in with 91 with a lot of things, you're not really looking at a crazy difficulty, you know? I'm just gonna do a big pull. Well, a semi-big pull? I don't need to pull everything, I just need to clear this up. Oh, that's the exit. I need to go the other way, because I would like to get something else. I guess I'll try to get myself the exit, then I don't have to deal with respawns too much. How many do I have? 4? 2 silvers. Worth it. I think it depends on what your palms are looking at. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why a lot of times, Narnia, when someone comes in asking like, oh man, I had a really hard 81 or like a really hard 91, one of my very first questions usually are like, well, what do your palms look like? You know? Because that's what determines it. I mean, if you're like someone who's like, they walk into 91 and they have like 3 Petrus and 3 Magicites, and then you tell me that you're having a hard time, then it's an easy solution, right? It's just about how you execute your Pomanders. It's like, okay, well, let's look about what your decision-making was. Did you make a lot of mistakes? And maybe that's why you wiped, right? If you had the same person being like, well, 91 was impossible, and they're like, well, I had no palms. I'm like, well, okay. The thing is, like, all of us would find that very impossible because it's very hard without Pomanders. Like, there's, like, very few people out there who probably can clear up a 91 if you don't have any palms. Like, probably outside of Aurora Moon, and maybe if I get lucky, me, and then, I don't know, toss in, like, 3 other people. It's like, that's very hard. You're asking to do one of the hardest things out there. So, and that's why it's important, because a lot of people just look at it in the context of what the floor is, but don't also inject what the Pomanders do for you. And 81 is no different. You know, you'll have people who are like who are like, oh man, you know, a lot of people are like having a good time, like they're getting through 81. I just can't get through 81. But then they're walking in with like 1 Petri and 1 Magicite. It's like, yeah, I mean, if I walked in with 1 Petri, 1 Magicite, my 81 would be really hard too. So your solution isn't technically 81, your solution is 71. Get better at 71, you know? But that's something that, you know, I mean, it's just slow understanding. People will get it eventually, you know, you kind of explain it like that, then it kind of makes sense, kind of thing. I remember that used to be a very common thing. I think it happens a lot less, that people now understand, like, you know, everything trickles into each other, so... Why does it sound like Splatoon music? Because it's Honeybee, but remixed. Do I want to do anything? No, I'm good. My problems are not good at 81 because I struggle using stuff as said before. Yeah, and that happens, right? I mean, look, if you want a solution, right, and you have a question, you want a solution, it's just like it helps me get you to a solution. And it doesn't matter if like I said, I mean, like someone might be listening to like, wow, you wiped at 91 with like 6 wipes, and they're like, man, that would have been like free. And it's like, well, I don't care. That's not the question, right? It's not about what you can do. It's about what that person can do. Like, you know what I mean? And like, I think the same thing. I'm like, man, that's usually a victory that is in the bag. But man, maybe you're just making like some fundamental mistakes that, like, you know, you did a really good job getting up there, but you just got to watch out for a couple things, and that's completely understandable. So it's more just getting to that kind of solution, whatever the scenario is, but kind of looking for more of the information as to why you got yourself there to begin with. After doing scoring, it feels almost impossible to walk into 81 with like 1 Magicite and 1 or 2 Petri. Yeah, no, I'm with you. And like, I mean, I've nailed down my strategy, Erebus and Heaven on High, where I'm always on like we've cleared like over 100 times, and like we've consistently walked in there with like at least 4 wipes, right? So now the question just becomes, how do I get someone who basically it's like their first, second, or third time to understand that information as well, right? Like, how is it that the guys who put in a lot of time can get there, but then translating it to someone who essentially has put not nearly the amount of time that we have? And that's always been like kind of my game that I play, if you will, right? What's the way that I can explain this that then it makes sense as to why we get to this point? Which to me is a lot of fun. You know, I always find a lot of fun in doing that part of it. But that's why a lot of said, like, I imagine, like, even on your runs, Zerbis, like, you will do things out of just habit that might even be hard to explain. It's just, you just play really well. And a lot of times, that's why I'm trying to, like, kind of dissect my own gameplay of, like, there are a lot of things I don't mention that I think are equally as important because I just do it on habit. And it's just like, this is, yeah, you know, I do this, I do that. But in reality, that might actually be so different for someone when they're doing their run that you don't actually realize that little bit that you're doing is actually probably the one solution they need to, like, save them 5 minutes on a run, you know? And that's where, like, trying to dial down the information from where you are at and then translating it down to someone who's new is, like, is something I keep trying to do a little bit better if I can. The charity run was a good show that you can waste a lot of palms and still get far. Yeah, and I think, if anything, I think the charity run was a really good example to showcase how skill expression really does carry a lot of worth too, right? Because it's like, I mean, Ross, if you were not nearly as good at actually handling the job and playing the dungeon in itself, minus the palms, I mean, you would have wiped a lot earlier than that. Like, you would have been obliterated by this, but you were taking risks, you were doing some things, and it had to take, like, a lot of mistakes just to get you down. And that's where I think is also so much fun too, because that also may showcase, like, it isn't just the palms, it's also how you conduct yourself in the content that can actually help you out. And that's where you're kind of getting the balance. In essence, that is kind of like what a roguelike is, you know? Like, a roguelite in essence is where the game starts hard. But if you're really, really good at the game, you could beat the game on a first playthrough. But the system in itself, with meta progression and everything, it's designed to help you out until you get to a point where it balances your skill and the game's difficulty, and then you can clear. For some people, you have to progress a little bit longer and like get stronger and put and like, you know, make a lot of things on your stats better. But for better players, they can probably clear a lot sooner, and that's where at least everyone can have a chance at being able to clear and such, you know. And in essence, it's almost like that's what you're kind of doing with Deep Dungeon, but it's in information, not necessarily in the actual gameplay, if that makes sense. Watching a run no chest challenge run has really helped me improve my pawn management, understanding how far you can push your resources. Yeah, they're very good. I love those kind of resource kind of challenges too. They're very, very useful in terms of just information, especially when you really kind of know what you're looking for, you know. I mean, Aurora's good about explaining how he does things, so that probably helps just by nature, but that's what it comes down to, right? I mean, you can, if you watch the same person do the similar run, but there's no feedback and no audio, it might be hard to be like, why did you do this? Like, what is the logic here? What's up, Sadie? How you doing? Happy Monday, sir. I think there's always more pressure on people like going for title run, and that's the big issue. Like when people doing tank runs to get the title and someone told them in the guide to go for landmines they never usually did before. Yes, that's also true. And I've definitely tried to dial that back a lot, Airbus, on my end. Of like, well, this is what you could do, but it isn't to say that you have to do it. And I remember we did a run where I think I explicitly avoided landmines because there was literally questions like, hey, I just can't get used to landmines. And I mean, you could be like, hey, yeah, you can practice on the lower levels, and you can do, you know, you can spawn into 21 and do landmines that way. But the reality of the matter is, if the person can't do it, then it's either A, you just, which you never want to tell them, right? You don't be like, oh, but that's GG, just do another job. I mean, you can get through. I mean, a lot of us can get through without these extra plays. It's just about like understanding that, you know, that is a big advantage. However, this is what you can do if you can't do that play. And to me, it's like, I don't really question why someone can't do something. It's like I don't need to like interrogate them of like, well, why not? Like, what's your explanation? Like, why can't you do this? I mean, clearly everyone can do it. Like, I don't care if you can't do it, you can't do it. Let's find another solution. And especially like you said, if it's for a title run, there are very many ways that you can get through. And it's just more about kind of exposing that kind of idea that like there are a lot of ways you can win. It doesn't necessarily have to require this and that and everything. No reason not use landmines, not massive pulls, but even a single mob saves massive amounts of tank jobs. I don't know about on my end, Elvis, but I don't think I explain... Thank you for the resub, by the way. I don't know if I explain mini landmines as well, because I think most of the landmines I do are usually big and like big pulls and everything. And like very, very few times would I do like a baby landmine to be like, hey, yeah, you can just do like, you know, 5 landmines in one floor and just kill like 2 at a time. So it could be like more about getting that information to be clear to the person. Because if all they're seeing are big landmines, then that's all they have in their head, and they don't see the fact that you can do like a smaller one, right? So that's a thought as well. Because it's a lot of times too. Thank you, Alan, for the resub on 11 months. A lot of times, you will have people who are really kind of visual, and you could verbally tell them, hey, you don't have to do a landmine. You can just kill one thing with a landmine. But it's like you have to show them, right? So that's kind of where I think that's part of that. That also is a thing to consider. Does that make sense? I read that already. That's what I would push, just do 1 enemy per landmine if you're scared. Wonder if there's gonna be worth in like actually doing a run where that's actually what I do or what someone else does. It's like, hey, we'll do this run and we're gonna do a landmine, but we're gonna do like 1, 2 the whole time, like nothing bigger than that, you know? It's one of those things where I feel like, especially in Warrior, if you can do 3, you can probably do like 6. But even then, it's still... If someone panics while doing it, they're going to die. Period. You know? Like, you have to keep your composure for the execution of the play. And that's where I think someone who is pressured on getting the clear for the very first time... I mean, look, your hands are gonna sweaty, you get nervous. Maybe you do put a lot of pressure on yourself that, like, this is the way I'm going to save time. And then, if they don't do it, it kind of ripple effects through the entire run. It's like, oh, I just lost so much time. I don't know how I'm gonna make it up, and you're thinking about that the whole run, right? The kind of the mental anguish the run will give you that can totally be a thing and affect you on the run as you're going through it because you can't pause the game. Where is the... It's over here. It feels easy with immunity, but the game control sometimes. Well, that's what it is. It's like, to me, I think the progression of that I've seen it as, like, you know, trying to present it as a strategy for someone was like, oh, just practice it on the lower floors. But again, you still will probably get someone who just simply just doesn't want to do it. And now it becomes the question of, what if you have that person who doesn't want to do a landmine, right? And so what becomes now the solution? I mean, again, can't convince them otherwise. I mean, if they just don't want to touch a landmine, even if it's just a one pull, then they don't want to touch a landmine. But it doesn't certainly mean that, like, now it's an impossible run because you're not doing that tech. Like, you can certainly get through with 0 landmines. Like, it's very possible. Like, I would say it's actually been... I'm also thinking now of, like, the history of, like, how Deep Dungeon came in, right? And specifically when only Heaven on High was there and Palace of the Dead, where, like, because of the difficulty of the content, I still remember this is how I was progging. It's almost like you were trying to search for every possible advantage that was out there because you felt like the game was always against you, right? I mean, even the landmine plays were like... I still remember when landmine plays started to become a thing that people were doing. Or like a double dip rage. Even simple things like that were things that were not, of course, originally in the strategy books. They developed over time as people started experimenting with things. But then, you're now in present day where, like, you know, the jobs have progressed, the deep dungeon modes have slightly adjusted, and it's now almost like a dialing back of a lot of those strategies because you kind of look at it and you're like, well, for specific situations they would be good, but you're not talking about an essential requirement to actually clear. I think the only essential requirement you need is like basic palm management, well, not basic, but like good palm management and like efficient pulling for a title clear. And then, of course, not making any significant mistakes like hitting a trap. Like, if you have those 3 things, you can have a good chance at clearing the content. But all of the other things that you do, like coupling palms, doing big pulls, maximizing those things, like those are like, I would say, really good to have and really, you know, reduces a lot of the pressure for the clear, but does increase the risk of the run, you know? But then that's the thing, right, Elvis? You're limiting yourself, but then to what extent, right? If you only care about the clear, then it's okay, because if you're looking at a lower upper limit, then what is that lower upper limit of, like, bare minimum to clear, you know? And it is what it is, because, like I said, for me, whenever I look at a situation where someone just simply can't do something, I don't really ask why. I just look for another solution, you know? Like, okay, well, you can try this. Because it's like, you could be looking at a situation where it goes back to the PT interviews, where we had a gamer in those PT interviews who has massively severe carpal tunnel. And any job that requires them to hit a lot of buttons fast could be a no-go for them, because they will just wreck their hands. So if they're like, if they, like, without context come to us and they're like, hey, so I know Machinist is great, but I can't play Machinist, like, do you recommend another job? I mean, you wouldn't want to go and tell them, well, Machinist is just really good. I mean, any other job that you take is just a little less than that. But, like, hey, you know, like, you wouldn't want to pose it like that, because then it, like, kind of makes them feel bad about the fact that they can't play the job. They didn't explain why. But that's why, to me, it's like, I don't need that explanation. You have your reasons. I'm not going to explain the reasons, right? And I remember that gamer who talked about that carpal tunnel, they told me a story where they were in EO, and mid-run, they had to actually just leave because their hand was in so much pain that they just couldn't continue. And it didn't even matter. I mean, I don't think it was necessarily the machine. It's just whatever that they were playing, their hand just flared up and they couldn't do it. And that's where, like, situations like that just kind of suck, you know? What can you do? Like, you actually have physical ailments that prevent you from playing the game. And that has nothing to do with job. That's just like, you just can't do it. I mean, I remember the story in EO, where EO, we had someone who came in being like, hey, so I keep dying to AoEs, but then added in context saying an elder child, thank you for the 5 streak, you're rebuilding it. You had their context was that they had severe ADHD, so they are trying to focus really hard on the AoEs coming out, but they just can't retain the focus. And it's like, now it just becomes this very unique situation of like, oh, okay, well, conventional thought about even studying the enemies or like looking at their cast, like that probably doesn't work for them because that's just not how their brain works, you know? So what's the solution now? And those are like those kind of special cases that are always interest me. And that's why I never really question someone's inability to do something. I just look for a different solution. So again, call it limiting, call it, you know, whatever it is. I mean, to me, I always feel like someone will have a decent reason as to do it, because even though the information is still a little bit hard to find for Deep Dungeon, I think there is still a lot of information you can find on a lot of videos, and so that's what they're referencing in terms of like, hey, this is what's out there, this is what's possible. And to me, it's almost like you probably already saw it, so you're asking a question because, for whatever reason, this is just not a option for me to do. You'll see people steal witching home gain like 5 moms when you do an entire floor and worse, it's just being comfortable. Yeah. Yeah, and like there's a lot of layers of like protection that you do to make sure that it works. But then you could see some like, you know, one of the more popular videos that I put up in clips that are like the entire floor. Those are the ones that are going to get a lot of views because it looks more impressive. I remember when I put up a full pull in, I think it was this set. I think it was 21 in PT, and it got a lot of views on TikTok. And you had a lot of people like, oh, I could never do that. There's no way. That's impossible. I could never do that. I mean, and you can't, I mean, yeah, you could go through the process of arguing about how the logistics of it are there, but then it's just, you just look at it on the surface, it's like, okay, yeah, I guess it's pretty okay. But then, you know, you take the veterans of the community, like, oh, I mean, that's just, I mean, it's PT, they don't hit you so hard, I mean, they're not gonna really kill you. And you could go through all that, but when you look at it on the surface of what it looks like, then I can understand why the first impression is like, oh, well, yeah, I'm good. Too scary, I'm good. My problem is I died to stupid stuff after getting high floor. After getting high floor last time, get spurs and take long breaks. That's like we all died to stupid things. Let me tell you. You know what happened to me, Narnia, recently? Literally happened 2 weeks ago when we were doing a charity run with Cog. So chat was trying to sabotage the run as best as they can, right? They were doing a pretty good job about it. And this is Palace of the Dead. So Cog gets deleted on like 181. 189. He couldn't keep going because chat killed him. So people were donating, right? So we had it up to like 198. And they were trying really hard to kill my run. And I was in 198. I had no Serenity. I had a Rage. So the plan was to Rage into 99 to try to hopefully get the clear. But as I was going for the exit, someone asked me a question. And I answer the question. I'm like, okay, yeah. I forget to use the Rage. And then the next floor is a no item, and I don't have a Serenity, and we wipe the run because I literally just forgot to use the Rage. And like, I could have cleared, but I didn't. So it literally is just like the dumbest thing ever. But it's like, yeah, I mean, it happens. I just shrug my shoulders. I feel bad that I lost the run because of a self-sabotage, but sometimes you just make the mistakes. It is what it is, right? You're not gonna play perfect every time. So, whatever. After the latest patch, you don't even need to care about dying 21. Kind of stupid. After the latest patch, you don't even need to care about dying? Right, but that was obviously out of context, right? Because that video I posted, what, a week into PT? So with that being said there, yeah. And actually, it's really not a bad point because you can actually practice stuff like that and then not actually worry about losing the file anymore. So it would encourage people to do that type of, you know, stuff. I guess we'll just see if that becomes a problem. Maybe people are like not going to ask the question because now they don't feel like they're afraid of doing it, and therefore maybe they get better at it. General class knowledge probably really helps. I haven't cleared a solar run, but when I tried Heaven on High, I died somewhere around 64. Sounds like an on view. I didn't know about the heavy bind effect. Oh, yeah. Because you never have to use it in the rest of the game. That's why you wouldn't really know about it. It makes sense. That's a mimic. Is that also a mimic? Oh, that's Corrigan's. And I don't have a portion? Yeah. Definitely. I'm hoping for... Wow, okay, I didn't get it. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna have to deal with this straight up. I don't have a strength up. Died to non-Ryu? Interestingly, 61 is where mine shine the most. For me, I feel like Deep Dungeon is playing an entirely different game from the rest of 14. Very few rules apply. And that's also, by the way, swinging it back to Evolve. That's where there might be some interesting things, because if they start pruning out some of the CC that's currently available, that could actually affect a lot of runs, you know what I'm saying? Like, people are reasonably concerned about the combination of interrupt and stun and low blow into one button. I mean, what if they... I think we didn't see repose on the healer bar, you know? So some of those things that we're happy with in the current game mode, you may not have that anymore. And that's a big portion of Fizz Range's ability to survive in a deep dungeon, especially in Palace and Heaven on High. So if those things are not there anymore, that makes it interesting. I mean, I'm gonna be all for it, but I kind of don't... The only thing is, I kind of don't like removing depth out of a game, so I'm okay if they remove it if there's something else that gets added in, but I don't really think you're seeing that. I proposed on my healer bar after learning how Sleep Dragons and Eureka. They're such niche uses, so you don't even really think about it. Yes. Unless, of course, you live here, then that's different, because you always think about it. I remember, God, I was on Black Mage when I did Baldician Arsenal, okay? And if anyone's done Baldician Arsenal, I'm pretty sure the game mode's still the same. Like, one of the first, like, so, if I remember correctly, Baldician Arsenal starts with the alliances splitting into two teams, right? One goes, fights one clone, the other person fights the other clone. And then you go into, they all converge into the middle section, and then you have the centaurs who do the berserk. And boy, I gotta tell you, man, I'm sure we had a good amount of tanks there, but I was the one stopping berserk with, like, AoE sleep on Black Mage because no one else was doing it. And I'm like, I mean, we have stuns, don't we? Like, we have at least, you know, 20 stuns. And I'm noticing, like, no one is stunning. Like, my sleep is going off and there's no secondary stun. I'm like, guys, come on, man. Like, hello. Like, if this thing goes off, like, your tanks are dead. Like, you understand that, right? Like, you need to make sure these things don't go off. How you can sleep Jameson PT at the right time, they don't explode. Yes, you have... Well, it's something that's interesting, right? Because what happens is that if you sleep an enemy that explodes, you basically have to kill them on the next G-City and then it doesn't explode. They could die to a dot and it's the same thing, but they just have to die, like, on that final G-City and you got it. The status effect... a lot of status effects aren't really needed in a lot of games, so I personally kind of forget these. No, they're not. And that's completely understandable. I've seen many people, content creators, who hopped into Deep Dungeon solo for the first time, and I'm watching them put stun in their hotbar for, like, the first time in the whole game. And they're like, you're talking, like, you know, top raiders and everything. Yep. That's right. Doga for the win. Haste? Sure, I'll use haste. Oh, I could not. Okay. Oh, don't do it. God damn it. Really feel the pain of not being an actual job in here. You know, maybe that's one way you can convince someone to ease into Palace of the Dead. Hey, clear on a class in PT. And then if they clear in a class in PT, then you can be like, okay, now go for Necromancer. But boy, I've got to tell you, the era of where there are people who do complain about Palace and Heaven on High, and the reasoning they won't do it, whether you agree with the reasoning or not, is because it's not their 100 kit, and that gets thrown out the window because everyone essentially has the same kit, just with extra buttons. Gonna be interesting to see if you'll get a lot of people who might actually go in to try to do Palace of the Dead solo. Like, that's something I'm wondering. Of course, I'm hoping that it's still hard, but we'll find out. Oh man, that Godfather man's impossible, you know? Oh man, that Behemoth is just impossible and evolved. I really hope that... So, okay, I'm gonna give you guys 3 scenarios, okay? And so tell me what you think is the better scenario. So it's a question because we're not gonna know this answer until like probably the 8.0 patch. I know that they've said that the evolved mode can swap while you're out of combat, okay? So you can be like, no, but that's what it is, that's how it's gonna happen. But in Deep Dungeon, do you guys think if you start a file that it's going to lock you in the game mode for the whole file, or when you go into the instance, it locks you into the game mode so you can swap between floor sets, or we can swap between enemies? Because either of those 3 scenarios creates an interesting situation for how to explain how to do Deep Dungeon. And I think the latter, where you can do it in between combat, would be the least appealing to me, because that would be very easy. Only if the game recognizes as a different job in the backend, like job crystals. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, and you wonder how they're going to do that, right? I mean, also, yeah, I'm curious about that. Did they say anything about the instance? Like, if you hop in an instance, can you swap in between pulls? Like, let's say you go into a Savage, can you swap in between pulls? Between modes after each enemy? Well, for me, it's more like how I have to now explain it in a guide Elvis is like, oh, well, for this enemy, fight Reborn, but for this enemy, fight Evolve. Like, that'll be the thing, and like, I'm gonna be irritated by that, but I have to kind of go through that pain-in-the-ass explanation. You know? It becomes content, but it's also... It's almost like content I don't want to do, but I know I'm gonna have to do it. Because I want to give information, I want to be clear and concise, so gonna have to be clear and concise about it. You can swap jobs in the middle of map runs between each invocation, so maybe similar to that. Well, for Deep Dungeon, you can't swap jobs, right? So it kind of goes back to BivTech asking, like, where does it, like, lock in the information? I don't think the game will save recognition between game modes. They need to specifically program it in, and I doubt anyone in SC will bother. That's fair. Aaron! Aaron, good to see you! Hello, Aaron. Thank you for the raid. I'll give you the shout out in a second. I kind of want this chest. Game's kind of not being cooperative right now. How is your stream? Welcome in, Aaron. Aaron has been knocking out some Palace of the Dead jobs on their end and doing a bang-up job. They are progressing in Deep Dungeon in real time. It's amazing. Solid. Well, we got through 10, right? I actually got through floor 10 on Arcanist without a Bark Bomb, and I'm very proud about myself for that one. So we're just kind of going through very chill. I will never get a higher score than, like, Summoner. And I'm doing all the jobs, so I kind of don't care about scores, so we're kind of literally just, like, playing this game with literally one hand. So, yes, I'm extremely proud about that, because now any class I do, I know I can do it. What are you up to, Aaron? How was your stream today? Guys, check out Aaron, a fantastic member of our Deep Dungeon community. If you guys need more Deep Dungeon streamers, especially with Deep Dungeon, like, kind of popping off a little bit. Like, look, there are not many of them out there that are going to kind of be dedicated to Deep Dungeon, and there is one there right now in my chat that just rated us. So check him out. I would have thought Bark was mandatory for classes. So the strategy I basically had was that I was able to drop 2 ads and had the other one alive, and basically just trying to get knocked back without taking a vuln. That's it. And it seemed like it was actually viable, so I'm happy with that. Short bar climb, knocked out 1. Nice. Okay. How, on a scale of 1 to 10, how ready are you for Behemoth? And I don't know if you've done Bard before, so maybe you've already done and you're like, ah, it's whatever, I don't care. It's easy. It's easy. I don't know. Oh. Let's see into that. Where the hell is this? Oh, the silver chest is the next room. Maybe I can get this to 50 today? Maybe 50 sounds about right, I don't know. I know how to do it, but I'm the type of person that folds under pressure. Okay. Okay. What is this? Okay, there we go. Maze Root? I actually don't want to take it because it's otherwise I use the Poison Fruit instead. Do you feel that pressure is getting alleviated as you knock out the jobs, though? You know what I mean? Or do you think it's still kind of the same kind of pressure? Okay. I will say though, when I had to do OG Dark Knight before the Living Dead adjustment, I mean, it's like it didn't matter how many times I cleared Deep Dungeon, that thing was terrifying. So, I kind of get it in that front. Nice! Yeah, good. The confidence is growing. Sure, I'll just get all of you, whatever. I have a raising anyway, who cares? If you can swap in a Deep Dungeon instance, that'll mean you can swap in a regular dungeon as well. That may lead to use Evolve for mobs and Reborn for boss situations. They might... Yeah, and Zeta, like, I am very curious. I mean, how do they want to execute it? Because obviously, like, you have to worry about what it is in the regular game. But yeah, they probably... I would want to think that for the sake of, like, not having people be really weird about it, you probably wouldn't want that kind of conversation to happen mid-run. Oh, that hurt. Hold on. Yeah, maybe they lock it in when you go the instance, you know? Oh, that was the Maze Root, right? Man, I wonder. I'm not healing. Oops. I just looked at my time. We've been here for 17 minutes. I'm like, oh, I should probably go a tiny bit faster, but we'll be fine. Will you be doing Evolved mode flight stick to showcase that he said? I'm sure we'll eventually do that. I still have to probably try to do flight stick and PT normal. But I haven't gotten there yet either. But, you know. Yeah, you know, it's probably going to be a lot easier on flight stick too. That's the thing. Actually, it would be pretty cool. At least I have the Bark Bomb. That's why I wanted to save the Bark Bomb. The Bark Bomb boss will just make it. I'm going to try to have a Bark Bomb every boss. Maybe I could save it for 40, but that's about it. I think it's one of those runs where I kind of want to have it each time. Oh, the other Bow Wow song. Bum, 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 bum. So if I didn't aggro that line, I'd be shocked. That's not the chest I'm looking at. What the? I think I hit him with my book, which was not necessary at all. Intuition. I was curious if I was gonna avoid that aggro. I guess I did. Sick. Where the hell is the exit? Like, the exit's here, but... I did all that leash? I just tried really hard. His center point was probably in the wall? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I'm just gonna do the thing and then hope for the best, you know? Oh, well, where the hell is the exit? Like, which one of you guys just... Oh, it's right here. Okay, found it. Never mind. Me sitting here just petting my chocobos and appreciating the flavor text that happens after some... There's nothing wrong with that. Look, man, sometimes it's the simple things in life that you have to that you get to enjoy, Elder. My left foot is in this. Oh, I didn't do it. I didn't get hit. Okay. Whatever. I'm never leaving this floor. By doing the AoEs was always superior, but, you know, whatever. It was like you're looking at the time I'm taking through these earlier floors, you're like, how the hell are you gonna clear the other ones? We'll figure it out. Oh, it's my problem to worry about, don't worry. What job did I do? What job did I do after Archer? I did Paladin. So I've done Warrior and Paladin? Is that right? I think so. I mean, I clearly did Warrior. So I guess it's just so I guess a tank would be next? Huh. Because I'm thinking, like, I can get to 50 today, and then... I don't know if I'll have time to enter 60 at all, but I may have time to do, like, set up another job in PT. I just made it past PT 410, so hey, let's go! Go, Duke. That's a hard boss. Yeah, that's it. You cleared the game. Now you just have to get to 100. No problem. I was always told AoEs are only good if there's 3 or more enemies. 2 or less use single targets. It depends on the job though. Like for example, healer kind of is different because healer I think you do get more damage on 2. But it's just basically just like looking at the math of like AoE and single targets to kind of justify it. You like this boss design? I know it gave a lot of people PTSD from Thunder God. Keep my burst for when the ads spawn. You got it, Duke. Duke knows, man. Or do what I did and just get knocked back in the safe spot. That's it. There's nothing compared to Unpatch Ozma. I heard about On-Patch Ozma. I never got to enjoy On-Patch Ozma, but I heard about the tales of it. See, and that was the fun part of, like, kind of old-ish SC, where, like, I mean, aside from shoving it into an ultimate, like, they took old-ass Ozma, and they're like, okay, we'll just put it at the end of BA instead. And make it even worse, you know? Like, that was great. I love that. How many times did they nerf Thundergon? I can't... I'm not sure. I don't remember. I think they did at least once, right? So remember the first time I tried that solo, got wrecked, then came to your channel to find out it was just... Yes! That's right. It was all of us being bad. When you saw the top runners day one getting wrecked by it, I'm like, that's exactly why I made that video. Because I can just foresee people feeling bad about it. It's like, yeah, no, you're good. No, you're fine. I need Chaos Osmos. Bro, I was surprised they didn't do another Chaotic Alliance. I wonder if they're going to do another Chaotic Alliance, you know? Because, like, they only did the one, and then it's just, that's it. Like, it didn't exist. Like, no one else did it. It's so weird. I might not be weird, but... Well, that's the thinking, yes. I mean... Logically speaking, it seems like that's going to be the case, but I think, like, you would kind of guess that when they first brought it out, it was gonna be at least 2. But... That's my thing, right? I mean, like, that is a very optimistic lookout, so I'm proud of you guys for being optimistic here, but... You know... Hi, says Fog on YouTube. I haven't tried the new Deep Dungeons. Can you tank the Deep Dungeon from least difficult... Wait, hold on. Wait, I have to read that question correctly. Hold on. Can I rank the Deep Dungeon from least difficult in my opinion? Okay, least difficult to most difficult? PTEO... Hold on. PTEO, Heaven on High, Palace. Although you can interchange Palace and Heaven on High. And that, I would say, is the community answer. I have a slightly different answer for me, but that's the community. So this would be definitely the easier of the Deep Dungeons. I think that is almost... I would say that's almost unanimous. Like, even when I was talking to the people who cleared PT for their very first time for Deep Dungeon Solo, like, they definitely were kind of, like, on the line of, like, this was definitely on the easier side. And Palace is Palace. Palace will always be Palace, I think. Like, even with Evolved mode, Palace will still be Palace. Take me to church. You're welcome. Let's see this amazing score. I imagine FFT Chaotic with Sid, Agrius, and Misato show up all at the same time. To be honest, let's see what they're gonna cook up. They did experiment a bit this expansion, both Chaotic and Quantum. Chaotic probably had disappointing numbers, and they wrote out the concept instead of improving it. Would you say this is only easier because the damage is gimmick-based that you can avoid, versus Deep Dungeons, you're just getting punched? No. Well... That's a very large can of worms. It's easy in a lot of ways, yep. Is it easy because of the level 100 or mechanics? I can confirm that Palace has been easier to clear for me so far. Has been the easiest? Darth. Yeah. You know what? I'm not even going to put context with what Darth said. Oh, Darth put the context. I was not actually going to put context. So, it's a very big can of worms in the sense of, like, there is a large reason why PT is considered easier. So let's do the highlights, right? So, it's on 200 floors. That alone, I think, hands down, that is a very common thing people will say, is that Palace of the Dead is just hard because it's 200 floors. Like it's just a long one. Like, nothing else. Doesn't matter what's in there, it's just long. Enemies don't hit you as hard, but then you have something like EO. EO feels very much like PT, right? But I can argue between the two of them. EO, from the moment you step in, already has AoEs that are one-shotting you. For PT, you can survive AoEs as a DPS up till about 41, and then tanks can survive around up to 51 or 61. Actually, healers can survive AoEs from 61. Tanks could survive AoEs from 61. I'm sorry. Healers could survive AoEs from 51 if you like shield up and like steal. Tanks can survive, I think, with steal on or like full mitigation in 61 AoE, and then 71 up, it's like EO coded after that. Um, so the climb is better. I think one of the biggest ones that I've enjoyed kind of explaining as a thing, um, it's along the lines of your resource management and your mana management, and I think PT is the one where it's the biggest kind of offender of Pomanders, whereas you look at Palace and Heaven on High, where every bit of your resources are very important to have, with the exception of Intuition. You know, like every single one that you have has a purpose that you want to use it for to give you just that slight advantage. Here in PT and in EO, you have a lot of ways to get through a lot of situations. Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High, when you get a bad debuff floor. Actually, let's just take Palace of the Dead. Forget about Heaven on High. Palace of the Dead, you have a bad debuff floor, right? You have a no items, no abilities, no items, HP down, Gloom, or something like that. You have all but one solution. Well, you have two. Either you play you play like you've never played the game before, you've never played as good as you ever have before, and like get off that floor without using anything, or you Serenity, or you hope that you walked in with a Strength and Steel, you know, because then you're a little bit stronger. You could probably get through that floor, and we're talking the really high floors. When you go into something like PT, and you get on the highest floor set, you get a no item, Gloom, HP down. You can either Serenity, you can Incense, which have multiple incenses that you use, which, by the way, the incenses have a ridiculously high rate, so if you don't have one, you're probably picking one up, which gets you out of basically every situation. And you have just way too many ways to get off a floor. Even the votive system in PT are mostly positive, and there's not a lot that are really going to hinder you negatively. So... And that's why I said the resource management is where it kind of takes a hit in PT, because the original Pomander loadout was kind of designed for original Deep Dungeon. But here, a lot of the things now are kind of more suggestions more than requirements. It's almost like it doesn't fit the difficulty of what PT provides. You know, like, okay, a Pomander of Steel. Take EO and PT, for example. Take a DPS going through EO. Give them a Steel. Great, you're still gonna die to literally every single AoE that's presented to you in Eureka Ortho. So what are you using that Steel for? In case you pull 3 enemies, you know? In case you pull 2 enemies? It's not... Its value is not as important as it was in the older Deep Dungeons. And PT is in that same department. I mean, what are you using Steel for 71+? So you don't get one shot on the boss if you make one mistake. But you're getting one shot on all the other AoEs, so what is it for, right? And the Steel made sense for the high auto attacks for Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High. So there's one less thing. And then you have the exorbitant amount of incenses that you get in PT, which is even worse than EO, because at least in EO, I think you still get Ether Pool, but in PT 71, it's either you get an incense or it explodes. And I don't know what the ratio is, but it definitely feels heavy weighted towards incenses. So in terms of getting something to help you, you get way too much things to help you, you know? So it's a lot more that. It's that they kind of made the resource management a lot easier. Therefore, if you keep getting power-ups, then you're going to clear a little bit easier than something that doesn't. I mean, I was getting memed on a little bit with both the charity runs and, like, the Red Mage run I did, because we were picking up an absolutely rare amount of Pomanders during the run, which you don't see on a typical run, you know? On a typical run, you would not get, like, half the Pomanders I would get. But because you did, it does make the run easier. But again, it's only because it's a rare situation. But when your palms already are weighted to help you in multiple ways, and then you get more of them, it kind of doesn't really give... It doesn't allow the dungeon in itself to present its difficulty. You're just winning with items, if that makes sense. Which you cannot do in the other deep dungeons, because either you run out, or you manage them correctly. Does that make sense? I mean, that's still even, like, the tip of the iceberg for that. But those are, like, more the objective things as to why, difficulty-wise, PT is kind of unanimously definitely easier than the other ones, right? Forget about, like, you know, your personal feelings about the dungeon sucks, it's boring, it doesn't feel like a deep dungeon. Those are obviously still valid, which you'll hear from people. But objectively, those are kind of how I look at it. It's kind of just the way it's executed and presented and the mechanics in it that, comparatively to the other deep dungeons, don't provide the same kind of difficulty from the other ones, where it is more designed for that. Like, one of my arguments is like, I think PT would have been a lot better if they just scrapped the Pomander system and like actually changed every single one of the Pomanders to be more specific to that deep dungeon. That'd be one. Oh. Yeah. You guys have fun with that. I'm gonna hit an ad here, and then I'm gonna step into 31. So thank you guys for watching. If you have more deep dungeon questions, of course, ask. We can get into more conversations, but I'll see you in a little bit. BRB. Ross just wants to be right against you, Cog. That's just what it is. Except he is right, so there's that. I'll go here. Okay. Now I have to like kind of try, but we'll see how this goes. I'm gonna make sure I don't time out. That'll be really awkward. Haste. Ain't this surprising me, Sam, to why we needed Ross and Cog? So you're putting Ross first. You're putting Ross first in the title. Okay. Got it. Is that wrong? I'm just pointing it out, that's all. Shouldn't be added? Nah, man, it's a resource. It's like another MP, it's all. It's literally just another MP resource, that's it. Okay, the candelabra is there. I kind of want to check this other room first. Yeah, he just quit. He just like sold all of his he got rid of all of his glam. Put it directly on the market board. Well, I am excited to play around with Ward and PoE 2. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Not there. Hope you're doing well, Cog, by the way. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. No, from the explanation, it's like, basically just think of it like mana over matter, which is kind of how I thought it might have been, unless they explained it. Ross and TV, the podcast. Damn, we're not even gonna put Cog in the title. Damn, okay. I'm not gonna be in a podcast and not be in the title. Cognitive Rocinant. Oh my god. That's actually not a bad one. Or like omnicognitive Rocinants. Do that one. No, that's me buffering. That's me. My connection has been interesting today, but I'm not feeling it in the game. Yeah, my thing dipped a second, but we should be okay, hopefully. Had I was in Verizon a couple days ago, and like they literally like, hey, what's your home internet? I'm like, it's this thing. And it's like, it's buffering again. And they're like, oh, you know, we could offer you, like, you know, maybe like 5G or like, you know, Fios or something. I'm like, bro, if I could get Fios, I would swap immediately. Like, I get it. Like, I would actually just on the spot swap to Fios. But you're not in my area. So I can't. So, you know, GG. I am seeing I am visually seeing a dip in my thingy, so if you're seeing it, then that is definitely a me thing, not a you thing, and this time. It was trash compared to Spectrum. Really? Interesting. I've only heard that it was good here. Maybe it's an area-to-area basis. But I think they're still trying to build the they're still trying to build the underground stuff for fiber here, which I don't understand why it's taking so long. Yeah, it's like it's dipping again. Like, it's like riding 3K at the moment. I'm like halfway thinking if I should record at the moment, but whatever. Oh, don't hit me. I'm clearly not feeling it in game though. So, you know, it could be it actually could be a Twitch or a Restream thing. Because that AoE that I avoided while my connection was going down, I should have actually not gotten hit with it. So, that's the thing. Oh, really? Oh. Well, in that case, that's different, because, you know. Yeah, this might actually not even be a connection thing. This might be a Restream thing. Because otherwise I'd be feeling this in-game, I don't feel it in-game. So apologies if it goes down. We'll try to be back right away. Actually, if it goes down, I might try to just kick off. No. No, never mind. I'm just gonna try to get back on. You see Twitch added another server. Because, like, you're on Ustream usually. You only used to be higher, and actually they added VA. Didn't they already? Didn't they used to have Virginia? Am I tripping? Oh, I trapped myself? That's not good. Also, here's the chest. I was looking for it. Okay. You used to have like 9, a couple in New York, yeah. I really hope it settles, because I don't want to do this with like the entire time. But it is staying low now. It's at like 3-4K when it should be at 7. Well, I mean, if it hangs around this number, which is like around 3K, I mean, it won't be that bad. It'll be annoying though. They added Northern Virginia, so a couple hours from me. I directly connected that with my Obi. Nice. By the way, let's do a very quick poll with you guys in chat. Do you guys want to see Gunbreaker or Dark Knight first? Because I think I'll do a tank job after Arcanist, and I might have time to do a floor. So if you had to see between the two jobs, which one first? I think I did do Warrior, obviously, and I did Paladin. But I don't think I've done the other 2 tanks. Usually on 480, so never notice these things. I think even if it's a low resolution, I think you would... Well, maybe not. You're right, maybe not. Gunbreaker? Hey, Danjay. 2 for Gunbreaker? Okay. I don't care which one, in my opinion. It's just basically picking one, that's all. I don't know what to pick. But now it's 2 and 2. We need a deal. We need a tiebreaker. We need tiebreaker. I'm counting Darkbreaker as Dark Knight. No, it's me. Do you enjoy the pixels? It's like back to my old streams. It's great. No, that wasn't the option. I mean, we're gonna go monk eventually. That wasn't the option. It's tank first, and I think it's melee after that. I'm not sure. Hey Zeno, how you doing? Good. We got through the 10 boss, which is important, because that's always the rough one. And now we're just kind of slowly making our way through the other floors. We're very slowly making our way through the other floors. Okay, cross your fingers. I think we might be okay. Nope. Shouldn't have said anything. Never mind, sorry. Why did I open my big mouth? Yes, give me a second. Oh, like he's like not the Q&A, but he's going over like the thingy. Okay, that's all I needed. I was like hoping, because again, I was sifting through the Q&A, and I couldn't see it. I couldn't even remember the word permit. Great. Okay, I'm gonna hit it. I'm not gonna open it. Stop. Okay.
It takes 90
no,
seconds for
stop.
this
Shut up. Okay. I literally hit pause and YouTube's like, anyway, I'll play anyway. What the? I've been watching a lot of your old videos. They have been really helpful, and I make my way towards Necromancer. Good luck. Actually, it's been really funny, because I am watching people comment on my, like, 2028 videos. I'm like, I hope you're getting some good information, and I hope you're not getting confused by TP, but if it helps, it helps. I'm just more surprised that they're the ones showing up and not my current ones. Dante, thank you for the tier 3. 56 months, what the hell?
I shall bless your run. Okay, God don't like me, so it's a 50-50.
I'll take the 50-50. It's a little bit better than the 60-40, so thank you. Hope you're doing well, Dante. Thank you for that resub, as we kind of struggle bust through stream at the moment. Apologize, guys. Oh, did I say 28? Did I say 28? Whatever. Minus 10 years. Does this count? No, it does not. It's still a line of sight. Okay. The first time you seeing that creator. Yeah, even I know him. What the hell? He's the one that does the, doesn't he do the commentary for the speedruns too? He's the one, like, literally, like, at the dev office asking them questions. Would be confusing looking how to get Necromancer now and get a future video explaining how... Yeah, that'll be actually hilarious, you're right, with the Evolved mode. Be very hilarious. Really wish this would settle, because it's just not settling at all. And I don't know what it is. What's Evolved mode? It's going to be new battle content in 8.0. Think PvP, except in PvE. It's like I almost want to reset stream right now, but... I guess I'll reset it if it drops, but it's not dropping. That's such a gross way of putting it. It's the most simplistic one-sentence way that one can put it. Okay, that's a lot of rooms. This is a dead end. We should have PvP kits in Deep Dungeon. Oh, I'm gonna use that. Angry Bird. I don't think Amalmo's gonna change much in terms of clearing content. We shall wait and see. Well, it's gonna be, like, it's supposed to be slightly easier, but... supposedly. Well, current content will probably be not different, but old content's the one where the question is. I wish I could change, like, Ingress servers midstream, because I feel like that's all I need to do right now. Well, if none of them would give me a DMCA strike, so I think all of them would. That was before I cared. Now I care. So I don't think I can actually bust out the 8-bit track without having issues. I would love to, though. Also, this is my, like, biggest hope that it actually is nothing to do with my connection. But, again, if it was, I would feel it in-game immediately, and I'm not feeling anything, so we should be okay. I'm here praying for a solo ultimate equivalent. Yeah, that's a big hope. My expectation is that best jobs in Evolve are going to be about the same ballpark as Machinist or Warrior now. But the mid to weak jobs are likely going to get significantly better. Like Astro? Astro will do damage now, instead of not do damage. How's my time? We're okay on time. Okay. Well, the thing is that the ceiling rises, you're going to see more of a prevalence in speedruns. Which is not a bad thing, depending on what the execution is. Hey, Astro's hard. Oh. Poor Cog. Okay. Okay, Candelabra. Yeah, that chest opened instantly while my bitrate was low. Can't wait for LL about job changes, and we'll see if she did in Dark Knight. We watched Team Struggle on this, we now think it's doing. What's up, Jaeger? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? My stream is struggle busting a little bit. So if it's a little pixelated, I apologize. But we're doing okay. At least for the guys that are listening without video, it should be perfectly fine. Nothing should have changed. Just the video is a little questionable. Cog, he saw that Elden Ring Elden Ring video that you did. He had to watch your Deep Dungeon because he's an Elden Ring fan. Pretty good day? Nice. Good to hear it. I would too, wow. With raid buffs getting removed on 8.0, every job will mostly just do the same DPS, so every class will come done to the little things it does. You would assume, yes. Like, that would kind of be the case, but I think we still have to see what that actually means. There might be more of an execution part of it than just hitting buttons kind of thing. But we'll see. Stream, I would really like you to just get your stuff back in order. Really would love it. Yeah, let me pop the stream. Take it. Hello? Chest? Yeah. Okay, this is safety. I don't want to pull the perversions. You lost 50-50? Wait, what are you doing that's required to do a 50-50? What were you playing? I lose 50-50s and gotchas all the time, that's for sure. The Garuda crit. So I think from the original poll, I think I saw Gunbreaker winning, so we'll do Gunbreaker as the next job after Arcanist. But I might start it up today, just looking at time math right now. Talking about the earlier sub-blessing. Oh, that I know. I thought it was like referencing like something you were doing that required you to deal with a 50-50. What gacha do I like the most? Currently I would say it's Arknight Enfield. I'm juggling 3 at the moment. I have Honkai, Withering Waves, and Arknight Enfield. And I very much enjoy Enfield at the moment. Withering Waves is great too. Honkai definitely is like a very distant third place for me at the moment. I will tell you, the moment I encounter something in Enfield endgame that I can't do with my party comp, I'm probably going to feel really bad about that, because I've been able to do everything in Enfield, which is one reason I like it a lot. Wuwa, there is one endgame that I'm having a bit of trouble, but I just kind of shrug my shoulders at it, because apparently everyone's having trouble with it. And then Honkai, I was doing good in endgame, and then I definitely fell off of it in more recent times, so I'm kind of lost a lot of motivation, but it is what it is. Poor boss. I did 69 damage. Well, it's that new one, the Matrix one. That's the one I can't do correctly because I only have one really good team, and you need teams. And my Cardathea got power crept in that game mode, so she can't really take care of it on her own, which is fine. I mean, I'm more surprised that my Cardathea is lasting as long as she has been, but I was kind of going into like single strong character builds, but I'm definitely adjusting into party builds at the moment. So I'm trying to see if I can boost both my Imeth and my Cardathea to have a team instead of just being literally solo. BGT is a good game. There's way more interaction and depth than I was even aware of still. Every fight something happens based on some spell or skill I had no idea could happen. Have you had an encounter where like you hit an environment to do stuff? Because that's the thing that was interesting to me, but it's almost like I'm trying to think outside the box, but I just can't think that much outside the box. Gonna look for... Maybe there's more stuff I can find before I leave the floor. Oh yeah, that's good. I cast some Entangling Vines, and they exploded instantly since it was on a torch. Oh, gotcha. Okay, the next four. We're good on time here. Sight of Dawn says the vending games made you stay aware of map control with elements a lot, so that transfers right to abusing maps. I think that's some of the that almost sounds like some of the what they did for speedrun routes, which I'm not gonna expound upon because Ross is playing through, so I don't want to like spoil. I mean, it's spoilers for me too. I haven't beaten it yet, but I remember hearing what those routes were, so I can imagine that's kind of what that is. I'm definitely running into time issues now, I think, with Sage. I killed 160 snack boss with around 1 minute remaining. But did you use a lot of resources to make it happen? That's kind of the difference there. I mean, with 1 minute on a healer, I would say that's actually kind of typical. But if you had used resources and then still timed out, that could be a little more difficult. That's like the thing that might be a little hard. I thrown a bit, which then taught me I could do that. And it's how I won my last... Oh. Just chuck someone? Yeah, from what I can recall, Ross, I'll try to say this without spoilers, because I'm sure you didn't see it. But from what I recall, one of the speedrun routes that was available doing some of the GDQ stuff was basically like killing off a character, shoving them in a barrel, and then chucking them across the map as fast as possible. Like, that's the speedrun route. But I don't know what you do after that, and again, you know, don't explain it, because it might involve some things that I haven't seen yet, but... What's up, Nick? Wait, what is that chest again? I don't even know what that chest was. Yeah, but I mean, if you want to win the fight, I mean, you know, you do what you gotta do. No, I think I did the whole fight without damage bomb, used the flight, rage, I think, so I had to speed up. Okay. I mean, the fight without strength on is gonna take a while. It doesn't seem that bad though. Like again, like finishing a deep dungeon in the higher floors for like a minute or two remaining, I don't think it's an indicator necessarily of how you're kind of going. It is just what it is. I mean, conserving a resource then also losing time for it is kind of like the payoff that you're going for, right? You could have strength and then finished it at like 4 minutes remaining. So you're just kind of playing your time to the maximum extent. That's how I lose it. That's how I look at it. It was not allowed. Got it. There's no knockback the entire dungeon. Oh, I have recitation. Oh. That's really gonna help me on Arcanist, surely. Almost had my PB and I got that Reaver, yeah. Hey, look, things happen on the run, right? Sometimes it speeds you up, sometimes it slows you down, you're learning, it's all good. That's what's important. No! Dun, 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 dun. Oh, nope, went away. God damn it. I forgot. I'm probably gonna do this boss straight up. Cross your fingers. I wasn't gonna say anything, because last time I said something. Well, just cross your fingers. That always works, right? Okay. Surely it'll open. Okay, let me get this chest and off we go. Time is okay. Oh, and it's gonna be more okay. See, this is the one part in PT. I do like the classes, even though like I have way less buttons, right? I mean, I'm just getting ready for Evolve. That's all it comes down to. I'm just getting ready for Evolve. But I do have to actually manage my resources a lot better on a class, and that is kind of fun because I like the resource management of Deep Dungeon. I like that challenge a lot. I thought it was so much fun that Saturday night on the last set. Like, just trying to basically figure out what is the best path I can have with the Polemanders I had while it's all getting nuked. Like, that was so much fun. Oh, you went with clearing classes? Yeah. What's that? What am I putting in the clickbait? I have no idea what the traps are here. Evolved early access. That should be what you put in for all POTD runs. Actually, to be fair, classes are the 50 kit. And you're getting the 50 kit, so I mean... It isn't wrong at all. That's also very true. Where's that other chest? Hello? Oh, it's over here. Oh, God damn it. Evolved first time MSQ. Oh my god. I could do off tank. Actually, we are gonna do Gunbreaker, I guess. It looks like next, so I could do that. Off tank beta. Evolved will be the new battle content that they're adding into the new battle system that they're adding to 14 in 8.0. They're calling it Evolved. I'm waiting for to work on free trial now so I can see what the Evolved leveling experience is like. Ooh. That sounds exciting, Snack. Good to see you, man. Thank you for the YouTube link, by the way. I was heard to give you credit, so I give you credit. Very excited for PoE 2. Very excited. I'm hyped. Surely this will be a wipe with sprint. Oh, wait a minute. I all of a sudden remembered I have sleep. Thinking about the combat back in Heavensward now, it's a completely different game. It's gonna be a completely different game in 9 months, that's for sure. What's up, Zen? How you doing? Good to see you. Happy Monday. Hey, Haga. Good. Happy Monday. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well. Swift Passage. Serenity. How is that too? Okay, I don't. Whatever. You know what? Every time they mention system update, and when I was at FanFest, I was like Switch 2, then finally was Switch 2, and was like called it. Yeah, I would totally like to do a clear deep dungeon on original hardware run. I just don't have a Switch 2, and I have no intentions of getting a Switch 2 yet. I mean, I always say that I feel like if someone were to look into the future and see what my timeline is, and to see what I own in my timeline, I think I'm going to own a Switch 2 at some point. I just don't know when that is. Went up to 50. Yeah, I heard their stock dropped because of it. I know, at this rate, I'll probably wait for, like, the Switch 2.2, you know? Well, they make it clearly 4K and 120 FPS, and then I'll go get it. Easy game. Play it like an, you know, do it like an Atlas game. Don't get the initial release, get the second release. But I just don't have a game I want to play. That's just what it comes down to. Pokepia was actually tempting, but not tempting enough. 14 is not tempting enough either, so I don't know what it was. I think, honestly, if they do like an Octopath 3 and it's only Switch, that gets me. But I don't know what other game could possibly be on Switch that would convince me enough that would be what I want to get to, you know? I mean, essentially, I'm struggling to find reasons to play on my PS5. And actually, I was contemplating the idea of playing GTA 6. I don't know if I stream it, but I would like to probably experience it because I've never played a GTA game before. But that's going to be console exclusive for like 6 months. And I'm like, okay. That kind of takes the sales away from me because I'd rather just play it on PC. I can't play it on PS5, but I mean, also PS5 is kind of like getting old. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that information. Like, I don't know if I want to stream it. I mean, like, you know, Dante was very fortunate, was very gracious enough to provide me the opportunity to upgrade my capture card. But that doesn't make it. But that won't do anything for me unless I'm like. Unless I get fiber over here, which I don't have yet. Unless I just record it to YouTube, which I could do too, but it's one of those things where it's like, I now have a good open door to do something really cool, but I need the internet for it. Straight into GTA RP Sphere. Oh, great. Okay. Gonna miss the days when you actually play games. Look, all of that is a possibility. It's just the problem is it's 6 months on the PS5 for like... It's 6 months on the PS5. Before I even get it on PC, I couldn't even do that, and I'm just gonna be late to the game if I do it that way. I'm gonna steal. I'll haste. Yeah, no, I very much appreciate it, and it will, all in time. Things usually happen at the right time. And so I always have it in the back of my head. Once the opportunity arises, we go for it, but right now the opportunity's not there. Yeah, and that is what it is. I mean, I'll have other games to play, and I mean, let alone PoE 1.0 and, you know, 8.0 Final Fantasy 14, so we're gonna be busy. Don't have to worry about content, that's for sure. I actually didn't even look at what the boss was doing. I just ran to the middle. It won't be on Steam. That's okay. That part doesn't bother me. It's just more, do I want to play the game? I mean, yeah, I'm okay. That's okay with me. I'll live with that. I play a lot of games for their own launches already. I mean, I like I suck it up when it's the Epic Game Store. I don't like the Epic Game Store. But then, funny enough, we did a sponsorship for the Epic Game Store, so I mean, I can't complain, right? I didn't look. Okay. I need to plan this out a little bit better. I need to freaking, need to, use lucid dreaming. What? I think I'm gonna save my Fester for the ads. And just do this normally. I think that's the best option I have. But there's gonna be a time I don't have that lined up. Ever so slowly. At least we definitely have enough time for this. That's without a doubt, at least. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do this in a way where I need to rely on my summons for this one. Be less frustrated with the EG Store if it was better UI. Steam is so much better than EG, Xbox on that front. Wasting money on buying exclusivity deals with games instead of improving their products. Well, I guess also, I mean, Square Enix had a couple exclusive stuff on the Epic Game Store too. I'm gonna try to skip the cycle. What is this, Near Tide? should be okay. Okay, this should at least set me up for a couple cycles here. By holding faster. I think I'll have it for the next 2 cycles. Halfway done! We are halfway done. Amazing. And I have strength and... Oh, my strength has fallen. I'm actually going to re-strength her. If anything, I could use the strength. I could probably do away with the steel, but the strength I would kind of want to have, especially for the ads. Okay, this is the section where I'm not gonna have my energy drain. I'm gonna hold Titan. Actually, I should have held on to that Fester. It's okay. Not a big deal. 28%. Thank you for the lurk. Okay, 19%. This way. Steals down. Be a little bit more careful with taking possible hits here. Should have Fester in the next one. Might actually even kill it on this cycle, which would be nice. I think I killed it on this cycle. This was a 9-minute fight, I think. Meanwhile, a DPS with haste and you can do this in like 4 minutes. Kind of funny. A regular DPS. Okay. Hell yeah, brother. Alright, let me take a quick stand-up stretch break. This is what we have so far. So I'm gonna do this floor set. Hey, Kushi. I'm gonna do this floor set. That'll be probably as far as I go today to 50. I'm I had haste on and it fell off. And then we'll start setting up a Gunbreaker file till I run out of time, because I do have a time limit, which is an hour and a half, so we'll see. But more than likely, I get to squeeze in like one set for Gunbreaker, so just to fill the rest of the time. So in the meantime, we'll take a small break, get the ads out of the way, and then we'll step into 41. And this actually sets me up really nicely, because next week, on next Monday, I can do 51 to 100. Should be fine, because I have 5 hours. That's a 5-hour run, so we should be okay with that time. Assuming I clear, right? So I'll be back. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate your company. I hope everyone's having a lovely Monday. It is good to have you here and good to keep you company. And let's try to get 41 to 50 in the books for Arcanist when I return. We'll play some background music, and I shall be back. BRB. Okay, I just was looking at some of my messages. You got a quick HOH tank question for time management. Please ask. Please ask then. I was just taking a look at some of my messages. There is a Angry Birds 2 sponsorship that I could do. There is also a Hitman sponsorship that I could do. But I feel like the problem with the Hitman one is that I'd have to pay for the game if I do that, and then I actually earn less money. And then, I'm not denying it's fun. It's just, it's like for $17. I don't think I would do that. And then I just got a thing for trying out a new MMORPG called Embers of the Uncrowned from Nexon. So I have options. I have to look into that one. Angry Birds is still around? Well, yeah, especially when you make a sequel, apparently. Nexon? I don't know. MMOs are so hard for me to do. Like, to do any MMO? At all? Minus the one I'm currently playing. Yeah, Angry Birds 2, it said. Hitman's one of my favorite times all series. Would love to see me play it. Yeah, it's just... I mean, I get that. It's just, I don't know. The one-off is the thing. It's, it says the sponsorship is... what's it say here? Hold on. I'll literally read it out to you guys. Play Hitman WOA cross with La Chefferie? Oh, it's a demo. Within 5 minutes of activating it. You must play the special mission of Hitman within 5 minutes of acting it. If you fail the mission, you can back out to the original... What? Oh, it's the 007 one. Huh? It's so weird. I guess I wouldn't pay for the game. 007 First Light's coming May 27. I got it. Well, I gave it free advertising. But the one for Angry Birds, I didn't realize there's an Angry Birds 2. Not as much as how much I was gonna earn from the Minecraft. The Minecraft was like, that was worth the trouble. I don't know. I feel like I have a lineup of games right now, so it was always fun watching people play since everyone plays it so differently. Oh, with Hitman. I've always like it was never a genre that I kind of was overly interested in, but it was fun to watch it, that's for sure. Like, I had a good time, like, kind of watching a little bit of it, but not so much playing it. Not against it. I'm not against it at all. Oh! Okay, hold on. I did miss your question. In the later floors, is it better to open as many chests as possible before your first pull, or should you focus on pulling every time burst is available? The latter. So if you had between the two that you just mentioned, then you definitely want to pull with your burst available. But it's one of those things where it's like a combination of things, right? Because you're also assuming mimics. So it's gonna be not a bad idea to get to a chest and then to open it with your full burst available, and then it becomes a mimic, you know? But then of course it's like, it's hey Crone, it's an adjustable strategy, because like let's say you're going to plan to petrify, then you wouldn't be pulling anything, you're going to be checking chests, right? And also, the best case scenario is that you are able to get to all the chests before you open the exit, so that a mimic contributes to the exit. So there's like a couple things going on that you have to worry about, but the biggest thing that allows you to do that, Zen, is that you're going to be moving a lot while also potentially killing. So an example would be like, let's say you're observing a room, right? Okay, this is a perfect example, right? So let me go to this room right now. So let's just say, like, I'm fighting something as a tank, and these guys are blocking my path to something. Well, if I see an opening all of a sudden to, like, sneak over to a chest, mid-combat, I'll just, like, stop combat, I'll maybe do a couple range attacks and get to the chest first and position myself there, right? And that's also while you're fighting, and maybe your buffs are down up and they're down. Like, you just went through your burst phase and then you don't have anything left over. So that's one way that you could also do it to kind of optimize it. That, let's say a room is blocked originally, and you're just waiting for them to get out of the way so you can move. Okay, well, while you're fighting, move during combat and just range attack them down while you're trying to get them into position. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of a mix of things. Like it isn't kind of a clear cut, you do one or the other. You can kind of do both at the same time. That makes sense? And of course, it's not like a clear-cut thing, right? I mean, if you don't do one, you're not going to suffer. You don't do the other, you're not going to suffer. It's just kind of finding that balance between them. Sometimes situations are such where, like, you just have to just wait, or, like, you know, whatever it is. But a lot of times, especially, let's take a warrior. If your IR is available, and you're just waiting to get to this one chest, let's say the exit is open, okay? And, like, there's, like, 3 things blocking you from this one silver chest. It might be, or the exit, actually. It might be better just to, like, kill it with your IR. Because it's like, well, I'm probably gonna kill it faster than they're gonna move. So just pull it, you know? Oh, I got you. I got you, Chloe. Let's see if I can do this without dying. Because one of these days I'll get it automated, and that's not today. I don't believe this one bit. This is Deep Dungeon. You will suffer. You will love it. What's up, Ashgar? NPCs move for a certain time, and you need to find the path to get to a specific place at a specific time to get the kill in a certain way. A part of my brain sees this as a predefined solution to be discovered, and I can't fully enjoy it. That's fair. I can kind of see it as like a time management situation where, like, there are probably like 3 other things you need to do. So you hope you can do them and then make it back in time. Like, that actually, you know what's funny about the way you explain that, RMX? That's almost how I usually conduct my IRL existence. Is that I kind of time certain things where, like, this is supposed to happen X amount of time, so I'm going to try to see what I can fit in and then try to get there in time. My over-obsession with, like, being punctual about things. Haha. I have the high ground. But I can also see how that because there are also games a lot. Anytime a game has a day-night cycle, I get a little cautious because I know what I'm walking into, and there are times I don't want to deal with the day-night cycle because that means certain things are there at certain times. And a lot of times I just kind of like the idea that it's just there, which was interesting with Octopath 2. Because Octopath 2, you can change day and night instantaneously. So it's almost like that was a nice balance. It's like there was a internal clock of changing, like, from day to night, but I could, if I needed to talk to someone at night, I could just make it night instantly. Whereas if I have to wait for it, then it kind of gets a little weird. But then also, I don't know, it's also weird because it's like, does it defeat the purpose of a day-night cycle? But the aesthetic is nice, so... it's mostly 81 where I'm struggling, I think. I end up having to use way too much, then I time out of 99 because I don't have enough palms. Yes. Yeah, and, like, it's one of those things where, like, you also kind of lean into the buffs that you currently have, Zen. So, an example, right? If you have a strength on, you're gonna want to kill more than really kind of, you know, check other things, if that makes sense, because you have the strength on. If, like, let's say, there are times, then, I will say, I do this a lot in Heaven on High. Let's say it's a bad debuff for it. It's like HP down and Gloom. And it's like, I'm like feeling trigger happy to, like, do a nuke. But what I will do instead is I will try to actually check a handful of chests. Because sometimes Heaven on High, by those chests, tells you what your options are. So, an example. Let's say we walk in, like, it's like no abilities... it's no abilities Gloom on a tank floor, okay? So, I'm not going to fight through no abilities, because it's like, I don't have much damage, especially if you're Dark Knight, you don't have defense. But, So now what I'm going to do is that I'm thinking about a Petrify, but I would still benefit off of checking as many chests as I can to fish out a Mimic. So you have scenario A. Second chest you check is a Mimic, and it's like, okay, it's time to Petrify. That's the option. We're going to Petrify, right? So there you go. Option B, what if the second chest becomes a Serenity? Now it's like, oh, okay, well, I can now use this Serenity, and I changed my game plan. I'm not using the Floor Wipe anymore. I use the Serenity, and then I immediately start pulling, because I already have my answer, and then you conduct yourself from there, you know? So again, it's not that clear-cut, like, you need to do this all the time, you do that all the time. It's very much kind of floor-by-floor management of what the situation is and determining kind of what the game decides to give you kind of thing. It is, but a lot of people can't see how to solve the movement puzzle. A classic case of this is Super Mario Bros., specifically in Bowser's Castle. You have time to move in. That's fair, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. You're right. Everything, like, if there's, like, especially if there's a global cycle, things are moving in that fashion, but once you start, like, missing timing and everything, you do kind of have, like, a quote-unquote different game, you know? You're welcome, yeah. Like, maybe another more extreme way to put it, Zen. If you literally pulled everything on cooldown when your IR was up or any attack was up, you would actually make pretty good time. So what is it that kind of loses you time? Maybe it's deliberation on what your pull is going to be. Maybe it's extra kills on, like, the exit is open and then you're conducting extra kills. Like, those are the things that might kind of lose you time a little bit. But if you're going, like, Unga Bunga and not losing a second of your DPS, then you might actually do pretty good, you know? Like it's almost going back to, like, what raids are with DPS uptime, you know? And, like, that might be still a huge benefit of, like, making sure that you have a pretty good DPS uptime. Site. Oh, we're good. Yeah. That's usually where a lot of people lose time. Zen, I have a really good story for you. I'm not going to say that this applies to you, but it's a really nice story. I like to tell it. Whenever I get questions on that, it's like, hey, you know, I'm not making it through the floors. I feel like I'm losing time, blah, blah, blah. The very first thing I tell the person was like, hey, you know, make sure that exactly what I told you, right? Keep the kills to the minimum. Make sure you're checking chests before you hit the exit. And then they send me a video of how they were doing because they actually recorded themselves. And you know what they actually did? This was the comment I had watching their VOD. I said, oh, actually, you're going too fast. You're actually not going slow at all. It isn't your pulling or your killing is the problem. Because what they were doing was that every time they entered the floor, they would basically go into the first room, kill everything, go into the second room, kill everything, and then the exit's open. And then they start managing navigation. And I'm like, oh, see, that's not a bad thing. But then the problem that you're creating yourself is if you did it on the first and second floor, you still have, like, 5 more rooms, and now you're causing aggro, or things are in the way, or, like, you get a mimic. And so those are all just extra kills that are just adding into the run constantly. And so that's why you're losing time. Like, they were actually really good in killing fast. They just couldn't manage it correctly in terms of, like, you know, managing the time. So you had something like that, right? So that's why it's like, it depends. It also depends on how you manage it and everything, which is always fun. But that was actually really cool, because that story stuck with me. Because that's where, like, watching someone's own run kind of gives you, in my opinion, a really clear indicator of what is actually going on, you know? I still remember how much time I was losing when I was considering what to pull in Palace, high floors between pulls rather than when I was fighting something. The key really became pre-positioning, figuring out what I'm killing next during the fight. I've been focusing on what... Hold on. God damn it. I've been focusing on that the early forest, basically pretending I'm in the later forest, and then instead of follow you a lot faster. Another thing you can do is alternate easier hard mobs, use CDs to kill a dangerous mob, and pick up. Yes, that's always good advice. Find exit, pull enemy, use palm. Hold on, how are you getting the palmanders? You didn't put that in the guide. What the hell, dude? There's a loophole in this guide. See, mine is... My simple sentence guide is... Don't time out and don't die. And you clear every single time. That's it. That's it. Nice and simple. You get them on Amazon. You get them in the Omni Ross shop. Store. Wait, where's the... Okay. Yes, yes. Ross is like, use my code, and then doesn't provide the code. Unbelievable. Be sure to only order from most reputable sellers or they send you mimics. All skill, never luck, 1, 2, 3. Do you want me to delete that? Hold on. Ross, look, like, do you want me to delete that? Are we okay? Or is that okay? Like, typing his password in my chat, holy moly. What is the best race for Deep Dungeon and why is it Rogadin? Why is it Rogadin? Like, that's actually the answer, right? I don't know why that's the answer. There is an answer to that question. I don't know what that answer is. It's my password and my code. Got it. Okay. At least you kept it efficient. Is that it? Is that what it is? Like, I think that would be true too, right? I'm not beating this thing. I gotta go back to it. Harder on Behemoth? Also true. Your question was obviously trolling? Ah, but you're asking me. I look at things objectively. Get out of here. There was, I think literally someone did do like a whole stat thing about the races. And so there is a literal answer to that question. It's just so minute that I didn't retain it in my brain, that's all. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things I try to retain in terms of giving information to people. That's one of them I do not retain in my brain. Just another room I can check. I mean, I remember in Final Fantasy XI, the races were way more prominent in terms of, like, you know, you clearly wanted to be a Taru for a mage. I mean, you could be a Gallica for a mage, but, like, you're kind of just asking for trouble kind of thing. Which is, I can understand why in 14 they did away with that. But, of course, 11 still has it, so... Hey, I'm all for Cat Girl. Been Cat Girl for like 20-something years. 22 years now? Lay haste. I should probably use. Shout out to the mini Opti in Endwalker, where it's best to be Sunseeker and Miko for Dark Knight for most minute state play. Really? Hey, look, I mean, if you really wanted to dive into that, I mean, that it's there. I mean, if you wanted to be, like, objectively correct, but... Someone told me if I wanted DPS would not be a Taru because they would not let me in their party. Oh, they're an idiot. I told this story in Mog Talk how I had a tank in Final Fantasy XI where it was a white mage with white mage ninja dual wielding clubs, and that was my tank. And they did a good job. Having a racial skill in 14? No, it would be a balanced nightmare. It's like conversations you don't want to have with the community. That's one of them. I'm already like, every time they had talked about, you know, Evolved and everything, I'm like, oh man, the meta gamers are gonna be going wild. The PFs are gonna be wild, you know. Sorry, we only accept Evolve jobs in this PF because it's the only thing that's clear. It's like, oh my god, here we go. Here we go. In most cases, if someone said that in vacuum, it would still be a terrible idea, but the kind of people who are doing that are sort of shit. Yeah, yeah. That's just what it is. You know, it is, I would say it's actually, like, it's actually a pretty accurate statement to think that if someone is out there really gatekeeping it, they probably either A, can't even do it themselves, or they're actually not that great of a gamer. So the only power they have is just to gatekeep other people, because, hey, if they can't do it, at least no one else can, kind of thing, you know? So, I would say most cases that's usually better. That's why I know COG was going through a lot of PvP, and, like, some people were getting really angry, and it just brought back so many memories where, like, I think the most angriest people I ever met in PvP were the people who could never get out of gold and blamed everyone else that, like, they were stuck in gold. Meanwhile, like, the better players were just basically going straight to diamond. It's like, you know... Yeah, I mean, it certainly is everyone's fault. It just so happens that, like, you know, you run into 20 different people, and it just so happened that all those 19 people are bad at the game. It's like, clearly... That's the reason, you know? Or just what... yeah, exactly. Forever gold, forever bronze, you know? It's no different. It's like the same... Oh, that's an interesting issue. It's like the same argument for, like, anything, really. The same... It's like this... It's just... Maybe I've just been around the block for so long, it just gets so old. It's like... I get it. Like, you're not happy. It's fine. Just... move on. Evolved mode only, no PS5, no Switch 2, PF coming soon. That could be a thing, you know? I don't know if they could prove it, though. People are not fond of shield or regen healer, so surprised they are bringing it to tank. Or bringing it back, should I say. They want to make it identity, you know? We realize that one day they can be like, oh hey, we can give Blue Mage and Beastmaster an evolved mode meant the normal play even for PvP. Well, we'll see. Person you see stuck in the same rank every season is the saltiest MF out there. They are the saltiest person out there. Like, the world is completely against them, you know? Like, literally... Everyone in the entire game is queuing into them to stop them from progressing. It's so incredible how every time they play the game, someone is just out there to wreck their life when they're stuck in, like, silver. It's like, yeah, I have that much free time that I'm just going to ruin your one singular existence. You know? Really, that's just my purpose in life. Oh, that Google Doc? Yeah, that Google... The PvP one? I mean, that's just all, like... Honestly, not surprising. I've always said, like, PvP in this game, at its core, and what it provides, honestly has always been good. Like, I've never actually disliked the PvP as a content. The problem is, PvP requires other people, and that's what took it out for me. It's just the other people. And there are people out there who are just... very yikes about a video game. So, and I honestly, if I was really in a mood, there was another post before the FRC the championship stuff came out, where they're like it was a discussion about Necromancer, because someone had the Necromancer title. I won't go into details about the name, whatever, but they're explaining the Necromancer title, right? And they're saying, oh, it's like the rarest title in the game. And then you had a lot of people like, oh, it's not rare. And then you had someone basically quoting it and being like, you know, there's so many Necromancers out there. You know what impresses me? If someone has a PvP title, that's where I'll be like, I'll actually care. And I wanted to, like, find that tweet and be like, so anyway, the PvP titles, and then, like, link the drama that's happening. I'm like, At least that doesn't really happen in Deep Dungeon. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not sure if that validity of the PvP title is all cool and everything when, like, people are literally cheating to get the titles. It's like, I don't know what to tell you, you know? I couldn't stay in the PvP community game at all. I'm more surprised that I lasted as long as I did, Zervran. I'm really surprised I lasted as long as I did. Now, to be fair, there are some really, really, really good people in the PvP community where, like, if for whatever reason I needed to point you guys to PvP, like someone asked me, hey, I'd like to get into PvP, like, are there any content creators that I can watch? There's a couple I'll point you to immediately because I respect them a lot, and they're really, really good. But it's really, like, few and far between of who those people are, you know? Purification. In-gaming really does bring out the best in people. It really does, doesn't it? Yeah. I still remember when I played League of Legends and I got reported for harassing because I changed my job because I wanted to learn something new, and they reported me... Oh, griefing. Sorry, not harassing. Griefing. I was griefing the game. It's like, yeah, guess I'm done playing League of Legends 5 ever. Never coming back. Yeah, our buddy, Wapster, who comes in here kind of, because I've known him forever. Wapster, he's a stand-up dude. He's literally like one of the few people who just plays the game because he just has a good time. And he is a rank 1 Feast player. I don't know if he's gotten rank... I think he probably got rank 1 in Crystal Conflict before. But he is, he's one of the best ones out there. He's very good at the game. Elm, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Wapster? Yeah, Sir is, Sir is hilarious. He's like the... Honestly, Sir is like the Ross of PvP. The way he acts is just really funny. I feel like Necromancers are some of the chillest people. Met one in Prey Roulette today. We chatted and he gave me some of his food on his own attempts. Yo, let's go. Yeah. The guy who was trying to run the light party practice league school, Neo Dynamo cool guy, yeah. Yeah, Sir is he's an old friend, and I respect him forever because he's just really a stand-up guy. There's some cool people playing the ladder, but there are a lot of cringe behavior and Crystal hard to get excited to be in the games. Oh, did I get hit with that? Lol. Yeah. Or am I just dying from... Oh, wait, what the hell's happening? Oh, I'm lagging. Oh. That's what's happening. Okay, got it. Okay. I'm like, why did I get hit? Wasn't I out of that thing? And then it's like, oh yeah. Huh. That potion registered late. And I looked at my bitrate immediately, I'm like, no, the bitrate's fine. Yeah, it's just I can't, like... I don't even know if I'd ever go back to competitive play anymore in any game. Aside from speedruns. Like, I think speedruns is the only one that I would ever do competitively. Because speedrunning essentially is on your own, and, like, the only way people progress the game is literally to just help each other out. And that's something that I like a lot. I mean, I'm sure there's drama in speedrunning. I still actually remember, Stray had like a little bit of controversy when they were doing speedruns because they couldn't figure out what to do with a mouse wheel. Because like you had a clear advantage if you had a mouse wheel on PC, and they just were like trying to figure out how to make this fair. And I think the solution was that they created a literal third-party program that everyone could do a mouse wheel mimicking if your mouse wheel wasn't up to snuff, and they officialized that. It's like, okay, you can use a mouse wheel, everyone can use it. But I think speedruns is probably the only competitive thing I would ever do nowadays. I don't gotta worry about anyone else, you know? It's just literally show up that you're the best. I mean, there's like literally nothing that can ever be achieved by talking shit to someone if like all you're trying to do is just show you're the best via video evidence, you know? It's like, there, I'm faster than you, have fun. And that's where like the cycling of information comes into play, because for you to be verified that you're #1, you have to put your video out there so that other people can try to actually become the #1 through your video. It's like a nice recycling of competition. I always like that. My stage run ended in Force 170. Oh no, I'm sorry, Bacon. Now I try Warrior. I think I'm still on phase to find a job. Do you know how you died in 175? The process of getting a Necromancer tends to weed out impatient people who just want the title to GOAT. Yeah. Or the thing too, Darth. I mean, look, it's not immune to this, right? I mean, you do have people who potentially would go out and like quote unquote buy the title, but to me, I think Necromancer has almost always never actually been the title. You can see it in like almost the daily Deep Dungeon stream. It's like Bacon Senpai right now is the perfect example. It's like, here's my whole experience about this whole entire journey. I'm sharing my death. I'm sharing my thing. And if someone just goes and gets the title, it's like, okay, well, what's your story? How is your run? And like, what are they gonna manifest a story? Like, it's not the same, right? To me, it's like the victory. The title is the extra reward. The victory is the entire journey, getting the whole title to begin with. The whole doing what you can, doing the solo, exercising your skill. And so to me, it's like if someone goes and buys the title, it's like, okay, cool. Like, I mean, I never really cared that it looks like a title over you. I want to hear that story about how you almost timed out on like 190, you know? And now it's like, well, you can't do that anymore because you just have the title. So, you know, to me, that's where the victory is. I miss competing in fighting games. Just isn't any out there that interests me anymore. You have transcended Zevran. You're too good for that. Yeah, it's also you just don't want to deal with the people not using deodorants, you know? I'm better at splicing than you. I'm #1 until someone finds out. Thanks. I'm also kind of done with relying on other people for competitive gaming stuff. It's so exhausting. Yes. Yeah, when you have to do team stuff and you really need a good team, and it's just like, yeah, you kind of have a weak link. You know, it sucks. It's always hard to find a good team as well, especially when it's team comp stuff. But I don't know about Flag Flare says I've been thinking of trying to work toward it, but I think I'll do other deep dungeons first. I don't know about EO, but I heard at least HOH. HOH would theoretically be easier than POTD simply because it's just shorter floors. I mean, I wouldn't technically say it's like 100% easier. I mean, they're gonna hit you much harder in Heaven on High than POTD. The one we're doing now, I would say, is definitely a good entry level for Deep Dungeon, especially if you're trying to do it for the first time. But hey, either way, Heaven on High preps you for a Palace the best, though, compared to all the other ones. Getting a Deep Dungeon title is such a beautiful story of perseverance and dedication, and the only thing one person kind of adds to it, yeah. Why would you expect people almost time out in 190? I get lucky with Regis and Serenities. Look, it happens sometimes. Saying that brings back horrible memories? Wait, what did I say to bring back horrible memories? When TOs would... Oh, deodorant stuff? Yikes. Yikes. The last serious CC climb I did was Diamond in Season 5 for my 5... For the V from my characters. Also, yikes. That's my time? Okay, we're good. What's the boss? Oh, the Antillion. Right. I would really like to pick up another thing. Do I have Pox on? I do. I'm gonna set up the next fort to kind of help me out a tiny bit. Yeah, no problem. And good luck, Flag. If you need any advice, info, whatever it is, I would like to say that this is the place to be. You learn quicker in Heaven on High since you get the harder parts quicker, and once you can handle high-level Heaven on High, Palace will be less daunting. It will be less daunting. Use your odor to daze your opponent. I... Can't wait to go 1v1 against Ross. That's what he's going to use against me, I know it. Actual 1v1, not the team comp. The team tandem run, that didn't count, right? I think Ross brought his A game to that one. He was in a suit and everything. He's ready to go. There's an NBA player that was super hair and would gross on purpose to make defensive annoyed. And some of them grew their nails out to scratch the opponents more. Yikes, dude. Oh, I love no knockback. Oh, it's my favorite. I don't even have strength on. What the? Wow, that's an opener. Whoops. That's a good thing I had Purification on. Haha, get wrecked. Okay, one more. Mimics! At least it's 2 kills for them. I was kind of wondering if it's going to be 3. One drop silver, I already hit the trap. Okay, Maze Root's good, but I would like a Bark Bomb instead. For the boss specifically. How's my time? Time's okay. Although time is dicey in a way where, like, if I don't clear this soon enough, I don't even think I can do Gunbreaker. I'd have to just, like, kind of wrap up stream because I wouldn't have time for it. I only have about 50 minutes left on my actual clock. Sight is good. We'll see. I probably... This might be the only thing I can do, and then we'll just set it up for next week. And then I'll decide if I want to do those new games I came across, but... Had anyone ever heard of Embers Unchained? What is the name of that game again? I don't know if that was the game that Adir was telling me about. Because Adir was talking to me about a game that he was trying out for an MMO, and he had high praises for it. Embers... Oh, Embers of the Uncrowned. Anyone in chat has ever heard of that game? I think they're gonna actually showcase themselves on Next Fest. It said there, and I guess they have a demo coming out soon. I was really hoping for a bug. Does it? Okay. Okay, what's interesting though about it? You have to tell me more than that. Strength. I guess it kind of comes down to, like, what's going to happen with my PoE2 playthrough at the moment. I think if I die in Huntress, then I become a free agent. I don't know if I want to reclimb again. I'm going to really try to not die in Huntress. I really like how Ross has this all, like, planned out already. It's almost like he's done it before or something. Speaking of stupid death, I died at 423 because I pulled too much and a slime exploded. Ayo! Hey, you know what's really nice? You can start back at 21. Wow, what a really good update. That's, like, the best update ever. Recitation. I'm not exposing my armpits on purpose. It's just my shirt's getting lifted up. Unorthodox strategies. Does that require a code too, or is that for free? Negotiable, damn. Surely the tree will protect me. Found fights 5 site commanders. Can I have 5? Actually, I don't need sights. I need, like, strengths. Wait, what job are you doing in On Blank, by the way? Also, it's nice to run with you again. Oh, I should probably move. Ninja? Oh, nice. I need to review the jobs that I've done this on, because I can't even remember what jobs I've cleared PT on. That's how bad it is. Also, does chat... Wait, what? Is that an emote? When me played other games other than... I'm getting back to Variety tomorrow, okay? I need to get back on cooldown for 14. And you'll be happy, Gims. It'll be more than likely Path of Exile 2. There's a very high chance it's Path of Exile 2. Unless I die sometime tonight trying to get through Act 3 on a monkey. And maybe not, but... Surely I can just stun the, I can stun the overhead attack. I mean, that should be fine, right? No, it is. I have not... So, I have not, the Spirit Walker was very enticing, but I've never played Huntress at all. So I'm trying to learn Huntress, and that's why I'm doing it. Are you kidding me? That's the most aggressive hug I've ever had. That's what I'm saying, I was just gonna parry it, no problem. 0.5 isn't out for another... What? What do you mean? It's out in 3 weeks. Oh, I forgot. Good thing it didn't kill me. Still not off this floor. Maybe let you parry. Red attacks. The sound effect. I should do a rerun too. It's been a while since I stepped in. Since stepped in, but I gotta, yeah. I gotta still clean up a little bit, but I kinda wanna get my fix out of the way. Prepped in. So I can think on it. I'm gonna... Lexi, do you know what job you're gonna do for 0.5? I think I'm 99% doing Witch, but I'm gonna gear for Huntress while I'm playing Witch. Because I know I can get rid of... I can get out of, like... I can get to maps very quickly on Witch, but I'm very slow on Huntress right now. Hey, AK. I have a question, if you don't mind. I don't mind at all. I'm going for the Necromancer title, but I'm struggling with the floor 170 boss. Playing Pictomancer, follow your videos, reference I can't get through. Okay, so what is the issue with 170? Like, what are you experiencing? Is it hitting you too hard? Is it like the pattern that it's doing that is a little bit rough? Like, give me more details about what might be happening to you. And then we can sort it out. I'll do a little for Merc permafrost first. I took it my fancy, gotcha. Hey, Merc is the top speedrunning class still, right? I think Warrior, I think Angorma's got a couple Warrior runs in, but... I should have affluenced here. Yeah, the 170 boss can be dicey, but I think generally speaking, your healing should be fine, provided you are running with a strength and you're not keeping it in the puddle. So like, I'm trying to think of what could possibly be going wrong in 170. To me, it's almost like maybe it's a potential survival issue, which is fair. Which would then be just about the kind of how you're managing the fight. It's hitting quite hard. So make sure that you are keeping it out of the puddle. It is a tricky fight for sure, but that's where kind of like rotating your heals is a good thing. Generally speaking, I can totally see when if you imagine the fight, right? So the fight rotation is that it drops a puddle, it comes at you, it does a double attack, and then it hits you about three or four more times, and it does another double attack. And that phase is when you can see the most amount of damage come in. And that's also the time when that's your window of time to be using a potion if necessary. And the only reason you'd be using a potion there is because you're probably going to get crit at some point. But once it finishes that second double, and then it goes into the circle AoE that it hits you, that you need to run out away from, and then back into a puddle, that portion of time is when you don't have to heal anymore, and you let your sustaining potion do the work. So you basically would only be watching for it if you start getting crit on the run, in my opinion. And hopefully that should allow you to rotate both your potion and your shielding. And also that's important with the shielding is that you make sure that it breaks. And if you pop the shield on any of the double attacks, it would almost for sure break. And you'll have a quick shield that comes up, it cuts it down to 60 seconds, right? That's huge. So, that would be kind of the two things I'd be looking for. It's more about kind of figuring out when to heal. So, and I think that's one of the hard parts with also Godfather. Godfather's in a situation where... Thank you for the follow, by the way. And Bailey, thank you for the 7 months of continued support. I very much appreciate you. It was good to see you there at Mog Talk. Godfather is also kind of a more extreme situation. Because typical, I would say very human instinct on a fight like that is that when you get really hard, you start healing. But how you kind of manage that fight is that it's kind of like, you know, kind of 14 in a way with a lot of their fights, is that they do a lot of big damage in a certain portion of the fight, and then it's kind of chill for the rest of it. And that's kind of how it is that you allow the regen and the HOTS to kind of get you there. Because there is a section of time when it actually would be enough time for the HOTS to give you back up to HP until it starts hitting you really hard again. So I would say that's kind of what the rotation you want to go for. When it's doing its double attacking phase, you kind of monitor how your HP is, and hopefully you get through it. You basically don't want to be low enough that the second double attack would actually kill you. But if you can actually see and get used to the damage, and you kind of just like don't use anything, get into the double attack, it hits you. After that second one, when it drops the puddle and then into its own puddle, you actually just let your sustaining potion kind of get you up on its own. And then you can hopefully have enough time where you can cycle your potion in kind of in consideration of like a crit or something. I think that makes sense. So yeah, I can kind of see why that's the problem, but it's more about, I would say, healing management. That would kind of be the way that you want to look at it. Because the other vision I'm looking at is the only way you're probably dying is that you're probably getting hit so hard and that you don't have heals anymore, so that when you really, really need to heal, there's nothing else available, and then you just kind of hit the dirt. And I can imagine that's what's happening if you're dying on 170. So it's about kind of making sure that your stuff is in cycle when you really, really need it. And you probably have to just kind of dial back your gauge into when that situation happens, right? So like, let's for instance, if you say you're dipping below 50% or you're getting to 50% and you're healing then, it might be better for you to dip under 50% then heal there, because then you might be healing when your sustaining potion is actually getting you back to full on its own. And that's when that would be almost like overhealing, which is kind of like what I was explaining with Red Mage a bit ago, to not overheal. So, you know, so many times I know in my runs especially, you may actually notice that I sit on like second wind or potion for like forever. Like I don't use it for a long time, and the reason for that is because I'm just waiting for the worst case scenario, then I hit it. But it's getting that kind of understanding of what that scenario is, and kind of also getting used to like that danger level, if you will. Jamin, hello, having the same issue. First time I got to 170, I had no issue with the fight, but time wasn't on my side. Second time I get to, with plenty of time, I lost my rhythm, got hit with every AoE. Ooh, because of the sprint probably, right? Like the sprint was down, and then you couldn't run out of the sprint and everything. Interesting that you guys are having some issues on 170, okay. That's actually really good that you're telling me, because I'm keeping that in mind now for like, you know, future stuff. So I haven't actually heard of a lot of people having too many issues on it. Like I felt like we kind of, hopefully kind of explained it pretty well, but hey, if it's not, then it's not, and I have to like kind of keep that in mind. But hopefully that makes sense. If I need to further explain it, I can. Just let me know. Aw, thank you. Been meaning to follow since the GDQ run, but I decided to take a long break from FF instead. Oh, my bad. So I did GDQ, and then you're like F for Final Fantasy. Got it. That's fine. I'm making that up. Well, thank you for coming in. I'm glad to see you. I mean, I'm still here doing the thing. I may not be doing it as much, because I think back when we were doing GDQ, I was doing it like, I think we were still doing it 3 times a week, and now I only really do it once a week, unless we had special events, but... Why did he call me? No FC, IRL drama, all... God damn it, it's always the drama, dude, that's what it is, right? That's why I say, like, PvP, I was mentioning this earlier. PvP as a game mode, I think is fantastic in this game, but the only thing that took me out of it is, honestly, the people took me out of it. That's it. It's just like the people, the humans. If like people just played the game, I probably would like it a lot more, but unfortunately, they don't play the game, they yap about it all the time, and then I don't want to hear it, so then I'm out. That's why I love this content, because like you guys can tell me about your own runs, but I mean, we're not causing drama. You can like be dramatic on your own runs, but it doesn't affect my gameplay. Yeah, it's like, I don't care what... Like, there's no way you can do anything that affects my gameplay unless we do charity, which is obviously clearly affecting gameplay, but... Learning to pace out mitigation. This fight is not conducive to chat. Learning to pace out mitigation without panicking was crucial for being able to clear in Godfather. Most of my failed attempts were due to overhealing at the wrong time, yeah. Yeah, Godfather is huge. I still remember when Mr. Happy was going through his supposed necromancer attempt thingy, and he was watching my video, and he kept making such a big note of the fact that I never used second wind on the whole fight. And I'm like, and I remember in that run, I'm like, well, I don't need it. I mean, I'm alive, and I'm not going low enough to use this. But that's also my experience of understanding how the fight pacing is supposed to go. And it's completely understandable. If you get hit with a crit, you're like, I gotta heal. Like, I'm gonna die. That's fine. But that's where, like, sometimes if you do it a little too early, you might be losing that optimization, and when you actually need it, it's not up anymore because you used it earlier. And that's where part of that skill expression comes into play, and that knowledge of the game comes into play. No, I still only did the one GDQ run, which was back in 2023. I haven't submitted since then, but I'm not opposed to it. It's just not on a priority list at the moment. PvP would be great if not for all the players. Exactly. I'm saying. People are terrible. Person can be okay. Yes. I'm hoping evolve jobs are designed with BOTD in mind. There's no way. There's no way. I hope it's designed where like they forget about Deep Dungeon and then we have to figure it out. That's what I hope. The better you get at the fight, the less healing you need. That's also not even wrong. But of course, we're looking at kind of bare minimum, right? There's also, especially Godfather is one case where, like, I think, though what Ross said, even though he's, like, partially joking, I think there is a point to that, right? Because thinking about 170 and then thinking about 190, I think 190 is definitely a fight where there is skill expression there, that if you are playing that fight better, you are mitigating damage. But in case of 170, and you guys can agree or disagree, the guys who've done it before, I feel like if you have someone saying, I have a problem on 170, to me it sounds more like a mechanical issue. Like you're not doing the fight kind of like in a way that is making you survive. Like, something is just, like, fundamentally wrong that's happening. Where, like, Godfather, it's like, you could be playing could. I mean, yeah, if you get hit with extra autos, but I wouldn't technically call that a fundamental issue. It's more like you just have to get used to the fight better, right? Because, I mean, a lot of things can go weird on that fight. Even if you're kiting, you can still get hit by auto attacks, you know? So, 170, I think, is a little bit more clear-cut about how to do that, like, correct and like, not as correct, if that makes sense. You know, so I was trying to envision, like, you know, what was AK having an issue with? Like, what could possibly go wrong that's causing that problem? And at least I tried to go over that. Would be hilarious if AoE is baked into the attacks. No, I think it'd be hilarious if, like, there is no single target attacks, because it's like, how are we pulling? Like, that's what I was also thinking. Like, there was a lot of AoE that was getting there. It's like, how are we going to pull anything if everything is an AoE? You know? Like, I mean, I guess you can AoE it down, but, like, you know, pull 2 Flood Dragons. Have fun with that. Anyway, if that answered the question, I hope it helped. If you need to ask more, please do. Puddle placement and knowing when to spin in the heavy are probably the most likely pitfalls. Yeah, and if that's the problem, then boom, that's also it, right? Because those are pretty much do that. If you don't do that, then you're probably not going to make it through the fight. I want to think that may not have been the issue, but that could be the issue. I mean, it's possible. Yeah. I know that there are times, too, when I thought it was out of the puddle visually, and it was still in the puddle, because you didn't look at the buff. I had that happen to me a few times, so that could be a possible thing, but... I mean, it's one of those things where if that's happening, then you should notice, like, you kind of just all of a sudden die in the fight because you're just getting hit really hard and really fast. As opposed to, let's say, a gradual death, right? Like, you're slowly running out of resources and you just kind of run out and then you die because of normal damage. I think that would be different. It might still be hard to recognize, but... 190 boss looks more scary to Xyloon. To me, then, yes, it is. I would say no doubt it is. I mean, 180 is going to be hard because it just requires you to burst. So if you're unable to do a good burst, then you're kind of, it is GG there. But 190 is not about the burst, it's about your kiting and about understanding the fight and kind of getting the most of your healing and everything, you know, and using your mitigation as best as possible. That's the 190 fight. A lot of moving parts in 190. I don't think I can do another vial, because it's like, it's right at the half hour, and if I were to do Gunbreaker, I would need, like, basically 30 minutes. So, I'm not gonna end right away. If anyone else has any other questions, you can certainly ask it. We could chat a little bit before I have to go, so I won't do, like, an immediate raid out. But if the conversations are, like, good to go, then I'll look into it, but I don't think I'll have time for another run, which is fine. That means hopefully we clear Arcanist next Monday, and then I can just full focus on Gunbreaker thereafter. So keep that in mind. Really the best time too. If you have any more burning questions, and by the way, I want to point out this thing, okay? I want to point this out, right? So, AK asked the question about 170, and what do I say sometimes? Sometimes people are like, oh, you know, hey, this question might be silly, or like, you probably answered it 1,000 times. And I'm like, bro, it's okay. Like, yeah, I'm going to answer it 1,001 times. And then I always say, but here's the other thing, right? Your question might be a question that maybe someone else is listening right now, and maybe they don't feel like gung-ho to type it in. Maybe they're listening on mobile, but they had that exact question. So you answer the question for like 5 other people. Well, AK's question just answered a question for like someone else, and I'm like, boom, exactly. That's what I'm saying. My point exactly. It's like, please ask all the questions, because you're gonna have a lot of lurkers here, and they're not gonna really type, and that's perfectly fine, but don't feel bad about asking literally any question at all. Okay, well, at least we made it through without the bark bomb. At least this is set, so this will be fun. I think the palms are pretty good here. Yo, let's go, Blank. Blank made it through 2 on Ninja. Is that fans? Wait, where did you get the fans? What the hell? Where do you store those fans on your little Lalafell body? It is Onsel Day? Oh, Yo, what's up, guys? Happy Monday! Darth, hello! Bacon Senpai! Yo, ideal time. I guess I've always liked this time slot. If I could do it more, I could. Silver Grail, hello. San Wallen, happy Monday. Enjoy the day off. It's good to see you guys. Alright, we got a busy schedule. Because we got 50 floors of Arcanist, and I have 5 hours. Let's do it. Henry, happy Monday. Hope you're doing well. Just for the guys that were watching me do Path of Exile, I did die on Huntress. So I'm gonna practice league starts on PoE until the league actually starts. I might do a what do you call it? A 14 stream this week. I'm thinking Friday. Probably just like literally just more PT stuff. Because I don't want to do PoE for the next 6 variety days. So like break it up with some 14. And I don't want to start a new game either because I basically only have what six variety days right now before the PoE league starts. And when that starts, we're just gonna be in that for a long time. So yeah, probably at least one 14 stream. I'm thinking Friday. I don't think I want to do more than that. We went ham on 14 recently already, so you know. Shadow, hello, good to see you. Alright, let's hop in. We gotta see if I can get this in. I mean, I can. It's just it's not a time thing. It's more like a skill thing. I hope you guys are doing well. It's good to see y'all. Hope your weeks are starting off decent, respectable. Lost my heaven on high to setting mistake against a 70 boss. That happens, that happens. But on the right side, I've been pretty comfortable fighting on AO. Oh, wait, what job? I don't even think I could say that. I mean, I have a strat for honor use, but hey, dude. Yeah, let's go, dude. Always a pleasure to see you, sir. Red Mage? Red Mage? No steal? No palm on Ryu? That's pretty... You're just getting better at that class now. That is not an easy... Oh, I should use one of these... I should use one of these incenses, huh? I think I'll probably burn a, I might burn a poison fruit. Oh no, I might do the maze fruit, because the poison fruit's definitely an emergency thing. We should do the maze fruit like sooner rather than later. Maybe even have like by the next floor. May try to see if I can save it for a bad debuff floor, but we'll go for Lone Hero with it. Yo, nice. Yeah, good. I like Red Mage, man. It was definitely... That Red Mage run for Heaven on High is really what set it for me. Because that was my first clear, Heaven on High. That's how I got my first clear. There's no chest here. I'd like to have a Bark Bomb for every boss, so pray for that. So I'll definitely be checking all the rooms if I can. This is like a nice like I would say this is comfy to some extent because it's not gonna be sweaty with like score running. I just have to just get the clear, but I mean I still have to work for it. Probably the closest you'll see to a standard, like, Heaven on High Palace run is doing this on a class. It's an early leave. Nice. I'll take it. By the way, thank you guys for, we released the, a new version, a new type of video that I call the skills video on YouTube, which is basically more like a quick shot on, like just the overall skills that maybe you don't know about. And since it was geared towards Red Mage, I felt like that was such an appropriate job to do that. And it's been going really well. I'm actually really happy with the results of it. It seems like people are having a good time watching it or getting to it. So I thank you guys for doing that. which means it motivates me to think about doing more of them whenever we do more guides. I'll take it into very strong consideration. And it didn't take too much workload out of me to do it. Like, I had the plan beforehand, so it was already there. I mean, it took me a little bit to make it, but I just had to get the clips together. And like, the production of it was not like wild and crazy, so it was kind of good. I did Eureka solo with Red Mage, and that really prepared me for dealing with hard-hitting enemies. And obviously got a lot more... Nice. Oh, that's good. Interesting. Eureka. I did a little Eureka solo. But I felt like Eureka was janky enough that, like, I didn't really take it that seriously. I took, like, Deep Dungeon way more seriously. Hearing and seeing that you can on-aggro and POTD shattered my world? Yeah. Yeah. Because it's just not something that is well-known, right? And there's so many, like... Red Mage is in such a unique situation because there's so many things you can do with the job that you don't normally do anywhere else. I mean, you could argue that that's something with, like, Machinists, for sure. That there are things in Machinist that you'll do in Deep Dungeon that you don't do out, but I think Red Mage is the special case, because it has so many tools that can be utilized, you know? And it's just all about, like, giving yourself the highest advantage of getting a clear. That was kind of the original game plan for when I was doing Red Mage. But now it's interesting because it's kind of gotten, like, we have, like, almost too much skills now. So, like, the top runners will basically almost, like, dial it back a little bit because it's not necessary. Where, like, of course, the people who are starting off, those type of things will be very useful because you're still kind of learning the content. You know, I mean, when I was beginning Deep Dungeon, I never thought that there would be a upper limit, let alone crush the upper limit, but I think those skills are still very useful to have, and they're fun. Like, to me, it's just fun, you know? Put aside, like, a clear, it's just fun. That flight's useful. Now I'm gonna sit on this freaking incense for a little bit, because we're okay on time. I mean, potentially I use the incense only if I am running out of time, instead of being a little aggressive on it. I would only be aggressive because I want to make sure I don't overcap, but if I'm going to be good on time, then I may as well just chill. Although, again, I'm still looking for a Bark Bomb, which is going to help me tremendously. Should probably, like, I honestly should, like, think about stocking 2 if I can do that, but... Stocking 1 is ideal, but if it runs the risk of me not having it for later, then that kind of sucks. Ooh, tail screw, thank you. Yo, Odie, thanks for the raid. Opening stream raid, love it. Thanks for the follow, Scarlet, I appreciate it. Where's my... Okay. I'm pretty sure I don't have alerts off. There it is, okay. Oh, because the follow came in first, okay. So thanks for the raid. How was your stream today, Odie? Welcome in, guys. I am Angelus Demoness. We are doing Deep Dungeon Solo PT Arcanist. Let me squeeze it in. You never see me at this time of day? Only on the Mondays. Only on the Mondays. I'm usually the nighttime streamer, but on the Mondays I do what I like to call it the EU stream, since we have such a strong EU community. I honestly wish I could do this more, but not yet. Can't pull the trigger yet. Finished 9! Oh, I finished 9 with Maguri mod. Well, I only did... I mean, I don't know how much Maguri does outside of graphic stuff, but yeah, I played 9 with the Maguri mods as well, and it was great. 9 was great. 9 is pretty up there for me. I don't know how you kind of felt about 9 if you've played other Final Fantasies. 9's pretty up there for me. Mostly because of the story. I thought the story was fantastic. Ending was great. Hey Colleen, good to see you. No, skip the song because we're hearing it later. Hadn't played... Yeah, so like my thing was interesting. Like, I played it back in PS1, but then I didn't finish it. And then I never went back to it. And then, like, skip forward, like, 10 years, it was on mobile. So I got it on my phone. I basically got to literally the same spot, never finished it, never got back to it. And then when it was on Steam, I'm like, okay, we are totally beating this game now. Like, I'm not going to stop playing this until we beat it, and then I finally beat the game. On Steam, so. Top 5? Yeah, I agree with... well, not that I agree. I mean, it's not that I agree. It's more like I also put it in my top 5. Really, really, really good game. Bacon Senpai says, I was doing my PT run for the week on Paladin, but decided to see how far I can push it without any prep. Reached 61 and died because my witching didn't go off in time. Heck W. It's insane how different it is. It is to my POT. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's very different. It's a very different experience. That is. Oh, you're just gonna have 30 seconds of evasion. Okay, got it. For some reason I thought that was shorter. The raid song is playing when the raid came in. Good timing. Cody, if you gotta do any post-stream stuff, do what you got. I'll be here for the next 5 hours, so if you want to hang around for that long, cheers. But I'm gonna entertain anyone who wants to hang around and watch some Final Fantasy XIV. We actually, you know, play the game. I'm just saying. Although nowadays I feel like people are getting hyped for 14 because of all the new news, and they're actually going to play the game too. Until they run out of content again. Been getting into deep dungeons to Scarlet. Lately with POTD, new content has been a huge help! Yo, cheers. I'm glad. Palace is still kind of the... It's the bread and butter. And it's something I never tire of going back to. I'm glad you're having A, I'm glad you're doing it. B, I hope you're having a good time. And C, I'm happy that the videos are helping. And we just brought out the new... We're bringing out the new Red Mage tutorial. Which is going a little bit better than I thought it would. So it's nice to see it. Haven't played since last year. Been focusing on my backlog. Yeah, I'm like on lockdown because PoE 2 patch is coming in next Friday. So I'm just basically like preparing for it. While also, you know, weaving in my 14 time once a week. So could have saw that earlier, but whatever. I'm not picky. Steal? Yeah, I'll take it. Might re-strength. I might re-strength now. Making pretty good time though. I probably don't have to be weirdly aggressive. I'm thinking to myself, if clearing deep dungeons is reverse order and do POTD last, procrastination at its finest, you're leaving the best to last. That's how I would look at it. On the Red Mage note, I really like the shorter video focusing on tips. Thank you. I actually really appreciate that thing because it does seem like it seems like people are liking it. And I'm just glad that it's being received well. Because it's like, you know, maybe it's because it's Red Mage. Maybe if I bust out stuff, but I was mentioning how the production part of that, like I had pre-planned that, like I was going to do it, so I had a lot of assets that I wanted to get together, and it seemed to be good. It didn't take me too long to construct something like that. So just supplemented with the tutorial might be pretty good, especially if people are liking it. As someone doing them in release order, reverse order is better for your sanity. Hey, I didn't even clear Palace first. I cleared Heaven on High first, so theoretically I did it in reverse order. But of course, when I cleared it, I didn't have EO and PT available. But I definitely needed, like based on like how I was going about and everything and my experience, I definitely needed that Heaven on High clear first to get my confidence up, and then it made a huge difference going for Palace. Like, because I had the confidence that I cleared it once, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, we can do this. So that was really huge for me. But of course, everyone's gonna do it differently, you know. Joseph, hello. I did my PT solo this weekend with basically no experience and only a single wipe. Hey, yo, let's go! A single wipe with the guides? It's insane. Guides are too good. I gotta tone them down. Guys, we gotta tone down the guides, man. They're helping too much. Congratulations, welcome to the club. That is awful. Can't believe you did that to me. Yeah, I mean, this is the time. I feel like this is the time of year for the patch where you see people hopping back into Deep Dungeon because they had the time to do it, which always happens every single patch cycle, and it's really fun to see people kind of, you know, get around it, get their plays and everything. I mean, it's weird because it's like, you know, I kind of hope we can kind of guide people through, but it's always interesting hearing that. It's like, I guess we did a good job. I guess the guides are not too bad. What job you do, Don? I imagine Machinist, I would want to imagine, potentially, possibly. Machinist is a fun job. I like Machinist. I'm gonna have to pull you. Machinist, easy mode? Machinist is good. Machinist is good. I mean, hey, I would still say that there would still be a debate between Machinist and Warrior for those who kind of want to define it as easy, you know? But to me, Warrior, as good as Warrior is, I don't find it nearly as fun as Machinist. And for me, like, the fun factor contributes to my desire to play the job, right? You know? There are definitely arguments you can say of, like, how Warrior does not have to deal with anything killing you, but I'm like, yeah, but I mean, you have Berserk, you know? What's more fun than kiting around for days and running around non-stop? But there are people who don't want to kite, and it's like, they don't like kiting, they don't think that gameplay is fun, and that's completely understandable. You have other options. For me, I like it a lot. Bro, Alavis, I died on Huntress. But I'm gonna work on League start practice. Oh, there's my Bark Bomb. Mazer, because I'm basically out already. Instead of using the boys through, it can save me some. Okay, that's not really nice. So yeah, like I got 5 days to work on League start for Witch. Basically gonna play until I just run out of time and see how far I get. I don't really feel bad about dying on Huntress, although it would have been nice to keep going. I always had a fan of Warrior. I like pulling entire... Yeah, that's completely understandable. My one death was no item 110 for, where I got surprised how much auto summoned. Yeah, without healing. Yeah. And 110 is also very janky too, to be fair, so... I feel like you're very good at playing... I feel like you're very good at playing tanks. Warrior might be a bit better. If you're good at playing tanks, Warrior might be a bit better, but there's a different answer to them. Yeah, for sure. I mean, also, like, it depends, right? I mean, if you're good at a tank in a raid, I'm not sure what that translates to for solo content. I mean, it can, but, you know, I like to think there's a lot of things that don't really translate to solo content as much as people would want it to, if that makes sense. But I would say, like, you know, it's interesting. I kind of just thought of it. I think, like, maybe the ease of Machinist Warrior and maybe some of the other classes that are, like, favored in Deep Dungeon, it's because the translation from, like, a raid into a solo is not as large. Whereas you take something like Black Mage, you take something like Red Mage, maybe the melees, there is such a difference in gameplay that you have to execute versus doing it in a raid that it gets that part of that difficulty kind of factors in, you know? Pictomancer, I would say, is more leaning towards like a Machinist Warrior. But then, of course, Black Mage, and Summoner. I would say Summoner leads into like Machinist Warrior. And then you have something like, you know, Black Mage being just so different because you definitely don't do what you do in raid with a Black Mage in Deep Dungeon at all. Except in, like, EO and PT, yes you do, but not so much in Heaven or High. It's cool to see you, like... I like Arcanist again, I'm doing it again. I haven't cleared. I gotta get the cleared. It's the 10 era now, you speedrunning 10? What's the category for 10? I know there's been a couple that I've seen in GDQ runs, but... Good to see you, Jason. Oh, Elvis, you got the world record now? Congratulations. That's one up on me. I only have a second place on the leaderboards for a game. And I tried to retake world... I had the world record for Stray glitchless. And then I got defeated by JP, as I always do. And I couldn't beat him again. And I tried and I couldn't do it. And I'm like, I'm good. I gave it a good shot. I'm not gonna do this again. I'm not speedrun, just casual playthrough. Gotcha. Ooh, let me know what you think of 10. 10 is one of those games where I put it up there for me in one of my favorite Final Fantasies. But in the sense of when I played it and like the year that it when it came out and when I played it. Like if I play it now, I don't think I'd feel the same. If that makes sense, you know? I mean, not to say it's a bad game now. It's just I think I've evolved as a person and a gamer, so I would think differently with that game. And then how good you are there. There's always a random JP player that's better, yeah. Yeah, because like my Stray record, I think the runner beat me by like, I want to say a minute, and I could never make up that minute. It was insane. And it's just a minute, but I couldn't make it up. I was doing a challenge mod in 10 recently. It was really good. Nice. That actually sounds like it would be up my alley. Maybe. I don't know. I think about replaying 10. I'm like, I could just play anything else. 10 is still great. Spirit Grid is an amazing... It is, yeah. Well, if you're doing it for the first time, I think it's great. I think replaying it is like, to me, unless you really love the game, like so much that you really want to experience the whole story again, that's fair, but I'm not at that point where I need to do that. I don't think I've actually... Well, the only Final Fantasy I've ever replayed, I think, was... like, meaning, like, I beat it and then I replayed it, I think is 7. I think it's the only one I've ever done. But the thing with 7 was interesting, because I had originally played 7 when I wasn't home. Like, I used to spend time with family during my summer vacation, and I beat it during the summer vacation. So I wanted to, like, play it when I was home. So, like, that kind of, like, justified me trying to replay and beat it again, but... We're talking OG 7. It gives the bosses a lot of new abilities. You don't get XP outside of boss fights, so everything is tuned, knowing exactly what stats and abilities you have, etc. Almost reminds me of our, when we did, is that 2? No, one of them is... Okay. When we were doing tactics with chat. Final Fantasy Tactics with chat, the remake, was amazing. I had a good time with that playthrough, where, like, chat was our party outside of Ramza, who was me, and we had to basically figure it out. It's like, if chat wanted to be a squire, well, I'm playing a squire. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And that was actually a lot of fun. And when we beat the game with, like, a really janky party, and it was so much fun trying to figure out how to make it work. I actually really like that, you know? The only FF game I can replay like mad is 6. The best FF game power was Chrono Trigger. They're doing a remake of that, right? That's gonna be a remake? Maybe I'd play the remake. I never played Chrono Trigger. I need to move. What is with all these... What's with all these patrols? Nope. See, these are one of the best games ever. How? I didn't know about it. This is all it came down to. Like it's really funny. Like every time this kind of conversation comes up, it's like, you know, you say that, like, how did you never play this game? How do you? It's like, I mean, when I was growing up, and like, I mean, whatever. My age doesn't matter. But when I was growing up, going through like gaming and everything, I kid you not, a lot of what I was exposed to with gaming was me going to GameStop and going to Best Buy, looking at the shelf and being like, oh, this looks cool, and then picking it up. And a lot of it is like I only knew about Final Fantasy because I was introduced to it by my cousin. So I didn't really have like people that I was conversing with to be like, hey, try this game, you know? Like none of my grade school and high school friends were like gamers. I didn't talk to anyone about gaming IRL. Like no one. Like 0 people on gaming. And so like I just didn't know, right? And then you got caught into what, 2004 during the FF11 era when I played FF11, and that game was so demanding of my time. I didn't even look up any other games. I didn't play any other game other than 11 outside of like Counter-Strike because I had played that for a while. So like I wasn't exposed to other games, told about other games. Nor was I like, you know, looking at like reviews and everything. I mean, nowadays I am very well versed in lots of games. You guys are talking about it. I see the reviews for it. I see people getting hyped for it. So I'm like well more versed for it. But then I have my own limitation where I have a hard time going back to play a game, like an older game. Like I only really want to play newer games that are like about to release or were just released. So I limit myself there. So that's basically why I didn't play those games at all. It's just I never got to see them, you know. Which also makes it interesting to me that like a lot of you guys have these kind of childhood memories or like knowledge of these games as being like not I want to say cult classic, but like, you know, a game that like lots and lots of people know. But like I wasn't really exposed to those people, so it's like interesting. Like, you know, it's almost like I wonder how you guys got to know these games, if it fell upon you, or you just happened to know it, or maybe you're part of like a JRPG like fan club that was just all talking about it, because I just weren't in those communities at all. I wasn't in a community at all. I think technically the first gaming community I went to was like Final Fantasy XI. When I joined the Link Shell, that was like the first gaming community I was ever in, you know? So. Oh yeah, you keep telling me to play that, Perfy, that's right. If they do a CT remake, how 7 is, and it's screwed, and the OG is still the best? Okay, sounds like I'll play it though. That sounds right up my alley. CT's probably very high in my backlog. Probably, people forget that there are billions of people who don't play games. Billions of people who play a game, never heard of the game, etc. Yeah. I forget I'm old though. CT's SNES game. Yeah, but I think more for me, it's just, I think yeah. I mean, look, I'm not gonna definitely argue. I'm like definitely going to refute the fact that like, you know, certain games are like, you know, top tier and everything. It's just when I look back at like, you know, how I learned about gaming and everything. I mean, it's just like, unless I just got lucky that someone told it to me, there was no way I was gonna know about it. You know, zero chance that I was going to know about the game. So. Does anyone in chat know about Legend of Dragoon? I heard of it, didn't play it, but I heard of it. I don't want... Oh, it's no knockback. Okay. Lots of games became popular retroactively through emulation. JRPGs in the West were super niche before 7 Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon. See, Pokemon... I knew about Pokemon because that was, like, talked about. I think that was, like, one of the few games where, like, a lot of people I knew were hyped about it, so I had to investigate it. So that I knew, but like, you know, some other games that are more niche that are just not gonna hit the news, I'm just not gonna know anything. Unless maybe you had like someone at GameStop or whatever, Electronic Boutique at the time, like, hey, you should try this game, it's really good. You know? Then maybe. Hello Mick, how you doing? Good to see you, sir. I'm sure I'll enjoy CT once I play it. It really still holds up. I hear that all the time, actually, Ashigar. That, like, amongst, like, the aging of games, that is one of them that aged pretty well. That's what I keep hearing from people. Like I say, it's just very hard to convince me to play a game that's older. When, like, my head is like, oh, I could just play, you know, PoE 2 next Friday. And then SAO in July, you know? Although after SAO in July, I'm not sure if there's something there, but I do keep getting news on other games that are coming out, so it's like I'm thinking about them. And actually, it's such a blessing now because, you know, talking about how when I was younger, I didn't know any of these games that were there unless someone told it to me. Like I didn't read the magazines of games, nothing, you know. I just looked at the shelf and saw if like I was like definitely very basic bitch about it. You know, if the cover looked good, it's like, ooh, this looks like an interesting game. I would look at the cartridge or the case, read the summary, and decide if the game was good for me. That's literally how I bought a lot of my games. But now it's like I'm getting emails from like people like, hey, we got this game coming out. Would you like to try it? Here's the key. Like it's definitely like a very interesting kind of dynamic now, you know, because now it's like almost like I'm exposed to way too many games, and doesn't become a decision of, you know, what games are out there. It's just, do I decide to play them or not? That's any 90s game with English voice acting. Looking 90s voice acting was definitely questionable, but voice acting in present day is really good. And if you're still kind of like thinking that English voice acting is like how it was in the 90s, like you gotta definitely see what they happen nowadays. Also, Perfy, good to see you. I didn't say hello to you. I'm thinking about that altar, but I think I'll just go. My time is actually really good. I don't really have to use anything. I have like my double bark bomb, so we're good for 2 bosses. I was a paper boy at 11, 12 years old and paid my PlayStation 1 that way. That's cool. See, I know that game. I know Paperboy. But it's so funny because my brother and my cousins, like, when I basically started to get into gaming, when we were talking, like, you know, when I was, like, what, 5 to, like, 15 years old, it was kind of, like, a pass-down, because there were so many games that, like, my brother had, and, like, my cousins had. And, like, when I look at my gaming library now, it's like, I like, juggle, like, 4 games, you know? Like, yeah, my Steam library is, like, kind of a lot, but, like, I never bought a lot of games. Like, when I went into, like, Dreamcast and I went into, like, Sega Saturn, I never really bought that many games at all. Although, granted, they were expensive, but, you know. It's just I didn't, like, I just remember having towers and towers of, like, Nintendo games that were there, and I never played a lot of them. What's up, Pulse Hoop? That's for when we have, what do you call it? The stream avatars on, which you don't have it on right now. Yerbis, good to see you. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. But I do remember Paperboy. You must fight this boss on hard mode. On my second run through, I'll do it. I'm not even taking that maze route. I have like the perfect loadout. I'm gonna stay with this loadout. Called Arcanist. It's true. What's up, Cog? Oh, Cog, I died on Huntress. So I'm good. I'm gonna work on league starts now. But I enjoyed the playthrough. I died to, like I was thinking, right? Because I died basically like an hour after I ended stream on Saturday. And I'm like, did I die because I was sleepy? And I'm like, no. I mean, I was tired. I died in the abyss because the stupid serpent thing ran up to me, did a point blank, and I didn't even see it. So, I mean, it's just, it is what it is. And, like, one-shot me. My evasion didn't kick in. Feels bad. Although it was an AoE, so it's like, it's not going to kick in, because my evasion's going to save me from an AoE. So I'm just going to work on which league starts. I have five days to do it, so that's 5 runs. Because I'm going to do one, I'm going to be on 14 one of these days. I don't know which day it is. I want to break it up. I don't want to do 6 days of it before league start. Man, I made it through the 58 without a Pox on. Now I have to do a Pox. Feels bad. Although I could have Witching. I don't know if I would have killed it in time. Maybe not. I love how the horse came on stream for like 2 weeks. Now I'm recognized as such. Yeah. But you know what the plus side is, Tog? You know what's really good about that? You're no longer recognized as the Elden Ring streamer. So, I mean, it helped. It worked, right? You're not that guy from the Elden Ring video. All league starts have a chance of being shaken up in patch notes. They mentioned reorganize. Oh, yeah. I know. Yeah, I'm actually really excited about that. I mean, I'm very much, like, ready for it to be complete, like, my build to be completely obliterated and everything, but I figured I haven't touched Witch for a couple months, so let me at least get familiarized with my original strategy, and then I could branch off if needed, you know? Maybe we can do a patch reading on Friday? I don't know. No, I don't want to do that. No, I'll do that. That's not my thing. No, I thought about that, but that's not my thing. I'm not going to sit in and talk about patch notes. I'm going to play the game. I'll talk about it after I read it. How about that? When's Crystal? Damn. Probably never, but it won't be on stream, that's for sure. Thing. Wait. Damn. Well, I mean, to be fair, he gets obliterated by work, so what was he supposed to do, man? And then he has to pop on stream and then talk to you specifically. It's like, it's rough, dude. Let's go here. Purification. GoPro stream work. IRL streams, let's go. The IRL era. Don't do it. I don't need to kill something. You recognize Cog as the Dream Daddy streamer? That was the good era. That was definitely a good era. How's my time? I have a bark bomb, we should be fine. What are you playing nowadays, Hustlehoop? What's the choice of game for you at the moment? You gonna join us in the PoE 2 leagues? Oh great. Was that Blind Faith? Okay, whatever. Death Stranding 2, nice. I watched the playthrough of Death Stranding 1. It looked pretty cool. I have the game, but I never really had the motivation to pop it open myself. I got the game for free because I got like it was like a graphics card that I bought or a laptop that I bought. They gave me the game for free. Like, hey, you got this really cool badass gaming PC, so go play this game because you want to definitely play this game on a game PC. There's nothing wrong about that. I think you guys are just being weird. It's just a game. No big deal. With like a movie simulation. It was a fetch quest simulation that they're like, oh, is fetch quests boring? Here, we'll make it more exciting and go all in. And I think they did a pretty good job. You might play the horse game. I mean, it looks great for a very particular skill set. Safety? I'm gonna use safety. Only person that gets weirded out by the horse game is Ross. That's true, actually. It's a valid statement. I don't want to deal with this. Well, actually, I could. Wait, no, let's just deal with it. Whatever. I can just do that. It's not a big deal. Having a hard time playing other games. Capture 30 feet and Elder Ring. Nothing really captures me at the moment. Been trying to get into the... Gotcha. Anything you're looking forward to, Ashigar? Me and Cog are looking very much forward to the new SAO game coming out. Like, I'm really hyped for that one. What's up, Sig? Sig, I'm trying my best to overtake your Red Mage guide. I'm about 1 million views away, but I'm trying my best. Dream bigger? Well, I gotta take it in steps though. I gotta take one dream at a time, okay? The only reason I reacted to Cog's horse adventure is because before raiding, he said he will switch back the directory to 14 for some reason. Gotcha. Oh, is that a true story? That's actually pretty funny. Sig is a freaking horse skill grandmaster. Well, yeah, I mean, have you seen the anime games he's played on stream? I mean, it's incredible. Remake was absolute crap. I disagree. It's one of my favorite Final Fantasies. I liked it a lot. I'm very much looking for part 3. We're gonna do it on stream. At the moment, I want to play Sekiro, but waiting for a discount and whatever the next Handfall game is. What is the next Handfall game coming out? Didn't want to go through the explanation. Yeah. We're good. I'm out of here. Remake was so bad, I don't want to play Rebirth. You and Ross are the same. Ross went through Rebirth to find out he didn't want to play Rebirth. You're like, I'm not even gonna go that far. Meanwhile, I put like 180 hours into Rebirth. Is that 3 of them? That is 3 of them. Okay, cool. That's exactly what I want to see in this type of board. Yeah, I love Remake and Rebirth. Rebirth was really, really good. That was definitely my game of the year last year, like hands down. Easily my game of the year. Pretty sure I went far enough. If I didn't, I'm going to Witching immediately. I play Rebirth because the visuals are so good. I would suggest if you're gonna play Rebirth, do it on PC. Because I was pretty disappointed with the PS5 version of it. Imagine you play it on PC. That was my only thing I didn't like, was that it just wasn't good. You don't have anything but PC? Okay, good. There you go, easy solution. I'm actually gonna play Rebirth on stream whenever they announce part 3, because I have the game. And I want to get my story review on stream. For chat too, if anyone doesn't want to play it and wants to see the story, then I'll get you covered. Like certain people in the community. I really don't see how anyone could say the combat was horrible, but it was the most robust action game. Well, okay, to be fair, I think whenever I hear people not liking Rebirth and Remake, I don't hear anything about combat. It's almost like, that's almost how I would talk about 16. Like, I have a lot of issues with 16, and the combat would have been something where I would have been very concerned about, but I actually really liked the combat in 16, I just didn't like everything else about 16. But to me, like, I mean, I like the full game completely. Like, I like everything about Rebirth. I think... Okay, hold on. Like, I thought it was, like, funny. I understood why people were saying, like, they didn't want to have all those minigames and everything. I really liked the minigames a lot. That was my favorite part of it. On the opposite, people who play games for visuals alone are weird to you. Just watch a movie instead. I play games for gameplay. For me, I would say, Tomoki, visuals definitely would turn me onto a game, but also turn me off of the game. Like, I wouldn't even play a game sometimes because the visuals look like not appealing. There are times, though, that if I'm convinced enough to try the game and I end up playing the game, I would say more times than not, I may end up liking it for reals, but... Res Tempest says, I can't wait to go into POTD with Evolved Rotation. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Like, I would say, you know what's one game, Tomoki, that fits that, where, like, I was questionable about visuals, and then I ended up being addicted to the game? Like, straight up, Stardew Valley. Like, that was one game that I initially was looking at. Like, at the time of when it came out, people like, this game is, like, the best game ever, it's so good, and I'm like looking at the trailer, I'm like, I mean, it looks like an old game. I don't know. And then I have so much time in the game now, you know. So like, but taking the first step to play the game, sometimes I stop myself because I look at the graphics, I look at the visuals. I'm like, But like my final review of a game usually has nothing to do about what the game looks like. Like I'll comment on it, but it's not a big part of how I would assess the game, you know. I definitely need a full game to be able to be like, yeah, this is a good game or not. I don't play games older than a year. That's right. That's why I do Palace of the Dead. And Final Fantasy XIV. Because, you know... Definitely not a game mode nor a game that's older than a year. I like how Cog and Hustle are having this argument in my chat. It's great. For me, I like 14 when I went into T13 and reached Bahamut final phase. That's a while ago. Yeah, that's fair. That's actually before 14. Before Palace of the Dead. And hearing the entrance music, yeah. Yeah. Or let's see. It's not really good in time. There's some good rage baiting. It is. I mean, I'm trying to just play a game so you guys can watch, and I'm like, I gotta show myself. Let's do it. I get to watch a show right now. I remember I watched an Instagram video of people trying to rage bait their cat, and there was one where they would take their cat, right? They would pick up the cat, and then they would very slowly try to put them down, and I thought that was hilarious. Like extremely slowly. And this is kind of what this makes me think of, right? When I think of like you guys rage baiting each other, like I kind of think of the poor cat like just wanting to have his feet on the ground. Visual matters in my opinion, but doesn't have to be like the most realistic, etc. Noita is a game that has amazing visuals for what it is. Yeah, for sure. Like I think there's a couple steps for me for games. Like I will have that initial like, you know, get me into the game. So what's going to get me into the game? So I look at like genre. I do look at the trailers sometimes. If the visuals are questionable, I've definitely been like, you know, again, I get a lot of games that come through my email from like people, like publishers and whatever, that are like, hey, would you like to try our game? Would you like to try the demo? Would you like to cover the game? And a lot of times I look at the trailer and I look at the graphics, I'm like, ooh. Like that actually is one of the first things that gets me into or out of a game. And then I'll look at genre. You know, what's the gameplay look like? And a lot of times environment is also a important part for me to decide. So like fantasy, medieval, space, futuristic, or like a cyberpunk are like ones that really were like, yeah, I really want to play those. But then you have other things where like sometimes if it's a western, although which is funny because we're in the desert area right now, sometimes in this situation I'm like, oh, I'm not sure, like maybe I want something else, you know. But then it becomes different when I actually play the game. Because when I actually play the game, there are other things I look forward to or look at to determine if I like it or not, or that keeps me in, you know? EO would have that too, almost if they fixed the damn posture issue. Yeah. It's okay, we're gonna all do EO next month because of Amiros. It's his fault, so look forward to it. I think it's gonna do... Yeah, I was actually right. That was the one GCDL. Also, I just killed the 180 boss with Gunbreaker first time and have one less rage, strength, and steel. That's actually really good. You have a good loadout there, as Tempest. EO has a cheerleader, all one of them. Cog split himself into multiple people, so there's at least more than one. Like 1.5, maybe? Oh yeah, sorry, Ashigar too. Sorry. And burn evidence of their existence. Sig is like, certainly we can burn it down. It's like, yeah, we can burn down digital content. That makes complete sense. We'll just burn it down. Oops, my camera went wild. Okay. I kind of want to steal for the boss, but maybe I should just play perfect and we wouldn't have to worry about it. Cutman! Cutman coming in from his gacha game. Speaking of gacha games, although he doesn't... Cutman, do you play, do you play that horse game? Oh, thank you for shouting out, Cutman. I appreciate it. I know Cutman plays ZZZ, plays Wuwa, plays Honkai. Don't know if you played the horse game. No horses here. There you go. No horses. Okay, got it. We are not horse gamers. Got it. I'll leave the Uma to the others. Okay, fair. Okay. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. Guys, that's my good friend, Cutman. He's also a really good Final Fantasy 14 player. He'll do 14 sometimes on his stream as well. The man... Sick, how was your playthrough of the horse game? You had a good time with it, didn't you? But then I think you kind of just play gacha games for a month and then move on. I still look at Sig's profile on Arknights, and it's like, haven't logged in for 80 days. I'm like, oh, still hasn't logged in. PvP! Nice. Are you doing front lines or are you doing crystalline conflict? Or a little of both? Here. One step. Let's go here. If you gotta do any post-stream stuff, cut man, do what you gotta do. I'll be here for another 4 hours-ish. I'm not gonna... I can get a cast off, but I don't really care. Okay. Can persistently satisfy the complexities of my mind. Oh, no gotchas. Gotcha. Got it. Then you tried it. Like Sig has tried them. Like there is clear evidence that he's given it a shot, but every time it never works. I'm proud of myself, Systemoki. I haven't PvP'd in 2 seasons, but I managed to get Silver 1 to Plat 2 in 2 hours! Damn. Coming in more front lines, I can't be bothered to move to Crystal for ranked. Gotcha. Fair. Yeah, I can't really get myself to, like, take it seriously. I think more so because I just would rather play something else, but... And now I have the good cycle here. Is Arcanist damage that bad? Even with Bark, it should die fast. I mean, it's a class, so I mean, I only have a 50 kit. I would say... What would you say, chat? Especially the guys who've done more classes than I have. Like, is Arcanist on the higher tier of damage or the lower tier of damage? I would say Arcanist is like on the higher tier class damage. I mean, when you're looking at like, you know, what are your other options? You have like Gladiator and Marauder and Conjurer. That's already half of them. So, you know, this boss is the one I fear the most in all of PT. I've gotten a lot of repetition on this boss, Duke, so much so that I'm at the point where, like, I can hold a conversation while doing this fight. It took me a long time to get comfy with this fight and to get all the iterations and to just be like, hey, yeah, I know where to go now. But... I would say this is purely experience and repetition that I've gotten comfy with it. Arcanist is definitely higher, I'd say, says Henry, in terms of classes. The, Rogue... Rogue. Doesn't Rogue have some AoE? I could be wrong, though. I'm not sure. I've only done, Archer, and Archer wasn't bad. Do I think Archer's better than this? I don't know. I think Arcanist is better than Archer. Fuges is pretty high. Okay, there you go. Neat, we're done. Should Arcanist be basically the highest? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I don't know. I would want to think Arcanist is a little bit better than Archer at the very least, but that's all I have experience on. Bell, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna hit some ads here. 3 minutes on Twitch, a little bit less on YouTube. And I will see you guys in a bit. Whoever gonna see the ads, and one step straight into 61. So thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for being here. Happy Monday. I'll see you in a bit. Beauty. Those cactuars got serious movement in the trunk. Yes, that's right. I died to 360 spin attack when I was learning this boss because I didn't rotate. Oh, I think I did too. Well, I don't think I died, but I definitely was like not used to it. You're upset that I died on Huntress? I got to 81. The thing is, like, I would say, I was the only thing that, like, basically the stage I was at in Huntress was, like, I just needed better gear. I think the build was fine. I think I was happy with the build, but it was more just it was more just the I just need to get the gear faster. I think that's still my problem, is like the gearing portion of endgame that I'm still very shaky on. I think it's like a really tough balance of like understanding when I'm okay to push up and when I'm not. And there are times when I start getting too antsy, and so I think I push up a lot faster than I should, and I get penalized for it. Aurora called Arcanist the worst job, and it was a compliment. Yeah, but Aurora's gonna question his machinist clears, you know, so... And he would also be complaining about time when he starts up a run, so I mean, there's a lot going on with Aurora. Is there any difficult classes here? I mean, it's relative, but like, Conjurer, I guess, would be difficult, depending on your level of difficulty. You have Trick Attack as Thief, but can't be used since no Nujitsu. I guess you can just hide, but hide's really good though, right? Gladiator was amazing. I don't know what I'll do next. I would score if it was separate leaderboards for it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, because that's like my thing. Like with Cog, it's different, right? Because Cog isn't going for an Omni clear. So he can actually go scoring on the classes, and he's not going to overrun it with the actual job. But yeah, I agree with you. Like, if that was the thing, I would care about the score. But it's funny because on my end, unlike you, Airbus, because you're going for like the top scores, like I would just care about being on the leaderboard, and you're probably not going to even get close to like 25 people clearing on a class. I would want to think. I would say that's probably very rare, you know. Actually, I just looked up the amount of people who have cleared Astro in Palace of the Dead, because someone was asking like a legitimate question about why are people weird about Astro and Palace, because they were an Astro main. So I went through the explanation, and then I wanted to also give like, hey, this is how many people have cleared Astro in the world, and it was something like 40 to 45. But there are definitely people on the leaderboard who have cleared multiple times, because you can tell. They cleared, like, there's I think at least 3 people who cleared like multiple times on Astro just to put themselves on leaderboard. And then you obviously have people who aren't on the leaderboard anymore for various reasons. Because you're looking at just that many people, right? So like if you now have like a class, which is even worse than, let's say, Astro, arguably speaking, then, you know, then it factors in, I would imagine. This is gonna hurt. I saw the title and thought it said pianist. Well, you know, I mean, I am playing on 2 hands and a keyboard, so you could argue that that is precisely how I'm playing. They finally banned 6, so you can no longer be in the lead. Oh no, that's not the right way to do that. He still has a Red Mage guide, though. He's influencing many people with his Red Mage guide. I'm trying to set the record straight with my guide. Make sure people aren't led astray. The ways of Sig9. The point was that for Aurora, Arcanist was good enough to count as a job. Oh, I see. Okay, now I understand what you mean. Gotcha. I see what you mean, Dart. Okay. So it's the reverse of what I had just said about Aurora. Someone added to my list, Capsoon. Shrey's a good game. If you do Shrey, I would suggest Cog, not to backseat you in my own stream, but I would say try to plan to beat that game, because it's not a long game under regular circumstances. Like, I'm not talking about speedrun, like just the regular playthrough. Also, I would almost feel like you're gonna play it and you'll be like, I can't just stop here. So but it's not that long. There is an average play time, and if you see it, it'll be like, I think you'll may agree of like, oh, okay, yeah. I would suggest beating that game. My speedrun was an hour 30, I think. I think it's an hour 30. I can't remember. I'd have to pull up the leaderboard. How do I like playing in two hands on the keyboard? Insanity? I'll tell you this much. I have theoretically been playing on two hands of the keyboard in an MMO in Final Fantasy for about 22 years, and that is not an exaggeration, because that started in Final Fantasy XI. So I started Final Fantasy XI with two hands on keyboard, and then we moved over to 14, and I played 14 now for, what, 13-something years? So, yeah. I mean, I would say I like it, otherwise I would have changed it. Do I find it easier? That's a good question, because I can't answer that question. And the reason why I can't answer that question is because I don't have a basis of comparison. I never played this game on a keyboard mouse. I never converted over from something else to play the way I'm playing. It would be different if I had that experience. Now, I could say, like, I played on a controller, but even then I only played on a controller for, like, literally 4 days. So I can't actually say if it's easier. All I can tell you is that I don't find any content in this game that I feel restricted on. I mean even PvP frontlines, I can get to the target I want to. I have a lot of people, my mutuals, who complain about tab targeting in Final Fantasy XIV, which makes the frontline experience miserable. But I figured out how to do it correctly, at least for me, and I have no problem in frontlines, like, being able to take out targets to my, you know, to my desire with this configuration. Might be a dumb question. To be considered an Omni clearer of a given deep dungeon, do you need to complete the classes also? A lot of times the gamers in the community, I mean, they also typed it in, but a lot of times the gamers in the community will consider an Omni clear just the jobs. I think if you're gonna look into also classes, you're probably looking at a new category. Which I don't know if anyone has, like, put a label to it. I mean, you don't even have very many people who've even done that. You can probably count on two hands how many people have actually done, like, you know, the full class clears and stuff. But a lot of times, I will say, like, I would make it as a funny joke, if you will, and be like, let's say you have, what, 21 jobs at the moment, right? So you'd almost be like 22 out of 21, 23 out of 21, because it's like, it's beyond the normal job thing. But in terms of labeling it, I'm not sure if we've actually come up with, like, a label for that. How does it compare to a flight stick? I like it. I like two hands on the keyboard better than a flight stick. That is for sure. Flight stick, I am definitely handicapped. Like, there's definitely a time lost playing on a flight stick, which is very interesting. More people to be leaderboards have, sure. That's, yeah, true. I mean, even, like, Palace of the Dead is an indication, right? What'd I say, 40 to 45 people have an Astro Clear? You would assume that if someone has an Astro Clear, they probably cleared on all the jobs in Palace of the Dead, so that's how many people have gotten Omni in Palace of the Dead. You, like, of course, give or take, but you would assume that that's basically what that is. Give or more take than give, if anything, because clearing an Astro doesn't necessarily mean that you also Omni'd everything else. I don't think people would do classes if there was a leaderboard. I don't think people would do classes if there was a leaderboard. You're not going to have a lot of people. I would be motivated to do it, though. That's fine. There you go. Help me, oh wise one, with tab targeting. The only thing I would say about that is just more that I take advantage of target nearest target. That's a big one for me. Hold on. I'm gonna get to the... So enemy target enemy attacking you and target nearest enemy. These are the big ones I use. Especially in front lines, because, I mean, especially as a melee. I mean, I want to kill the thing that's next to me. So if I just target nearest target, then I'm always going to get to that enemy a majority of the time. I mean, even here, like, I know that there's some tab targeting that occurs in, like, chests and everything, but that whole target nearest target's the big one that I use to get in control of where I'm going. I mean, it's not a perfect process, but I certainly don't complain about tab targeting in this game at all. Oh, and the big one I do is how I set up my Q and E, and this is very keyboard specific because I don't always hit literal tab to target a target. My Q button is something that will cycle through objects, NPCs, and targets that is left of my character facing. So anything to the left of my character, my Q will handle all that targeting, and E will handle everything that's to the right of my character. So it cuts it down in half with how many I have to filter through in the game when I have to target something. So I do it in combination of manipulating my camera, so that's how I get a little bit more control of it. So, like, if you ever, like, take a look at, like, the keyboard UI that's on the bottom right, you'll see my Q and E getting hit a lot, because that is what I'm utilizing to manage where I'm targeting, etc. Oh, I actually had my summons and I never used them. LOL. The song is good. What command is, hold on. 1 second. I was literally trying to remember where it was in the thing. I think it's system. That was wrong. Right here. This is what I use, right here. So, my targeting consists here. And so on the keyboard, it would be your up, down, left, and right key. But I change it here where I have move cursor, target, cursor left, move cursor, target, cursor right. That's Q and E for me. And the thing is, what makes it slightly different than tab targeting, I'll demonstrate it on this enemy here. If I tab target, right, I'm going to hit tab. So you'll see that it already selects the enemy if you do a tab target. So if I go to this enemy and I hit tab when I'm nearby, it'll select the enemy. If I do Q and E, it highlights it, but it doesn't select it. So you'll see on the keyboard UI, if you ever stare at the keyboard, I'm not only hitting Q and E, I'm also hitting enter a lot. I think I've had people ask me, we're like, why are you hitting enter a lot? And that's the reason, because I'm confirming all my targets every time I do the targeting. So it gives me that kind of control. So it's in combination, but I basically always have my pinky on the enter key, so I'm just basically spamming it all the time. So it allows me to cycle through. So that confirms it, right? So here I can cycle through the targets like this, but if I want to get to this chest, I would hit enter, enter again to get to there. And that's a combination of how I manage it in like a PvP setting, in a frontline setting with 48 people that I'm targeting, that I can control where that's going in particular. Hey Lynn, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Glad you told me about it so I could add it to my playlist. EO is considered my most high skill set needed for score. Classes probably go crazy though. Anyway, I hope that was a good explanation. We're proud to have been able to figure it out, but I think it's very reasonable because the system, because your description to me sounds more like a workaround for convoluted, counterintuitive system. Compared to the system like WoW, plus I think the majority of the player base don't have that kind of availability, comfort, real estate that sounds like rather unique to me. I might just say that, like, you know, it's a bad criticism because yeah, I get it. It's just, yeah, you're right. I mean, I kind of figured out a workaround with my specific layout, but I also hesitate to wonder if I had played on a very traditional keyboard mouse, like if I would to find a different solution. Because I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe, maybe not. But because of how I am playing the game now, I found how to work it out. Especially because at the time I was big into PvP. And so I wanted to make my PvP experience a lot better than what it was. You know? I didn't want to be satisfied with just like, you know, cycling through moving targets, by the way. That's the thing that's bad about tab targeting. Because tab targeting is based on position of character and your distance to them. So if you're in a format like a PvP where you have characters moving all over the place, the way it cycles is odd. Because it's like, if the character moves up and back, you can target the same character back and forth because that's just how it works. That's why it's weird. But the way I have it set up is such that I have more control over it. That's why it's always fun sometimes streaming PvP Frontlines, because I know it makes it like, probably makes it look interesting, because I can have full control over the battlefield if I want to some extent. How's my time? Time is concerning. We're going a lot slower here than I did before. I came back to the gym. Nice. Honestly, feeling so tired after I started going. A lot of energy is getting expended. So make sure that you're drinking a lot, Lynn. Make sure you're hydrating yourself. That's important. Make sure you're eating, like, you know, good amount of food, protein. Because it's going to take a lot out of you when you have to put it back in, you know. I do love that it works for me. And if I'm not wrong, I guess you'd have to go digging around in the system for sure, because the game doesn't make that type of customization readily apparent to the average. No, it does not. No. There's definitely a lot of things, I think, in 14 that they kind of, like, don't really explain in the game. And you definitely have to dive deep to get it to work, you know? 100%, that's 100% true. I'm taking the free leave. I think I just go. You said rice and a bean burrito, and it was yummy. No salt, right? You didn't put the salt in, Cog? Targeting the correct enemy in PvP was and still is the biggest factor in climbing rank for you? Yeah. Yeah, I would agree there. Okay, so I only really need the double bark bomb. We're gonna see what happens after this, but I think I just go, because I take the time. I got out of this floor in like a minute, which is really nice. Because I have a double bark bomb, which is gonna set me up for 70-80. So I was already in there, but I know Peeps in there. Don't go crazy with it. Okay. Alright. I'm exactly opposite. I'm from the 11th generation. I would like to try keyboard-only options. Wait. I have a 7-year-old guide that every time I look at it, I'm like, should I update this? And every time I ask myself, I'm like, no, it's fine. Yeah, I've been playing like this forever. I think I had people ask me before, like years ago. They're like, how do you see mechanics? And I'm like, I don't know, I just turn my camera. You know, like I guess you can understand that like the keyboard turning is a certain pace, but you can actually increase the speed of the keyboard turning if you want to, you know. Or like if you're on a mouse, right? If I'm on a mouse, I can adjust that way. But like on a keyboard, it's on a fixed speed, but you can adjust that speed and speed it up. There are literally millions. You're right. Actual millions of people looking to play keyboard only. Maybe, you know what? Because Waka Blitz is giving me a good idea here. Maybe I should like do a video where it isn't just about playing on a keyboard. I should be like, this is your solution to tab targeting. That's how I should advertise the video. Did you think tab targeting sucks? Don't worry, play like this and all of your problems are gone. I'll emphasize that. That'll be just the big bold letters on it. The closest thing I've been using to that is the auto-target feature, where if you click an attack while not targeting something, it auto-targets the closest enemy and executes the attack. Great for instantly attacking bosses out. Yeah, that sounds good. Clickbait. I like how when I brought out the Red Mage video, which by the way, I did an A/B test on the Red Mage video, and YouTube said, here, use the slightly clickbaity thingy, because it did better. But I had like a number of the guys in the community being like, we kind of like the other one, but that clickbaity one is gonna get more views. I'm like, yeah, I know, you're probably right. Is there a hotkey where you can auto-select the target of a target? I mean, there is target of target. I'd have to look at it, but I know that there is like a keybind that you can set up where you can target of target. If like, you know, your tank is fighting something, and you target what your tank is fighting, that kind of thing. That's a thing. There is a lot of features in the key bindings that exist, but they're not explicitly like explained to use them, but they exist. Target targets target. There you go. I'm playing 1175 air private server, bouncing between 11 14. Feels weird, I imagine. Yeah. I did 5160 yesterday, Sizzling. Bilaterally with a friend group of mine yesterday. Made it to 6 spots at the same time as I did. Granted, they are all new to Deep Dungeon. That's pretty good. You're just you're just excelling in gaming. That's it. That was an alteration, right? I feel like I should use the alteration. Kind of need a little help here. Alteration. How's my time? Even though we sped up on one floor, the time is a little still questionable. That's the only problem. I might think about doing the poison fruit on another floor. And the reason for that is just because, actually, I'm gonna cite here. It's just I want to get the time back in order. That's not a trap. I mean, it's a trap. It's just not a trap I care about. Try to get this chest. There's also something walking behind me. Devotion. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Okay, that will speed me up. So maybe I can hold on to the, I can hold on to the poison fruit a little bit longer. Oh, hi. Forgot you're still here. I've been trying controller for PoE 2. It's alright for ED Bone Storm, I'm not sure how I could do the class that needs higher position where stuff goes. Yeah, targeting's awkward. Although, if you look at something, Ross, like Frostbomb, right? Frostbomb is one where, like, I always had irritation with Frostbomb. So your solution would be to change it to target you, to drop it on you instead. So that's, like, kind of your workaround there. Something like Leap Slam is one where you kind of just set it to max range, because it's not set at max range by default, and that's how you can control it too. I'm gonna be doing Witch tomorrow, so I think you'll be mildly interested, because I'm gonna practice League starts on PoE. I have to focus on this enemy. Okay, there's a frog here I'd rather fight. Oh, I almost targeted the wrong one. What's up, Aida? Yeah, and like where I put curses is usually pretty specific. Yeah, I think like I'm definitely curious to see what you think, Ross. If like you can kind of like work around it and kind of get a feel of how to make the most of it, or if it really is better targeting, because I think that's the only downside I feel like I have with controller is like distancing, because I can actually manipulate the targeting where I like who I target, because I can use the right analog stick to be like, okay, I'm gonna go here and stuff like that. But in terms of like dropping an AoE without targeting something specifically, that always makes it a little janky. Damn it. Well, actually, slept the correct stuff. That's actually pretty impressive. Ugh. I don't think I can sleep that one, though. I guess it doesn't matter. I just didn't want the frogs on me. Yeah, it doesn't matter because I have to kill this. Took me a year to figure out how to set up weapon set skills, but otherwise, playing on controller is pretty nice besides specific targeting. Yeah. Hey, I like it. I've only played keyboard. I'm sorry, I've only played on a mouse. Need to respect the rock slide. Time is a thing. But I have devotion. I tried out evolved mode. POTD. I think with evolved mode, POTD might become my favorite. Yeah? We're gonna. I definitely. Man, I just wish we had more information to work with, you know. But soon, TM. You love the 1 to 200 marathon? Me too. I like it too. I feel like an idiot because. Am I right? I had a third draw into Bone Storm and put Brutality into it. And spent all of Act 2 not understanding why. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Brutality's so weird. I don't think I've ever done a physical build in PoE 2. But yeah. Brutality sounds nice, but only if you're going like bleed physical vibes. Okay, that guy moved into here. How are you liking Bone Storm Living Lightning? It's very good. Like in terms of its application, it's pretty damn good. I'm really glad I ran into that combination. Like I was looking up stuff and I ran into that combo. It's gonna take me longer to kill this. I'm gonna wait. Except I have something behind me. Okay, good. Evolved mode might melee clear impede possible for you. Might make it possible. I'm glad to hear that. At least you guys are gonna get excited for it, you know. This was the devotion. Okay, Godmother. Alteration. Yeah, I'll use the alteration. Sure. But do I do a No, I don't do an affluence because my palms are still pretty good. I can't remember. I think for Bone Storm it was multi-shot and Living Lightning, and then the third one I think goes. I think I would put considered casting in for the third slot, which all lines up to like, you know, you would get it at the appropriate time kind of thing. Let me check this. Where is it? God damn it. Bark Bomb. Bark Bomb for Bark Bomb? Yeah. Fortune, yes. Been trying to throw an effigy. I feel like effigy is one of the ones where like you kind of have to go all in on effigy to get it to work, because there's like a lot. But that's what okay, effigy is also one thing that is going to be fascinating in the new patch, because you might be able to get more stuff that can do chaos damage aside from doing Black Flame. This is indeed the Demoness Household, that's right. Got him. Probably a good thing I had the Barkmon because the queen would be pretty tough to fight if I didn't have help. Well, if I had a trap, I had a trap. Doesn't really matter. Devotion again? It's a score run? Like a score seed right now. What the? I think I'm also gonna... Yeah? Yo, join me in the Witch run. I'm gonna have 5 days to work on a league start with Witch this week, since my Huntress died. I'm gonna spend 1 day... I have 6 days till the Path of Exile 2 patch. So I think I'm gonna do one extra 14 stream this week, but the rest are gonna be league start practice on SSF. Hey Ice, had a very unproductive day at work, watching through my latest Red Mage guide. Great bot as usual. Yo, cheers. I hope you're enjoying it. The whole run is there now. It's just I'm releasing 2 more tomorrow, and then the final 2 release Thursday to public. But the playlist has all the videos now. I got to finish the timestamps last night. I had some time to do the timestamps. I'm glad you like it. It's good to hear it. What do you mean? Which is off-brand? Like, Ross is a sorcerer or a warrior, and he's never done Witch. That is off-brand. I don't know what you mean. I mean, granted, it's like, you know, adjacent to my brand. Watching your Red Mage guide while getting paid sounds very productive to you. Also, facts what Darth said, Ice. Watching the guide while getting paid, that's true. Hey Dan J, how you doing? You'll take that? Exactly, Ice. Yeah, you'll take that, yeah. And I'll take the ad revenue. Unless you're on premium, then I still take the ad revenue. Well, theoretically, that's not off-brand. Is that not... if you want to talk about off-brand, then a warrior is actually more popular, I would say, than Witch. No? Like, that's still one of the top speedrun jobs, so... Off-brand... Isn't Katava... meta? Yeah, Gormans is not running Naked Warrior through hardcore solo self-found league start. Actually, I don't know what ascendancy he does. I really... Like, does he do Katava? I don't know what he does. You think Witch is more popular? Oh, well... Maybe gameplay... Really? Really? For hardcore? Really? I know a lot of people do Lich because Lich has the upgraded ascendancy very specific to Lich. Which is like, I looked at it, I'm like, if only I liked Lich more at all, I would have maybe, but I've never fought that boss yet either, so I don't know. How's my time? Time is still okay. But I gotta get the road of... Yeah, see, that's what I thought, Mick. Like, isn't it very good? But Melee is in an odd spot, right? Because I think you still have people like myself, who, by the way, agrees with the other people, but I don't agree with the actual meta, is the fact that Melee is rough to play around. Like, it's a tough one to adjust to. So, I mean, that I'll say, like, yeah, Melee is not really for me. But obviously, if you're really good at the game, it's perfectly fine. Overall, what's the, how many witches are in the top 1,000 at the moment? Godmother? That doesn't really save me time. I probably have to do the, poison fruit at some point. I'm not sure. Oh, affluence is gonna be good. Do I do... another alteration, or is it a little too aggressive? I think it's too aggressive. Sig, what job do you play PoE2 League Start to get top 10 in the leaderboard for hardcore? sounds like you asked this. What you said, Erebus, sounds like that is exactly what you did to then know the results of why you don't do it. That's what it sounds like to me. Oh, Shank's nice. I'm in the top 10 for each and every job. Next question. Yes. That's great. That's actually great. From experience, stop using AI. if I just look top 10 right now, it's Abyssal Lich, Blood Mage, Lich, Abyssal Lich, Lich. Really? In the top 10? That's a lot of witches. What the? Wait, none of them are Infernalists. Okay, I'm still special. I'm glad to see it. Look at the liches that are there that are like, bro, I'm not doing the abyssal pinnacle boss. Like, I would want to think the abyssal lich is just an upgrade, like, right? Like, abyssal lich has to be better than regular lich. So anyone who's actually just normal lich is like probably not dealing with the pinnacle boss, which I respect because I've never seen him myself either. Seen her? Seen him? I don't even know who it is. I think it's a dude, right? AI can't even build me a good Pokemon team? Damn. Feels bad, dude. I was actually thinking about if it might be possible for someone to code a bot to be able to clear like Palace of the Dead, and the only thing that it's trying to read is just probability of situations, right? So if it looks at a witching and then it looks at a situation, it would then determine if the probability is good that it would A, be useful to keep you alive, or B, that it will not brick the run later on. And I'm like, that sounds really complicated, but that's like the only way I could think that actually could possibly work. So how else would it justify using stuff, right? It just has to base it on probability. You probably got asked a lot, but how do you think the POTD meta is going to change around Evolve? Everblue? Not a lot. I'll say like in all honesty, haven't been asked that much. I would love to give a more detailed answer. It's just way too early to really draw anything out of it. You know? Like, we've seen things, obviously. I took a look at the dev panel, I saw what they have and everything. I think it's just too early to be like, hey, this is what's going to happen. I think maybe EU I have a better thing. But, like, you know, the only thing that we can work on is, like, we didn't see auto attacks. A little concern on CC. But even then, like, you can still say that's beta build. And maybe it's just the beta build, they didn't want to show that. You know, keep it more simple. So, who knows? I know there are people who are concerned that it'll be a lot easier. My only kind of thing that I'm hoping for is that they just insert it into the game and they don't even actually fix the content, which I think will be great. But, I don't know. So yeah, it's a little too early for me to give any assessment on what to work with on the information that was currently provided for it. I think I'm gonna Poison Fruit, because it might take... Well, you know what? Actually, let me get through the next floor as is and see what time we are after that. Because it's like, it's iffy. I think I only need like, what, 8 minutes with a Bark Bomb as an Arcanist? So let me not go too aggressive here. Make AI reset boring shit if you for you easy. Yeah, exactly. Actually, if Runic Ward is good, then Merc might be more viable. We'll also think about the abilities that you might be getting on Runic Ward, Ross. Like, that's a factor we don't know yet either, right? Because you could get some pretty sick abilities that could synergize really well with current builds. That's one reason why I want to run back Witch right now, because I want to get a grasp of what my build is and how to build around it on a league start, because then I could also adjust to the new stuff getting added in. Because I would know, oh, okay, this can modify this, this can do this, you know, so... Oh, I need to go this way. The problem with Witch Hunter is you don't get tanky until like mid-late max. Even if Evolve changed the difficulty and there was more clears, it would just mean more people in the content, in my opinion. Just please keep the lead. Yeah, leaderboard's separate, but I also would say achievement separate. Because it's just different, right? Have a Necromancer Evolved and have a Necromancer Reborn. I think that's gonna be completely fair in my opinion. Also, like, come on, man, an excuse to just get more achievements? I mean, you know? Like, if that's too hard, I don't know achievements anymore, I'm just saying. I think if I don't see Necromancer getting split by Reborn and Evolved, I'm gonna be pretty upset. I'm gonna be like, the easiest way to add achievements into the game, you couldn't even do that. It's like, come on, man. I'm running in the middle of a room. No, I saved Pete already. Okay. My brain knew I saved Pete. That's going to be on the list of things that won't happen. I know, and I can't even be, like, overly optimistic because I don't think it will happen, but... Paladin keeping Shield Bash gives me hope that it'll get an upgrade. Well, here's the thing, because you can also think of it this way, Tomoki, that by Paladin still having Shield Bash, and the fact that they're making Paladin like a designated main tank, is they want the Paladin to be the job that does that, whereas like the off tanks won't do that. Like that, your responsibility is elsewhere, you know? Like you can look at that you'll have certain jobs that has the utility for that, while other jobs will do something else. And I don't know. Because I would say, like, this is like a toss-up discussion, because it's kind of nice that you have all of these classes that have an interrupt, and you have all these classes that have sleep, and you have all these classes that have CC. But to what point does it become, like, you start losing the uniqueness factor, right? Like a question that can definitely be debated is, do you think it's better that we give every single class in Deep Dungeon the ability to interrupt the Mimic, or is it nice that you have half the jobs able to and half the jobs that don't, you know? Jog sucks. That had nothing to do with what I was trying to say, but we'll go with it. That's the fact that everyone has Jog. The fact that everyone has Jog, it's a new addition. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. I'm just being rude. It was Peloton rule specific. Yeah. It was given to everyone. Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. If I wanted to lose my will to live and farm accursed achievement hordes, what's the most efficient way to get it? The most efficient way to properly, non-botting, get the Horde achievement, I believe it was load a floor 11 Heaven on High file. Make sure that you have a Magicite, a Conceal, and I don't think you need a Conceal, but I guess actually a Conceal is fine. You can get a Conceal, and a Sight, and an Intuition. And you just go into 11, pop the Sights, pop the Intuition, and then you can Conceal to get it, and then you're good. That's it. And then you leave, and then repeat the floor over and over and over until your brain melts. Or you get the 30k achievement. Of course, if you want to be an overachiever, you actually would be aiming for 40k and not 30k, because that's just how that goes. We need to discover the 40k horde instead. Keep yourself safe and don't do it. Yeah. Rin Shan on YouTube says, the better solution, Lin, is just to not do it. But yeah, I mean, if you really want to do it, that's how you do it. You know what I'm saying? Really, all my clears on melee DPS. Really, all my clears. So what is this interrupt you speak of? Right. Hey, look, I cleared Red Mage originally. I had to go through the era of when there was no interrupt, so I mean, you know. Happy claimed the math doing 30 legitimately would take 600 hours. 600 hours? Ask Aurora Moon how long it took him. Because Aurora Moon did it legitimately, so did Darabon. Like, at least those are two people I know that did it for real. I think Darabon did it on, like, a lot of it on stream, let alone legitimately. 600 hours? I don't know. I don't know what the math would actually be. Just intuition. Oh. I actually thought it would... final thing. You've been doing 100 a day, says Master. There you go. Yeah, that's a strategy that I know was the one that people did, was 11 to 20. So, okay, wait, Master. How long would you say that doing 100 takes for you? There, we can do math that way. How long does 100 take for you if you were to calculate in terms of time? This gloom is gonna cramp my style. 1.5 to 2 hours. Cog, quick! 2 hours times 100 multiplied by whatever it is for 30,000. Call me crazy, but I don't think it's even wrong. I don't think it's even wrong to bot this achievement. It's never right to bot anything. You know what I mean? But you can argue that putting an achievement as such does then kind of be like, you look at like what is needed to do it and to get it, and yeah, like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like a band-aid to an issue that had resulted, but like the core issue is the fact that the achievement even exists to begin with. If that makes sense. No. Like I get you, Erebus, right? But I would say that the issue is more at its core, which is the fact that it exists to begin with. Unless you document the whole thing and stream it. And there's no doubt. Yeah, it's quick. Someone do the math to 2 hours times 100. So what, that's 200. That's 200. Wait, what? Dude, I can't even do the math. 200 hours for... dude, I can't do it. Someone do the math. Like, my brain can't work with the math right now. What am I doing about this? I can sleep some of them? Hold on, let me see. I can sleep all but one. Yeah. I guess I'll take this one. 200 hours for 10,000, 600 hours for... Oh, there you go. So that was... Didn't... Is that not what the math was for Haps when he said it? 600 hours? There you go. So it's legit. Oh, I overcapped my thing. Feels bad. So yeah, 600 sounds about right. Thank you, chat, because I can barely do math to begin with, so I really need help from you guys. That's where the backseating is important. For a year straight. Yeah. Yeah, what's so hard about that? I mean, I finished my gacha dailies in like 30 minutes, so I mean, it's like, that's like 4 times the amount. It's not that bad. Even worse than doing gacha daily. Me and Erebus are on the same line there. Yeah. Well, my Wuwa gacha is really fast, and my Honkai gacha is really fast. My Arc Knights is not so fast. If achievements just spend time, I have no issue with someone botting it. You know, like, I understand that part, right? Where, like, because of this achievement, what you need to do, then automating it is justifiable, especially if you're, like, you know, you look at the person who has the title, and, like, yeah, you can be like, I think you botted it, but then it's like... But then you could respond with, I would have done the same thing, which is fine. Like, I'm not judging people for what they do, but I don't care. Like, if I see the title, I'm like, cool, nice title. That's about all I say. But, you know, is it worth my time? That's the only thing I care about. Is it worth my time? Because that's, I mean, I don't care about your time. Whatever the hell you want to do with your time, you do with it. But to me, it's like, the title doesn't become worth the effort, to me, to go for, you know? At all, because I'd rather be spending my time doing something else that I can get better at. But then again, like I was saying earlier, the problem, you can be like, yeah, well, botting is okay, you know, but then you kind of look at the core of the issue. The core of the issue is that it exists to begin with, which is why people have to have these solutions because of that, because of the core issue that it's even there. And the method in which you go for intuition stacks in Deep Dungeon doesn't really make a lot of sense to be going for that many. I mean, I got 10k in the beginning of Dawntrail. Was that 2 years ago? So I've been doing Deep Dungeon at that time for 7 years, and I got my 10k for the first time in 7 years. To be fair, I do actively avoid intuition. I don't go nearly as much as some of the other runners. But, like, I mean, you know, I didn't even get to 30k before I even got 10k. But if it's an achievement, there's nothing to achieve if you're actually using a bot to achieve it for you. Like, know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, I'm with you on that one, Cog, 100%. I mean, if you're just automating it, I mean, are you really earning the achievement? I mean, your character has it, your character earned it, but like, you know, where's the experience? Where's the journey? Where's the stories that come with it? That's why Necromancer and all the Deep Dungeon titles are always so exciting for me, because you hear all of these people talking about their experience and everything, right? I'm kind of a little worried about time, but I think I should still be okay with the Bark Bomb. But then again, I could also see the commentary where, like, if you're going for the achievement, you know, botting is okay. It's like, yeah, fair if you want the achievement, but that's the thing, right? Because there are people, and lots of people, no judgment at all, that they just want to get the achievement points and want to have the title. It doesn't even matter the process in which you do it. It's just the fact that your character has it. That's all that's really important, and that's fine, right? It's not how I would look at doing things, but that's fine. Yeah. I'm with you, but I don't care what someone else does. You know. I have way too many things to worry about someone else's gameplay. So if that's what makes you happy, I'm really happy you're happy. And that's about as far as that goes. Okay, I'm out, so we have enough time. What is this? Flight. I'm just leaving. I need to go because of the time. I just don't think they give a frick about achievements at all. I've always had a gripe with Final Fantasy XIV achievements, personally. My biggest complaint from the longest time, Rinchan, is the fact that in ARR, they introduced Hand of Mercy. Hand of Mercy was getting 5,000 kills in Frontlines, and I really gunned for that. I was trying so hard, and I got it in ARR. We are now in Dawntrail, and they've never updated that title, ever. Not once. And I'm like, could we at least go to 10k? Why are we not going to at least 10k? I probably have like 50k kills right now in Frontlines. It's like, couldn't we at least go a little bit higher than 5k? There are definitely titles that I feel like could have been updated, but... Okay, I'm gonna focus on this boss. I tend to not focus on this boss, and I don't think I have room to not focus on this boss right now. Because if I die, it's kind of GG on this run. First ball is here. A little delayed. That's a swing. I'm staying out. We fall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Okay. I can stay. Hey, I'm social. Can still kiss your ass. You kiss a lot of people's ass. And please, like, keep complaining, guys, like about that horde achievement, right? If we say it loud enough, maybe they'll hear the complaints. Or not, I don't know. Maybe they hear the complaints and think the opposite, who knows? Oh, so you really like the title, is that what you're saying? Although I wonder if Happy's video would put a light on it. We'll see. But I guess he probably posed it. Like, I don't know. Like, what is the the mood of the video. Like, was he angry that it exists, or was he just pointing out a fact that it exists? You know? Was he saying it was ridiculous? Was he just saying, like, you know, were he just stating facts and just spitting facts that this is just this title is? I know he's going through an achievement phase right now, and I hear word that potentially he'll have to redo Necromancer for real, because his past self thought it was a good idea to start from 51 and be okay with it, and now he's regretting his life decisions, which I think is hilarious. I think it's funny, but it also means he gets to do it again, so I mean, can't say no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the 5th one. Five. I can? Okay, we're good. Make more interesting achievements was basically his message. Okay, good message. not that I'd say it was a bad message. But that's a, yeah, good message. I mean, that's kind of just everything I've been saying all the time. Make better achievements. You have so much room to make better achievements. Like, I think it would be, you know, I would honestly think it would be not as bad for the Horde achievement to exist if we had way more options to do achievements. But when you're looking at specifically Deep Dungeon achievements and you're like, well, there's nothing else to do, it's like, yeah, well, that's the one that gets highlighted, because if you want more specifically Deep Dungeon achievements, what are your options, right? Not many options. Like, especially ones where, like, you would put them in, like, 2 categories, right? Almost. Categories where you would get them just by the nature of doing the content, and then a category in which you have to grind them. I mean, I think that's fair to all have in most games, is that you have an achievement that you have to put some effort in, and achievements that just happen because you completed the content, which sometimes people don't do the content, so they don't get the achievement. But then when you even look at the amount of achievements that are out there for specifically Deep Dungeon, it's very few and far between, you know? And if you had a buttload of Deep Dungeon achievements that were there, I would say, like, because you're busy with other ones, you're looking at that other one's like, you know, I mean, yeah, it's pretty bad, but I mean, you know, maybe I'll do it at some point. But, like, we're all looking at it being like, what else is there to do? There's nothing else to do, you know? I wasn't paying attention to the 8 count. Like, I was like hoping I'd kill it before I had to actually figure out what the account was. Okay, let me catch up and chat a little bit here. I didn't get Hand of Mercy until EW since I always played support. Fair. They should, you know, they should have one for assists. I don't think they have an achievement for assists in Frontlines. Why not? I mean, you're calculating assists, so why not do that? That one you don't have to, like, if you're playing support Zevran, you would actually get an achievement for that, right? I'm also doing it right now because I want to get the 30k achievement. I'm like 800 from 5k achievement. Oh, nice. Okay. I think it's basically saying that the achievement requires a lot of attention to do it, and it's 30,000 times. That because it takes so much time, it also makes people feel forced to bot it to alleviate time issues, which he feels most are doing now. Which then, that's always been my original question. If like you know, I said this one time before, where when you're making achievements, like, don't you sit in like a room and like decide like what you're adding in? Don't you have a discussion about how people are achieving it, or do you just add it in because you think it's cool and you're just looking at data? If you're just looking at analytics, then it's like, oh man, like. You could also, I don't know, talk to the players. Like, that could be a possibility. Is like, you know, I don't know. Ask the people doing the content. What a concept. At least you can say to people that will say something about each job having solo cleared in Deep Dungeon. It's an achievement in Deep Dungeon. There is a Horde achievement with hundreds of hours wasted on it. They probably use AI to achievements. Well, no, because, I mean, AI wasn't really a thing until more recently, right? I mean, you could probably argue that AI was definitely a much smaller niche of capability when EO came out, you know? The Horde achievement ruined achievements for Deep Dungeon, then they also killed rank 1 scoring. mean, they killed rank 1s going for who, though? I mean, I think the people going for rank 1 will adjust and do that for rank 1 now, right? Don't you think that they should rethink the frontline format? With how little influence you have in the game mode, besides being a shot caller, it feels very iffy. That they should rethink frontline format? Maybe. I think I wouldn't be overly against them just redoing Frontlines, because here's the thing. I think Frontlines is also in a spot where Deep Dungeon is in a similar fashion. Basically, Frontline system has been the same system since, let's say, Heaven's Ward, removing ARR out of this picture, because they've revamped Secure, and they've deleted Slaughter. But Seal Rock has been the one Frontlines that's been around almost the entirety of Frontlines. Seal Rock has been since Heaven's Ward. They've never changed the system. I mean, they've altered it. They've made it more streamlined. I mean, they used to have 8v8 or 16 versus 16, and they've only now had it for 24. They used to have Grand Company people, the same Grand Company. They've eliminated that, where you can just queue into a random Grand Company. You can't queue in as light parties, right? You can only, you can't queue in as full parties to mitigate pre-mades. So you have light parties only. But I think all of those adjustments have all been bandages to it, right? You're not looking at like a actual solution. You just keep putting band-aids on band-aids on band-aids on to adjust to how the game is evolving over time. So potentially a new frontline format would be good that is actually catered to what you're doing. And that's why I think it was the problem that we have in Deep Dungeon. Because in Deep Dungeon, more so in PT, but a little less in EO, but it still applies in EO, where like they basically kept the same system of Deep Dungeon since POTD, but then tried to like force it in with your current battle system and the way the jobs are. And I felt even more so in PT that the Pomanders almost don't make sense in PT with how the game plays right now. And to another reasoning where if they actually changed the Pomanders completely but kept PT the same, I think PT could have been a lot better, because you would have had to do more resource management. But because of the way it are, I mean, you look at Steel's whatever, you get Steel Serenity's whatever, Purification is kind of, not really useful outside of niche situations. It's almost like a step up over Intuition at this point. Strength is probably your one blanket usefulness, but that's an easy one. Whereas you look at Steel for like Palace and Heaven on High, which is essential for almost every job. You can even argue a tank of Steel can enjoy Steel, especially in a Gloom floor. A Serenity only is useful for literally every debuff that happens if you don't want to deal with it. Like they had more value before, but now you're taking that system essentially 10 years later, still hoping that it works, but it's not quite the same. So yeah. I think there's a lot of revamping that needs to happen with the current systems. I think what it is with 14 is that the battle content and the game things that you have now, I think at the base core, they're good. But a lot of times they're still trying to shove what it is now into those older systems that were fine when they were first released, but have not evolved with the game, if that makes sense. So we'll see if they do that. But I mean, Deep Dungeon, all of us can definitely argue that the core of Deep Dungeon still obviously is great, that a lot of us still go back to it. But your more future iterations of the Deep Dungeons with the newer ones, 3 and 4 and so forth, they don't feel as good as that older one. Because it's not that they don't age well, it's just the system didn't age well. Or rather, they're not adjusting it to what the system was and trying to take your new current gameplay and trying to just fit it into the older system, if that makes sense. Enjoy Frontlines. I enjoy Frontlines too. But I think to Rin Chan's point is that the way Frontlines is, maybe it would do better to actually cater it a little more than like still having the older system for it. I think I agree with that. But I'll still go into the occasional Frontlines and enjoy it. I don't take it seriously. I try to get a high kill count and high damage. Oh, no, more high kill count. I don't really care for damage. If I want damage, I go Scholar. But, yeah, I mean, that's fun. But, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like you see it in pieces along the game. Of, like, other systems, right? It isn't just isolated to Frontlines. It isn't just isolated to Deep Dungeon. It isn't just isolated to, like, Criterion variant. But... They ruined our lives, says Sig. Alright, I'm gonna hit some ads and we can go straight in. I got a tight schedule to go. So 3 minutes on Twitch, a little less than YouTube, and we'll go right into 71. Let's see how we do. BRB, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for joining me today on this Monday. We're gonna try to go for the clear today. BRB. That's how I feel. I think it begets non-toxic, and yeah, that's fair. Until you get pre-mades, then it gets a little toxic. I remember the 8-man pre-mades were real toxic. Toxic in the way that they definitely dominated the battlefield a lot, and it just felt very unfair. That wasn't fun. I liked it when it was, I liked it better when it was, what do you call it? When... Maybe you had, like, one pre-made per alliance, so it felt a little bit more fair, but once it's definitely dominated by one team, it just doesn't feel fun. Nice natural mud ball. I'll take it. Told you this is the score seed. We're on the score seed today. Got my sight back. That's good. Pudding's gonna move any second. Yep. But not in my direction, so that's good. I am not getting that off in time. Exits all the way in the opposite end. So we'll see if there's any landmines. I'll take advantage of it and go straight. This could be a huge time start on this one if I can just take advantage of all those landmines. I think the steal is worth it here. Yo, what's up, RMX? How you doing? Good to see you. Happy Monday. No trap. Doggo. FF13 doggo, mind you. Oh god damn it! the dude's driving junk, man. I made some progress. Hey, let's go. Good to hear it. Welcome back to the ads, guys. Just a heads up. So we're kind of back on like a schedule of like once a week 14. However, I think I'm gonna plan to do 14 on Friday. And of course it's Deep Dungeon. I don't know what it is. I think it determines if I clear this class or not. But it might be like setup files so I can prep for more Mondays. But look forward to like a Friday. Because I don't, I'm basically waiting for the PoE 2 league to show up, which is next Friday. Not this coming Friday, but next Friday. And I don't want to start a new game. Because I'd only have about 5 days, I think, 6 days to do a new game. So it's not enough time to start a new game. So I'm just going to basically stick with it. So and I didn't want to do like 6 days of PoE 2 when the new patch is coming in. So at least one of the days coming up is going to be 14. Maybe more, depending how I feel. Might be more like tomorrow I feel it, but more than likely look at Friday for possible 14 gameplay. So then Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday we'll do PoE. And then next Tuesday, next Thursday will be PoE, and then Friday will be the big day. Come race with you in Horizon 6 and Forza? I've never played Forza. And I haven't played a driving game in a while. You know, honestly, I'm waiting for Crazy Taxi Remake to come in, and when it comes in, I want to legitimately get like a steering wheel controller. I want to do that. Punk? What is the game that Perfy keeps advertising to all of us? I forgot the name of it already. Ember something? Ember something? What's Punk? Wait, oh, thank you. Okay. I'll check it out post-stream. Ember Knights. I mean, I could do a small game like that. That's actually not wrong. I could do like a small game like that. It just, I don't want to start a game that would take a lot of time out of me, and then I feel bad that I never get back to it, because I will not get back to it. Like, there was a chance I was getting back to Mugenics, and there was a chance I was getting back to Crimson Desert. There was zero chance in getting back to a game once the PoE 2 League starts, because that is like a 1-month adventure that probably bridges me till SAO, in all honesty. What is Punk? Oh, I think I saw stuff with that. Roguelike Bullet Hell? I did get a couple codes and like notices about games that are coming out soon. Bullet hells are interesting. I'm not 100% into them, but I'm also not against them. That's my time. Be good. Oh, let's actually do an afterwards. What's a bullet hell? Yeah, bullet hell is like literally like a lot of attacks that come at you, so you have to like navigate. It's like tight spacing that you have to like dodge and everything. Usually that's what is referred to bullet hell. You're too hard for Cog. He wants his horse girls, dude. No bullet hell and horse girls. Driving games got ruined by getting too focused on sim driving. Oh, really? That's right. And after Crazy Taxi, can you obtain Necromancer with a steering wheel? Possibly, yes. I did see that there are configurations with a steering. Didn't someone win a fighting tournament with a steering wheel? Zevran would know this answer. What if it's bullet hell? Isn't that just basically, what are those games called? I forgot. There's like these like very well-known anime-esque bullet hell games that are out there. There's definitely no way I'm gonna die every 10 minutes. Well, the thing is, you don't have to last 10 minutes. You basically have to last like 2 minutes or something like that. Yeah. Tahu. Yeah, that one. Okay, Mazer's good. That's gonna save me time. Thank you. You knew exactly what I was talking about, Tomoki. I'm like, one of them has to be a horse girl in there, right? Yeah, okay, if you guys have suggestions for games, because I have 5 days of streams that I need to fill. And I'm okay doing League start practice in a PoE 2. Like, don't get me wrong. I am a little fearful that I might get a little tired of it, but I need to at least do 1 or 2 of them as a League starts run. Great. Oh, I have a Purity, right? No, I picked up a Purity. Wait, I haven't had 3 Purity? What the? Also about to lose the Strength and Steel. Too bad. Maybe I do entertain Ember Knights that Perfy was suggesting. Fill in 4 days or something. I don't know. And I like how it's also funny, right? Like, a lot of our community and us playing 14 would almost suggest that a lot of you guys are probably into JRPGs. And I like how, like, in this discussion, a JRPG is completely out of the topic because a JRPG is going to be way too long. I always found a discussion of a JRPG always funny to me, where, like, you look at something like Devil May Cry, or even some of the games that you're saying, right? I mean, like, hey, yeah, if I get like 10 hours, 12 hours at it, it's a really good gameplay. And then you talk about a JRPG, and you're like, you know, if it's like a 30-hour game, it's like really short for a JRPG, you know, like very bare minimal. It's like, it doesn't even come close to like some of the other games that only take, you know, X amount of time to play it, right? A JRPG is almost like an actual commitment, no matter what version you get to. Carry, dude, I don't even know what Ember Knights looks like. I haven't looked it up yet. I just keep getting told about it. I have a hard time paying attention to my health and CC on stream, let alone bullet hell games. Well, to be fair, you don't have to pay attention to your health. You just have to not get hit. Because if you don't get hit, you don't have to pay attention to your health, right? They're oddly similar to a rhythm game. Fair. This RPG will take you 70 plus hours. Yeah, exactly, see? You know it. 10 minutes into the first 2, not bad. My problem is... Do I have a problem? Wait. Oh, it's a flight next floor. Okay, I don't think we have a problem. Well, I might do that. You don't think I'll like Ember style art style? Is it chibi art? That's the only one I probably usually stay away from. Bullet hell games are typically one-hit deaths, so paying attention to health isn't an issue. Just don't suck. Yeah. Forehead. Let's see. Do I want to fight an Unbelief with Pox on? Or I could fight 2 bugs. Or I could fight a Mimic, that's also fine too. You know, to be fair, Cog, you need to give yourself credit, right? Because you say that, but I mean, what's your PB and PoE2 hardcore? Isn't it like 93? I mean, you don't just walk into 93 PoE2, right? On hardcore. Is that it? Oh, I didn't even open chest. Alteration? Sure. I already have Pox on. What's the difference now? But never getting 4th Ascendancy, not challenging one of the harder bosses, not paying a meta build. Yeah, but still, that's fine. But like, but then also arguably, if you're not playing, right? I mean, it doesn't matter. A meta build is still a meta build. I mean, you still have to, you know, engage with the game and not die while doing it. You pull enough of a PoE map and it's basically bullet hell. That's actually not even wrong, honestly. But I think the more concern is like Cog's PC dying in the process. Well, to be fair, the 4th Ascendancy is a lot easier than it was Season 1 because of sprints. But it still does feel spooky, though, to be honest. Like, I would have felt really comfy doing the 4th Ascendancy on, like, Huntress, but I feel less comfy on Witch. Because I typically don't have a ginormous amount of movement speed. I mean, it is also my worst clear rate too, to be honest. All you have to do is stack relics and pick resources, generation perk, and Sekima Child, and that's it. Probably want movement speed and Sekima. Oh, yeah, okay. Do I kill it with Ifrit? No, I don't. Oh yeah, I have to actually think about that, Ross, talking about League Start. That I have to actually calculate to run into the Sekimas more than once before I do the 3rd one. Because I'd have to build the relics, because I wouldn't have relics. Because a lot of times, like, on all the characters minus the 1st one, I go straight into the 3rd one. But I wouldn't have anything. You hate getting relics? I don't mind, because honestly running Sekimas is fun, so it's okay. Adrenaline keeps me awake in EO. I fell asleep in Heaven on High in POTD, if anything, LMAO. So you fell asleep during our collab? Unreal. And you're blaming the wheel on me? Real. Jesus. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. You can get jewels, that's the only thing about doing trials, okay? It was your wheel! You gave me the wheel, and I used the wheel that you suggested. next time we do this, like, you guys are going to set up the wheel. You're gonna give me the link, and then I'm going to use the wheel that you set up on stream. And then if it's rigged again, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I just don't know what to tell you. You know? Where's my thing? Hold on. I specifically asked Cog to give me a wheel so that it would feel less rigged. And then he's saying my wheel is rigged. I'm like, bro. Yeah. A third-party person? Are you paying them? Okay, I mean, honestly, if someone wants to help, you're willing to... I mean, that'll be fine. You can come and help. We wouldn't mind. A wheel IRL that I manually spin. You know what? I actually don't mind Slow Dancer's thing. The thing is, I'm still going to be blamed for being rigged. So I think that's still the problem, right? How do I do this in a way where it's not perceived as rigged by specifically me? You know what I'm saying? I think at this point, it has to be like one of you guys spinning the wheel. That would make the most sense. I have the purity because I don't have any more chests. Yeah, but then someone's like, but you paid the person. Like, well, no, I didn't, but... As long as we'll adjust up like a Wheel of Fortune girl, pay him to spin it. So then that's half the job. There you go. Willow's already prepared for next year. It's amazing. Okay, this was a flighted 4, supposedly. Supposedly. I didn't pick up the purity yet. I need to pick up the purity. What the heck? Okay, there's nothing here. I can't wait to do Stage Heaven on High with me next year. Yeah, you wanna do it? We can do it. We're, like, put a note in the calendar. Let's do it. I'm game. We can do a milestone Willow where for one pull I have to do what you do. Like you do the pull and then I have to duplicate the pull. That'd be cool, right? Like I'm dead, but I think that'll be hilarious. Yeah. Like, hey, I just pulled like 5 Griffin and survived. Now it's your turn. It's like, great, okay. Be like, well, do I have 5 Griffin? I mean, that's one thing. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's completely fair. I'm gonna perish really hard, but that's what raisings are for, you know? Okay, I was thinking though, if a lot of you guys are definitely interested in like participating more in that, we don't have to do it as a tandem 2-person run. Like we could go to like 3, you know, like have 3 people running in tandem. I think that won't be a bad idea either, you know? So you can have all the perspectives. It'd also make the wheel really interesting too, and kind of like make more donations. Like we'll make it cheaper. We'll make it cheaper. The donation's cheaper, but the wheel has more people. And then, you know, affects the run like that, and we could have interesting chat. Like, I think that'd be cool. Because I think, like, you would have to start thinking about, like, ease of, like, viewership, right? Something where maybe we can do something that makes it a lot better for people to check out all the runs. But... we mount me to a board. Okay, that sounds painful already. And someone spins me around, and we will see where I end up pointing. I cannot affect the wheel if he's on the wheel. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like pain. Like, I don't... Dude, you know how old I am? Like, really? Like, I'm gonna break something if you put me on a wheel. I don't know what to tell you. That's all Sig got out of that. That's all he got. Let's go with the heel fetish. Until he figures out how to get my arm out and moves his arm. I'm pretty athletic, okay? I might be old, but I'm kind of athletic, so... Time at the trampoline park coming in clutch. That's not the only thing that defines my athleticism. I'm planning to go to the trampoline park in like 2 weeks though. Attempted to go to the trampoline park, what is it, like last month? Walked in, there were too many kids because there was a holiday, walked out and did something else. So kind of hoping that in 2 weeks it's not as busy with children. I really don't want to fight you. Okay. Mimics. Kids having fun. The kids are allowed to have fun, just not that many kids are allowed to have fun, I'll be honest. How much money do you think I have? Do you want to pay for it? That sounds like a great idea, but like, I don't have that money just laying around to rent the entire venue for that long of a period. Like, for 2 hours to rent it out. It's a large area. So I'm hoping that for us, for my area, the kids are still in school, so it might still be okay. School year in my area, like the high school not seniors and below are out of school at like late June. So like the last week of June. We start school year like later than a lot of like I think a lot of people in America start school year in like August, but we start in like September. Stream it, and the stream pays for it. Wait, what if... Hold on. No, now I'm thinking like a subathon thing. I'll start a stream, we'll start with 1 hour, and then we'll accept donations to keep paying for my time in the trampoline park. Because... essentially, you just have to pay for the amount of that, right? Hold on. This is a problem. This is a problem. Oh, I'm not dead? Okay. Oh. Wait, how... Okay, hold on. I need to witching this, because this is a issue. There's only one thing I couldn't figure out in the trampoline park. There was a technique where you would... let me try to see if I can verbally explain this. You're standing up, right? And then you would jump onto your back into the trampoline, and then try to bounce back up. I, for the life of me, could not do that correctly without hurting something on my body. Because I just couldn't land correctly. I don't know why, but it was so weird. I didn't get the full sleep. I'm gonna have to steal, because I don't think I survived this with him going ham without steal. Oh wait, in. Yeah. Hey Sniper, thank you for the 30 months of continued support. I very much appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Do a DD on while on trampoline the whole time. You're really gonna get so well. I have to visually see it, show it, right? So you guys are gonna get sick watching me be on the trampoline. Deep Dungeon Trampoline Park VR. Alex says she would also pay to see me try and copy me. Okay, so we have Alex money for charity. Tell her she's saving children. That's good. But again, the deal is that you have to do it first, and then I duplicate it. But if you're unable to do it, then I don't have to duplicate anything. I mean, if you die in the process, then that's easy to duplicate, right? Well, it doesn't die in Deep Dungeon. Yeah, see, Sig's got it. He's got it. Perfect. He actually doesn't. I don't know, man. I've heard of party runs where, like, they don't seem to succeed in party runs, and Willow's in that party? I don't know. Willow only dies to single pulls. That's why he has to multi-pull, because otherwise if he single pulls, he just perishes on the spot. I'm gonna have to probably Maze Root. I'm really hoping to get the raising back, and I haven't seen it yet. That's a problem. Oh right, this exists. I forgot. This is why I didn't go here, because of this. There's a logical explanation as to why this room is still here. Strength. I think I popped that strength right now. I wouldn't mind doing group charity runs. It was like 4 people including me. I do Heaven on High, but I definitely not going Sage. If we do a party run, it's weird because I definitely want to make it a good show, right? That's why the solo is always good, because it's that challenge that's already there. You'd have to kind of tweak the party run to give it a good show. And I hesitate to be like, well, you can do PvP. You could, but I don't know. I don't usually would go that path though. Oh, yeah, okay, okay, yeah, if that's what you mean. No, yeah, if that's what you mean, then yeah, that's a way to explain it too, that theoretically that is a group run, but everyone's doing solo run, yeah. I do think, like, if you're talking about a wheel donation, then, I don't know, maybe 4 cap as like the amount of people you want to have in a simultaneous run, maybe on a wheel too. I don't know. Also, I have to worry about how people are gonna jump over and watch the different runs at the same time. It would make more sense to have like a almost like a Frosty production vibe, you know, where you have all 4 like on one screen kind of thing. But I wouldn't know how to start that at all. Yeah, I would definitely need help with that. Yeah, something to that effect. Maybe Frosty do it? It's not a bad idea. Good. They have multicast. Well, it's. I think it's. Yeah, the multicast is built in. I think it's just like obviously like getting used to it and everything. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about like what you guys think about a multicast. Like reality is you're the viewers, right? So like, do you like the multicast if it's like using the Twitch multicast? I mean, we could make assumptions, but hold on. I'm trying to think. I might do an affluence here. From the PT release, the man might never want to see Deep Dungeon ever again. Yeah, because Sig carried it. It was because of Sig. It was carried by Sig. That's it. Time is on time. Okay, that answers my question. I was gonna decide to use something, and now the game's like, this is what you use, so I got my answer. I need the votive. See if I can get out of here without taking aggro, but it seems a little unlucky at the moment. This one might aggro. Nope. I got lucky. Steal. It did cross my mind. I wish I had conceal. Secondary Maze Root. Steal. Blame Q40. Mud Ball. All natural. I'll take it. Really? Actually, I don't think I can de-aggro it properly. Well, actually, hold on. If I'm fighting this... Nah, I'll just go. That works too. That works too, Jason. T40 is the only worst part of the dungeon because they didn't implement difficulty mechanic into the actual dungeon. Nope. Yep, I mean, yep, that's true. Kaboom. That's a treasure room. And they're all looking at me. One popped up. Easy game. Affluence. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. Yes. So basically it's the same as the witching strat, but because they are still reducing their HP, then they are gonna move because of the thing. I was thinking about doing a big pull, but I'm like, or I could just do that and we can just get through. You know, the incense basically does the same idea. Yeah, the reduction of the hitboxes, because those are all big enemies, so this is like a Palace of the Dead issue, right? We see it in Palace of the Dead a lot because their hitboxes are so big, they get stuck, and that's why they face. So if they're facing in one direction, there's a very high chance they're not moving because they spawn like that. Like, they shouldn't... Like, they will spawn like that, but naturally they move. Like, in this room, that's why you don't really typically see them all facing one direction, because they will move on their own. But if you see them facing in one direction, they all spawn on top of each other. But there is a possibility that you have one rogue enemy that didn't get caught in that load, and will start shoving things out of the position. But that's very RNG if that happens. So in this case, opening the... popping them with a pseudo-witching will take them out, so... This took like the free shot at Ross, holy moly. What if he does like it? Is that a big deal? No shade. I can hear Willis singing it. Bark Bomb. Secondary Bark Bomb. So that Bark Bomb would set me up to... Actually, I will take it. I'm taking the Bark Bomb because that sets me up to get off to be good for this boss and the next boss. I just need one more. Stop scoring? I'm trying not to be honest. I can't say I can name any of their songs. But I would rather be a One Direction fan than an SE shit. Wow. Let's go. I hit every trap going into these rooms. Strength. I'll take that on the way back. Haste. Okay, that's good. So now, my time is iffy. I might burn a flight here to maintain my incense count here. Because I want to keep maybe the poison fruit into 81 to use it right away, and then maintain a Bark Bomb. Oh, well the game's like, here's your flight. Okay, cool. Thanks for making that decision for me. The double steal here, and then haste strength in the other room. It kind of leans into me wanting to fight through the next couple floors. Here. Is that the new one we'll go with? Still haven't picked up another racing though. That's concerning. Damn. Damn. Oh, thank you, game. Thank you. The game's got me. That's great. What a great game. You all should play this game. It's a good game. Not sponsored. That's the Circle Avery. What game is this? Is it new? It's very new. I actually like see, YouTube has a good reason not to call out YouTube, right? YouTube has a YouTube has a good reason whenever they ask like, hey, what game is this? Because like I think it's a little bit harder to decide, like, to figure out the game that they're playing, because I don't think you land here because of the game, you just landed here for whatever reason. But I feel like on Twitch, it's like, it's a weird question, because it's like, how did you get here to begin with? Like, didn't you, like just randomly clicking channels, you know? I mean, granted, I guess if you're recommended, that's fair, but I would say it's very clear, like, what the game is on the bottom, you know? But people typically don't read titles, so that, and information and all that stuff, so it checks out. Someone raided you here once? And you just never found your way out. Interesting. I don't know how I got here, but I'm thinking it was a mistake. Sorry, it's like... Good to realize it sooner rather than later. So that's a steal behind me 2 rooms back. Probably pick it up. I want to flight here. Again, to stay with my game plan of holding on to the incenses, and I will use one for the boss here. So I stole your Prime login? Look, I wanted that shipping, okay? I don't know what to tell you. I needed that one item a week earlier. Yeah. Arcane? Oh, Arcane's the best. That's a gamer right there. Good old Arcane. Are you still here for the cat girls, though? I mean... I have to pull this. There's no way. I might have to double flights. Even with all the gifts that the game gave me, I still probably have to flight again after into 79. But I think I just need, if I get to the boss with 10 again, it should be okay. As long as I don't make a mistake. Might steal on the boss? Unsure. We'll see. Nah, I should be confident with myself. 74 is specifically 74. Oh, this steal's here. Okay. I can take this one instead of having to go back. But the other one is also altered. I think I take the alteration. Okay, take this, take the altar, and I will flight, guaranteed, even though I'm altered. Just need to get the time in decent order here to kind of calculate for Arcanist damage. Don't worry, everybody, he will get his flight back on the next floor. Wow. I'm still looking for the, actually, you know what I should do? This. Because I still want that other raising. I'm okay with it, because I can then Poison Fruit instead, I suppose, but I don't think I'm overly concerned with that. Just way too many rooms. Nope, at least no treasure room mimics, only one singular mimic. Although I was banking on maybe we see like a Corrigan treasure room, really get me some chests going, but it's okay. Oh, this is like... I'm gonna lose time just navigating the floor, regardless of how many kills this is. I'm not saying anything. The people who are watching audio only will have no idea what just happened. Oh, that's the exit, so I'm gonna go this way. I guess I'll just take care of the dogs. A Mazered? So sure, but I would still rather have the Poison Fruit and the double Bark Bomb, and my time is manageable. Okay. Really hoping for that raising. You're just looking at my directions. I guess I'll pull you. Mighty Spin. Strength is about to drop. Oh. Doesn't matter, I guess. How about that raising? Raising? Raising. If I say it enough times, it'll manifest. Raising. Raising in this next chest. Give me the raising in the next chest. Raising in this chest, please. Okay, well, secondary strength is not bad, though. But it isn't a raising. Okay, 2 birds. But no chest in here. I'm gonna hang around this room so I can pick up the strength again, which will definitely help. Look at what they done to your Anzu. Restricted to 1 attack. They still belly flop, but they only belly flop in a short distance. Use my... Actually, I will use the flight, I think. Yeah, I think the flight has to go out. I think it's a bad idea for me to not use the flight. Unless I do use something else. Okay. Flight's going out. Strength is going out. Should basically get to the best boss with ample time. I'm gonna like a steal. I think I'm gonna pop the final affluence to really see if I can pull out the last raising, but I'm gonna get on my cardio as soon as I can. Ba-da-ba-da-boom, boom, boom. Oh, I didn't check this last chest, did I? Because I didn't want to go here. Because I recognized it was the exit, so this could be a mimic, which slows me down. What is Arcanist? Well, Darth said Aurora thinks it's closer to a job, so there's that. Is it worse than Astro? Might be better than Astro, no? I don't know how to gauge Scholar. Maybe it's better than Astro? Hey, Madly, thank you for the follow. Clean floor. Serenity? Not what I need. Have to check every room. That's the exit. And that's a proximity enemy. I want to take care of the doggos. What up, Radiant? How you doing? Happy Monday! Hope you have a good start of your week. Hope your runs have been going well. Angry Birds. There is a chest there. Time to hit crystal. Let's go, Cog. My connection dipped a little bit. I felt a little giddy up in the gameplay, and I looked at OBS and dipped like a little bit. Do not tell Radiant about the deep dungeon of the month. Deny her access to information. That's mean. What the? Oh, I did not tell her. Oh, well, I mean, I tried my best. I tried to say as much as possible. What the? Okay, I'm done. Okay, good. See, that's teamwork right there. Wait, does that mean we're seeing a red mage radiant flight arc right now? Is that what you're telling me? Why does I didn't use Fortune first. This was flighted. I could have used Fortune, to be honest. Uh-oh. No, that's the wrong question to ask in my chat. Look, I gotta drop anyway. See? No harm, no foul. Surely one of them is a raising. One of them was a devotion, though. It didn't go that? Oh, no. Red Mage is, you know, it's interesting. Safety. Good memories on Red Mage. What's the worst floor set in PT? Asks Fog. The worst floor set, like aesthetically or like to my health, like what context would you like me to answer that question on? I mean, if I were just to take like the one I dislike the most, right, just like pure disliking, I don't know. Religion, you don't like 31? Let's go with both? Everything? Okay. Well, if I'm doing like a standard run, I would say... I don't know. Like, it's hard, because like, I don't really... I find them like, kind of equal in that sense. I don't know. 61 keeps showing up in my head. Maybe 61. If it was a score, like a score situation where I'm going for score, I have 51 at the moment, because I still can't get the freaking speed on a 54, 51 plus. It's mostly just mechanical than like aesthetically. Aesthetically, I like the other floors outside of the desert floors more. So I like the first like 1 to 40 aesthetics, and then I like 81 to 90 aesthetics. I'm not too much of a fan of the desert, but I'm also a little biased because I don't really like kind of like desert-ish areas to begin with, like in any game. I mean, this is a nice design. Like, it's nice to see the outdoors for once in a deep dungeon, that's for sure. But yeah, aesthetically, I'm not too much of a fan of the desert floors. I'm pretty close to 5. Religion says 31. Good to see Religion. In terms of mobs, Erebus says 71. 71, 76 are chill. 71 goes second, says Religion. I thought you all hated PT. No, that wasn't the question. No. That was a question, right? It's a different question. The question wasn't, do you like PT? It was, what floor set is the worst? So, it was answered appropriately, you know? You think they put too much effort in the desert floors? Fair. But I actually ran out of MP. I'm just surprised how much of PT is desert floors. You know, I actually find that an interesting comment, because it's basically the same amount as all the other deep dungeons in terms of how they spread it out, right? Like, in terms of, like, the 41 to 80 set is the cave floors in EO. Like, that's the same amount of cave floors. I mean, they're slightly adjusted, but... Is PT not well liked? Ooh. Ooh, that's a good question. Hold on. I think I could answer that question only for the rest of this run, and then I'll catch up with chat later. So is PT not well liked? So in this channel and with this community, it will lean towards not well liked. I'll like, that's just a pure fact. But you're talking about a lot of people in here are the guys who've been doing Deep Dungeon for years. So they're looking at it from the lens of like, in the lens of like POTD and everything, and like how they love Deep Dungeon and got into Deep Dungeon from initially POTD and Heaven on High. That isn't to say that's like a 100 to 0. I mean, you're gonna have people who certainly like PT. I think in terms of the general consensus of like non-Deep Dungeon runners and people who aren't living in the content, I would say that PT was a pretty good success for SC. And I think in terms of just overall success of like how often people do it, I think that's very successful. So if you're looking at the general consensus, hold on, what is this, Roaring Ring? If you're looking at the general consensus, I would say PT was definitely in the more favorable side of things of the Deep Dungeons. But in terms of the solo community, it's a little bit more closer to people don't quite like it. So that's kind of where you kind of look at it. For me, it's like, okay, so now let me give you my answer, okay? My personal answer. Hold on, let me deal with this mechanic. So, I mean, I don't do content that I'm not going to like. You know, like, if I really, really hated this content, I wouldn't be here. I'd do something else. So you can take that as kind of, like, the very simplistic answer. But I said this even before when PT first came out, and I still think it holds true, is that when I think about the games I do offline, like, not on stream, like, I only do Deep Dungeon pretty much exclusively on stream. And if I can envision myself doing this off stream, like spending, you know, my free time doing PT, I honestly don't think I would do that at all with PT, because it doesn't satisfy the challenge that I'd be looking for, or like, you know, because if I want a challenge, I'm running like Path of Exile 2 hardcore, or something else like running a speedrun or something. My offline game is usually consists of like gacha games, which is like a slow progression of power and everything. I have a good time with that, but something with PT doesn't kind of suit the fancy of any of those categories for me. So I would never envision myself doing this game offline. But I still have a good time streaming it, but streaming it is still like an interesting dynamic because, I mean, I get to talk with you guys, we get to have conversations, we get to have some ideas, you know, I get to advertise my guides. I mean, there's a lot going on with streaming the content that's very different than having to do it offline. And I enjoy that immensely. Like, this is part of the fun that I really, really like, and I still have a very big goal of trying to get to Omni and this thing to clear all the classes and jobs in here, which I'm very much looking forward to. But I also think the pacing in which I'm doing it, which is once a week, when I used to stream Deep Dungeon like 3 to 4 times a week, I think is an appropriate amount of time that I'm giving the game, because if I give it any more, I feel like I might burn myself out because I'm doing it too much during the week. And that's, again, that's only on stream. I barely do Deep Dungeon off stream. But also you have to factor in the tax of like doing this content for like 10 years too. I mean, it's been a long time doing this content. So, I mean, naturally, if I didn't feel a burnout, I think that'll be really interesting, but I'm managing it so I can keep my interest going for a long period of time. Chat was going on. I'm gonna try to catch up in chat in between the floors, but I will look at it after we kill the boss, because this is a boss where I can make a really bad mistake and then it's kind of done, and I've made mistakes on this boss before. Okay, can I hit a button? That'll be great. I was trying to hit Ifrit and it wasn't going out. Okay. Yeah, no problem, Fog. Okay, let me catch up in here. Okay, so Melly, I hope during my monologue I answered it, and then of course chat was like really explaining a lot of it. So hopefully you got kind of a nice perspective from chat as well, which may or may not have aligned with how I explained it. But if I didn't answer it, hang tight, because when we step into the next floor, I can go a little bit more into detail. But if I didn't, if that's good enough, then we're good. Irva says these Deep Dungeon, I feel like there should have been some kind of Colusia floors, maybe. Didn't they represent Colusia in here? But it was more the one of the closed areas, I think. I'm really worried that with Evolved, that POTD is going to be too easy. I really hope I can clear it before that. I believe in you, Perfy. We will throw every resource at your face to make sure that you get it. Some cope that EO is better, rest don't like it because they're better into the content and not challenging for them. List is long, but summarize too easy. No threats. I'm glad it exists now to help people get into Soul Deep Dungeon, but it's a fair bit easier than the other runs. Even as a PT liker, says Religion, I'm very aware how much easier it is than the others. Haha. Haha! If PT was made first, be okay, but after use of POTD, PT just doesn't do anything to match that difficulty. It's easier EO, which is considered a step down in difficulty. Yeah, a lot of this was a lot of the stuff that the gamers here said is basically pretty much on par with like how the community perception is. Again, you can still toss around like, do you like the content or do you not like the content? But in terms of like objective thoughts on like what it provides in terms of content compared to the other ones, yeah, easy was always been. Even when I did the PT interviews where we talked to all these people who cleared PT, even the guys who cleared PT as their very first Deep Dungeon, a lot of them said it was pretty easy. Like it was like, you know, average difficulty, it wasn't too bad. So it's really weird when like I mean, you guys can speak to ultimates better than I can. I'm just an observer, but I think it's interesting that the content started off difficult and then went downward towards easier. I would think that you'd want to start at that pace and then go up, but they're going the other way. And I don't know if Ultimate's kind of like that. I know one of the recent Ultimates was very difficult, but a lot of them, I think, recently have been not more difficult, if that makes sense. I mean, it's hard to, and it's also weird because, like, one of the things that I think the community sticks on, too, is the fact that, got up until top. Okay, gotcha. Okay. One of the things that the community stuck to, which was questionable already, and then we kind of proved it, was that, like in one of the live letters, Yoshi P says that PT solo was going to be a similar difficulty than the other deep dungeons, which, of course, looking at it now in present day, it's like it's literally the furthest from the truth. But then you also have to ask yourself, how did they perceive difficulty? Because I think historically, like, not to say the devs are not great at creating content or judging difficulty, I feel like the concept of what they think is difficult is very different than what the end game of people playing the game find is difficult, you know? But you also have to ask, like, where is their gauge, right? So if you're looking at it maybe for the average player, I think maybe that's true. So we're looking at it in the sense of, like, you know, people who've run this content for years. I've been doing this for now 10 years, coming up with the anniversary of POTD in July. I think it's safe to say that, like, if I didn't find this content at some respect easier to some fashion, I mean, either A, it's extremely hard, or B, am I really getting better at the content, you know? Is Heaven on High being the hardest the general consensus of the deep dungeons? I think the general consensus is PT is the hardest. POTD is the hardest because of the floors of Behemoth, of Godfather. But you'll definitely see on the surface, like if you start comparing floor to floor stuff, like compare 191 to 91 Heaven on High, or, you know, 91 PT to all this stuff. I did it just for you, Sig. Then you go like floor set to floor set, you can say, like, I would say Heaven on High 91 plus, so even 81 plus, is far harder than what POTD provides 181 to 191. But it's hard to compare, like, POTD and Heaven on High, like, as a 1-to-1 ratio, because it's 200 floors versus 100 floors, you know? Palms are different. The RNG is different between the deep dungeons. So I would say Palace of the Dead is the hardest of the four. I'm not going to say it's a long shot versus Heaven on High, but it is definitely harder. And I think, again, when you say general consensus, and you're talking what, like, non-deep dungeon runners and deep dungeon runners alike, I would say you would get more times than not people saying POTD is the one. And not to mention, look, I can tell you from a statistical point of view and an analytical point of view, my Palace of the Dead videos still do way better than all the other videos. And how I look at it, it's just basically how much information do you need to get through the content. And I would argue that PT and EO, you don't need that much information to get through the content. Therefore, people may not necessarily need to look at the videos and guides as much to get through. Whereas something like Palace, it's still very difficult, and people gotta, like, download that information as much as they can before they go in, you know? Because right now, I just released a freaking... We just released and currently releasing a Red Mage POTD guide. And that thing is going way higher than I thought it would be at the moment for content that's been 10 years old. And to me, that just tells me, like, maybe POTD is still the one that people are, like, wanting to hunt down, wanting to do the challenge, or they find it at that level where it requires that information to be able to digest and to get better at it, you know? So... it is the one true deep dungeon. I mean, again, we could have feelings and emotions on it, but again, statistically and analytically speaking, I think it's just kind of, that is what it is. You know, it's like, why would you look up a video for something if you can walk in and do it, right? If the general person can just go into the content, figure it out in like a week, and then good. You have people who have been doing Palace of Ed for years, and are still not completing it. And they're trying really, really hard. You know, and bless them for keep on going to that same challenge, because very rarely do you even find an individual gamer who's going to stay with a challenge for longer than 2 weeks, you know, outside of a seasonal thing, before they move on. It's really, really good. But I finally unlocked Heaven on High. Is there any big difference between it and Palace of the Dead? Differences between Heaven on High and Palace of the Dead, I mean, the obvious one is less floors. Enemies in Heaven on High will hit you harder, percentage-wise, than Palace of the Dead. You have less proximity enemies in Heaven on High than Palace of the Dead, so it's a little bit easier to navigate, and your palms are obviously different, and you have the introduction of Magicites. So you have a little bit more power-ups to wield in Heaven on High, but Heaven on High, in my opinion, is far more RNG in terms of luck value, versus Palace of the Dead, where it's a little bit no, I'm not gonna say it's not RNG based, but it's a little bit less RNG based than Heaven on High. Like Heaven on High runs can swing pretty hard, and I feel like Palace of the Dead, if you're very skillful and very consistent, you can typically clear Palace of the Dead with a really high consistency rate. Palace is scary because big time investment, so I started with Heaven on High. The thing I'll impart with you, Melly, and then after this I'll take a short break. I'll stand up, stretch, and then we'll continue when we go inside. Any deep dungeon that you do, including PT, including EO, it's a lot of that knowledge will carry over to all the other deep dungeons. One can argue that your experience in PT will have a less effective amount of help into, let's say, the older ones, but it's still going to help. You learn aggro, you learn how to use your Poemanders, you learn to navigate the forest solo, so there's something that you'll get out of it. But Heaven on High certainly is definitely the most adjacent to Palace of the Dead. And one of the common things is just the fact that what Darth said is that, you know, a lot of times people will complain about the boring floors in Palace, and it gets more difficult, 151, and that's still a big time investment to get to those higher floors. Heaven on High, you can get to the higher floors from 1 to the higher floors easily in like 1 day, in a couple hours. Palace is going to take you maybe 2 days, 3 days of work. So, and that does translate into Palace, if not even more so, because Heaven on High hits you even harder than Palace of the Dead. So the carryover is really nice. And the confidence value is also good. I cleared Heaven on High first before Palace, and that gave me so much confidence going into Palace. It was really, really nice. Anyway, let me take that small break. Let me get the ads. Chad, you have continued conversations as you will. And then we'll continue into 81+. Ada, thank you for the 42 months. Hope you had fun at the anime convention. All right, let me play some background music for you guys. And we shall be back. I'll see you in a bit. Stand up, stretch, hydrate, guys. Heaven on High bosses are definitely legendary for not doing anything. That's for sure. Alright, let's hop in. I got my time limit to go for. I never got that raising, right? No, I never got that raising. Okay. Thank you for the question, by the way. I'm doing it with Machinist as melee, and I feel like I should have gone in as a tank. Whichever is more comfy. Whichever is more comfy, melee. That's what I always suggest. I always suggest people to go with the comfy job or their main job. You know. And you might like even a melee in there, right? And the only way you'll know is actually going in, but I didn't pick up the raising. Okay. Haste. Oh, not yet, because I might deal with a gremlin. Strength, yes. There's no gremlin in the first room. Flight came back. Welcome back to the ads, guys. Thank you for your patience. Doc 2. And there's an Odin. Speaking of Odin. It's an Odin skin coming at me. Deal with him now. Nope, not here. Guys, he's trying to get Crystal. Don't bother him, okay? Let him get Crystal. Oh, there's another horse coming in. I'm just gonna stay in this corner. I refuse to try PhD. LMAO. Hey, Cog, for the next charity run, do you want to do Warrior Palace of the Dead? You spin the wheel, I don't spin the wheel. Well, Cog does not want to save children. Unreal. I can't believe this. Rip all children. Make logouts mean more on Astro? Yikes. So also Warrior, to be fair, but... Okay, I didn't use a freaking haste because I was gonna run into a gremlin, and I haven't... Okay, I saw one gremlin. You're gonna have Biftech and Wallen carrying the logouts at very strategic times. The Biftech just comes in, boom, log out. Wallen's like, where's the worst time to log out? Okay, let's do it right now as you're about to clear. I didn't have the charity running when I was doing that in Crimson Desert. There's a difference. Actual tactical nukes, yeah, literal. He's showing everybody how to do a proper logout, you know what I'm saying? Right before Behemoth on Astro? Oh my gosh. I wonder if it would be good where if we do like let's say we run 4 simultaneous Deep Dungeon solo runs for charity and we have the wheel to accommodate for it, right? I wonder if it'll not be a bad idea to actually just hard limit the amount that you can redeem for every single Tormander, but then they'd be much cheaper, you know? I wonder if that's not a bad idea, because I usually set it up the prices in such a way where like high value Pomanders were more money, so that but you could donate infinitely. But if it's going to be like that many people, you could kind of see the and then you could have like statistics on like who is the unluckiest on the run or something like that. Might be interesting. I just hate kids in Crimson Desert. Look, if they didn't stand in the middle of the road, the parents should have taught them better. I'm just saying. The idea is you make the clear in POTD, or Heaven High clearable, then you guys make it unclearable. Astro would not be clearable for you. Well, a year from now, what if you turn into a god tier Deep Dungeon runner on Astro? What if Evolved Astro becomes the greatest job in all of Deep Dungeon? Be different, see? Be a lot different. But that's not what people want to see. They want to see the Reborn Astro, because that's what they're asking for. It won't be, and it won't be. Well. I was gonna say we could save the kids by letting them run Deep Dungeon, but EO would be inflicting more trauma, damn. That's why, by the way, I actually really appreciated Melly's question earlier, because I kind of had that similar question on YouTube, where someone basically asked me like, hey, so what's about Astro POTD? Like, I don't have no idea, and I see it being talked about, but I'm an Astro main, so like, can you explain the whole Astro thing? And it's funny because I think the basis of the question was more that they're hearing like the inside jokes that are in the community about like a job or a Deep Dungeon, so you're kind of hearing it out of context, right? So like I'm looking at Ether Bunny's comment there about like EO and everything. It's like, we know what that means, like a lot of us knows what that means, but then someone coming in for the first time, they're like, what are you talking about? And I think it's such a great question to ask, like the base question of like, well, why do you think it's like this? Like, what is the thing about it? And then like you get like the proper responses from everyone, even about, you know, PT and everything. Like these are like the objective responses that you hear about and what the community talks about, and then that's why you hear those kind of inside jokes and everything and the memes about it, because it all comes off of that reasoning. But it's like, it's hard for someone, I would imagine, who is definitely new into the content or copping into the community for the first time to pick up on that. Does that make sense, right? I would imagine it's going to be a little bit hard. It's not like it's just like written on the wall somewhere to like, this is what this means, this is the translation. But I'm actually really enjoying how people are like just kind of inquiring more about it, instead of just like kind of taking it at face value and then running with it and then not really understanding why it's said like that, but they're just going with it because that's what everyone says, you know? Which I understand that is the thing, and that's fine, which is why I always try to be a little bit... I try my best to be clear as possible, but... Which is kind of where, you know, even I remember when we started PT, And you had kind of the apprehension of people like wanting to say either or, whether they wanted to say that they really didn't like PT or they really like PT, because depending on what channel they're listening to or what Discord they're in, it's very different, you know. And I'm like, no, tell me everything. Like, do you like it? Great. Do you don't like it? Great. Like, I don't like it's fine. Just it's okay. You're okay to have your own feelings, but it's the internet, so I mean, I get it, you know. Affluence. I'm not sure how my... Oh, I actually want to dump my devotion right now. Because it's also interesting, because I hear that, and I'm like, that's not what I'm hearing. I mean, I can understand why you're hearing that, but that's not how I look at it. Can't wait to see every enemy get blown up by 5 GCDs on every job. And the mobility, too. High mobility. I'm gonna abuse landmines on Dragoon every moment that's possible. Every time Sky High is up, just run over a landmine. Easy. Pop a bloodbath, fly over the landmine, drop myself on them, make it all back with damage. Be great. Imagine dying to Maul. Couldn't be me. Okay. I do have Pox on, which is cramping my style. I don't have the strength on, so that's a thing too. So I would want to try to pick up another Bark Bomb if I can, which sets me up for the rest of this run. I have a Bark Bomb for this boss, which is good. See one more. On Godfather Tank Busters, you avoid one of them. Yeah, it's not bad. I do wonder if you're... I don't think... Yo, right. No, you're taking 90% damage, so you're not untargetable. Right, okay. They were thinking about making it like the true Dragoon, where you're untargetable, but a little OP. Although it would be hilarious, though, in the reverse sense, where you do Sky High, and it de-aggroes for a little bit, and you have to hit it fast enough, otherwise it just starts regenning itself. That'll kind of be funny. But I think they'll maintain aggro the whole time. Serenity, I will use that. Okay, so I have a devotion on the next floor going into 84. I have full flight, so I could flight the next floor to keep it at 2. Because that might help me at least maintain time. Time is okay. But I know I'm gonna slow down, so it's just more managing the time. And like preventing an overcap. Can't wait to see the Thaumaturge Mario Kart ring around the Rosie Burger King WhatsApp. Is that every social media that you actually know? God, that's pretty impressive. That's not bad. Oh. Oh, I caused the problem. I know I can outrange this thing. Which I might have to do. Oh, not... Okay. Great. I actually thought I could just outrun it, but apparently I cannot just outrun it. Okay, noted. I had a haste in there? Alright. Guess I have to run without a freaking raising now. The sound effect, it was very loud in my ear too, yes. Sure, I'll just... Mimics are less offensive than Nulls. And someone who's never cleared Deep Dungeon, not even in a party. Seeing solo clears without job zones is just nuts. It is kind of nuts, yeah. But I mean, it's a showcase of expertise in the content, right? I mean, it's about maximizing the Pomanders and all that stuff. Like that's what you're looking at in this gameplay. So I mean, yeah, you can try it off at the beginning, sure, It's just what it demands of you is going to be a lot, so... I felt that hit in my ocean boat? Yeah, fine. I think I could line of sight it if I remember. I think, no, I couldn't line of sight it. No, we did that already. But I thought I could outrange it. I just don't think I ran far enough away. Because it's a buff. I think he gets a buff, and then in the buff he can do that. So by outranging it, you get the buff out of there. I didn't do that, so I gotta be very careful now. Now I'm like, I don't want to pull those unless I had strength on, you know? Certainly not with weakness on, that's for sure. Someone who has played every ultimate clear is insane. Someone who has every ultimate clear and every job is insane. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of time spent, that's for sure. I was taking a sip of my tea, I didn't notice I didn't have regen on. This is why I wanted the other racing though, not gonna lie. But I'm just gonna have to play careful for this floor set. I'm gonna have to deal with this one. It's the safer option. If I pull a null, then I'm doing a strength. Or I'm backloading my damage. Okay. As predicted, the time is getting tighter because I'm 15 minutes into the first two now. Can we please stay in line of sight? That would be good. Might have to use another purification here. Now I'll ride this out. It's only 10 seconds. Okay, thank God I'm out of here. I'm going to flight. I actually thought I would need more kills, and the only thing left were the nulls that killed me. Damage down? Great. Love that for me. Oh, love that for me. Even more mimics. It's just making up all of the mimics and all the previous fours into this one set. But it is helping me get a bit of kill selection. I can't necessarily complain. And in this situation too, if I take a null, I'm gonna have to do something. Because I already didn't have damage with Poxon, let alone damage down. Hey Yakushi, how you doing? Need to make it to the other room. Also need to concern myself with a possible patrol that might be floating around. Okay, you did move. There is a patrol coming this way. think I might pull it already. Although by the time it comes back, it probably I kill this mimic. Gremlin. Oh, you walk pretty far, no? Okay. Candelabra. Oh, that's the one I need to get because that's going to be my floor wipe. I want to get the... I don't know, I have enough time for this. Let's go here. Gotta watch the null. And watch this guy. Make sure he's not doing Blizzard Trap. One minutes left. Mud Ball. I'm gonna Purity for it. This is not the best room to fight this. Also, I want to check the chest anyway, because the chest might be a Mimic, which then would be better to fight than this one. But the Maul... Okay. Exit his data away. Fortune? Sure. Putting me to 1 Purity though? Nah, but it is Mud Ball. I can't say no to the Mud Ball. This is a clean room. I could fight this here, which might be a better option right now. Witching. Okay. Witching is in play. I already pulled it anyway. Okay, bronze chest in that room and a witching here. If I need to do another pull, it's gonna be the Satana. Ow. Yep, no chests. Second Storm Slash, maybe? Yep. I wonder if mobs with Lingering Offense AoE could work, and how janky it would be with a possible treasure room of said mobs. Like, out of combat targeted, then remains for a certain time. So like AoE, just like persistent AoE on the ground, like a ground AoE. I mean, it kind of be interesting, sure. I have to worry about people's PCs overloading with all the graphics, though. Ah, it might be cool. Okay. We have another pull. Flighted Forest supposedly was supposed to save me time, and, well... It is kind of getting into a situation where maybe I just don't even do the Purity because I'm taking a lot of time here, but I think I still do. I'm still deciding. I haven't seen any silver chests come in, which they should be coming in. It's the 4 set where you typically would see them. Okay, if I exit, I'm gonna Purity. And I'm gonna alter... Yeah, I'm gonna alter, but not Affluence yet. Indeed. I think there was a gremlin behind me that I could go. But I mean, switch up there. Well, not much. We're still here. I did take a death here, unfortunately, so I'm gonna have to try to do this without the raising. But so far, so far so good. Actually, I gotta play. I'm gonna witching him at low HP, so I'll bring him to low HP and then kill him, and then do the witching. Should have to deal with the I don't have to deal with the DPS check. Oh crap. Oh, secondary witching. Okay, well. The game agreed with my strategy, apparently. I have another witching just in case. Okay, I think I still Purity. I Affluence. I'm sorry, I Alter, I Purity. Yeah. Just a safety play. I don't think there's debuffs here, which is great. Oh, auto heal? Okay. What's funny enough kind of means that it was kind of pointless for me to do the the Purity, but it is what it is. Boom. Angle. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to the other end. Managing time. Time is currently okay, but we are going at a very slow pace. So I have to think about using more stuff. This is the floor set where you kind of bank on the fact that you see incenses show up, and they currently are not showing up, so that's a concern, but... There it is. So I want to probably use that Maze Root, like, ASAP, depending on what this is. Mortification. Do I play to it, or do I just nuke it? I think I just nuke it. I mean, more than likely, I'm gonna have to fight something on my way anyway. So I guess I'll just do that. I'll just Maze Root, find the exit, find the chests, kill things if I need to, and then go with there. So I don't want to get with an overcap on the to deal with an overcap on the incenses at all. Placing add and paralyze for Arch Deepen, Enrage or making a one-shot Enrage, you should make it being enraged with a small amount of damage. Oh, that's right, they changed the thing here, right? So now this one does paralyze, basically it just does the POTD thing. Is that what that is now? I didn't even think about that. It doesn't do anything. Didn't they have a patch note thingy about it? Like it wasn't, or am I misremembering something? Wasn't there? That's what it did before, but didn't they do something with it recently? Or did they just mention that it doesn't have the effect? Oh, they just removed it. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, gotcha. I didn't remember what they did. I just know that it was mentioned. So this does not do Abyssal Transfixion at all. It just does the AoE stuff. Look how that's the solution. Just take it out. I just fixed it. I don't know. Just duplicated it from Palace. It does Enrage, but it's just oh, gotcha. Okay. Like it's like an attack bonus. Okay, now I think I'm on the same page as you. Purity. Maze through the next floor. Oh, perfect time to use it too. Yeah, okay, this justifies me using the Mazer. Okay, so I would want to just take the time, which puts me in a really good amount of time. It's not much here to begin with. Nice strength, I could actually use that. Okay, off we go. That's it. One debuff. Alright, could be worse. I still have this fresh steel on. And I haven't a strength on. Alright, so we fight our way through for a little bit. I might consider a flight. 2 patrols floating around. And a line priority. I know that there's 2 patrols here. I'm trying to keep an eye on that room in front of me. See when any of them show up, because I don't know if they're walking into dead ends or if they got a long way to go. I imagine the Humbaba went to a dead end. Like, I want to think the Succubus is not a dead end, but the Humbaba is? Yeah. Maybe. Ooh, or both, equally. Triple blow. Count to 3, chat. 1. 2. 3. Go, 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 go. Oh. Okay. One, 2, 3. Okay. Hopefully this was the patrol I was tracking, not another one. Even with Shankon, it's just a long fight. Oh god, there's another one. Okay. I can fight the other one. Yeah, fight the other one. Get it out of here. Random question, can you LOS that line AoE? Okay, all line AoEs in PT, specifically, they will go through a wall, so I cannot LOS that line AoE. But in PT specifically, anything that is a line, and we're talking a singular line. So unlike the Mariliths or the dolls, I forgot the name of them, in 2 sets ago, that do the rock slide, which does like a cross thing, or even the crystal dudes, the proximity ones that do cross laser or the donut, those will not go through a wall. But if it's a single line AoE, it will go through a wall. And that's everything, even up to floor like 1 to 10. I think there's an enemy there that does a line AoE. Why the fight was so long and I realized they're playing it. Yes, right. Arcanist. Hey Jeff, how you doing? Yep. Arcanist. I has no buttons. I'm gonna probably use another flight here, unless I pick up another incense. I think that's the best play I can have. Oh, that's treasure room. Which also means they no. No, you're just a flowing patrol. Okay, which you never came to the room. Okay, got it. You just never came to my room. Doing fine. I just finished DT, starting A. Oh, let's go. Okay, quick one-sentence impression about DT. Oh, wait. Were we talking, like, 7.0 DT? Or, like, the current one? I haven't done the current one, so I can't... So that I don't even want to hear about yet, because I haven't done the MS 7.5, but... 7.0 you talking about? Okay, so one-sentence review. What did you think of it? We do have some people in chat who are not in DT also, so like non-spoiler free. But if you were to give it kind of a quick review on what you thought about it, what do you think? Okay, let's go. That's maybe a ticket that I could use. Big ticket, eventually. Poison fruit saves me time. Okay, so I would want to get rid of that poison fruit sooner than later, so I'll probably use it on the next 4. Checking to see if there's lions. Still another patrol here. Not yet. Let me think for a moment. Okay. Hold on, let me gather my thoughts. Bum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum. Nice crit. She got stuck on a wall. That's embarrassing. Recitation. Okay. With the strength here. Take the bird. Stepped on a landmine the same moment I was opening silver. Of course it exploded. Classic deep dungeon way to die. Did you wipe the run or did you have a raising on? Kill this bird for you? I'm on it, dude. It's either it kills me or it kills it, so I better kill it. A nice reprieve and a great setup, while bringing us a focus on ethics and exploration and amazing fights. We consumed my 2 point... Got it. Okay, so you had a good time with it, Chad. That's actually a really good review. Thank you for that. Yeah, honestly, like, contrary to popular belief, I did like the 7.0 MSQ, personally. I didn't have a high expectation, though, but... with that set bar that I set for myself, I liked it. I had a good time with it. Okay, let's go. Well, I'm going to check the other room first, and then we're going to go. Next floor is Recitation, but I think I still blow up the floor with a Fortune because of time. Oh, I hear a line. Okay. Good thing audio cues. Oh, I gotta pick up the strength too. Now the thing is, I could probably try to fight through the next floor, but I think I'm trying to protect against an overcap. And I could yield a lot of chests if I try to go for the fortune incense here. So I'll probably just do it anyway. I don't think I want to play to Votives. Too much RNG in Votives. And not to mention Recitation isn't really helping me that much, to be fair. It would if I was on Bard or any other class, but it's not a big asset to my DPS. Oh, good floor to do it. I would have had to Serenity here. Affluence. Fortune. Alright, so I have to watch out for lions here. Because I'm going to delay the usage of my thingy. Steal. Okay. Bark bomb. I got the bark bomb. Sight. And pick up the steal. Dungeon is pretty good. There was one or two scenes I was like, different folks, stop shortly before I finish, and now resub. Gotcha, yeah. I went in blind, no expectations, and it's a little break from end, but in a good way. Highs, not lows, good. Perfect non-spoiler review. Actually, Darth in chat is also someone who is not quite there yet. Like, he's still kind of slowly getting through in this queue, so that's great. Thank you for that respect on that. 2-year break, a lot of stuff I was able to do, new trials and dungeons. Nice, that's a lot of content. You know, for people who have taken breaks or who are hopping into the game for the first time, there is a lot of content to cut through. The people, and rightfully so, the people who never ended their sub, who played on a regular basis, those guys who are complaining about content, I think it's semi-valid, but it's not a full scope on the overall player base, you know. Nah, I should have flighted. I'm gonna see how I do on this floor first. So I'm gonna base this floor normally, and then based on how much time I get out, I can either flight or poison fruit the next floor. I think that's how I'm gonna do this right now. Triple blow. 1, 2, 3. Go. First half was okay, second half I was wondering if it was ever going to leave me alone. Triple blow. Yeah, so the triple blow, it hits me once, right? It hits me twice. It hits me 3 times. It's the one after. That is a one-shot. This conal right here, that's a one-shot. The tricky bit. Like, it says triple blow, it hits you 3, but there's a follow-up attack. So that's the one I'm concerned. That's why I pay a lot of attention to it, because of that interaction. One, two, three, rip. Yeah. Yep. I didn't pull it back far enough, honestly. Yep. And I got penalized for it. So I had the witching. I'm just basically playing to the witching. Gonna hope I can drop the line in 15 seconds. I can deal with a Serbi from a distance. Tail blow again. Tail blow surprisingly big. That's what killed me on one of my Bard runs. Also, it kind of depends on what this votive is, because it'll decide what I'm doing on the ninth floor. I want definitely like 10 minutes on the boss if I can help it. Frailty. Interesting. I think a flight is going to be good enough then. If I can get out of here fast enough anyway. Okay, let me deal with this one. Do you think for them to not make Serbi having tail depending on your position? Not really, because you know why? That enemy in particular is kind of a tricky one for parties, right? I mean, yeah, granted, I guess you can adjust it for solo, but that definitely is a mechanic for party mechanic. It's RNG. So if you're not paying attention, then typically it's probably dead before it does it. But yeah, that was at least I can see why. I can see the intention of that enemy of why that was like that, but yeah, I could be better for solo. Yeah. Strengthen that other chest, right? Serbi, you're gonna aggro. Nope, just kidding. Okay, let me take care of the lion first. Is there another lion here? There is another lion here. Also, I'm gonna cause an issue here. Get out of this room, get out of this room, get out of this room. Humbaba. I can hear him. Naturally. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, that's even better. What's better than two? One, then two, and I gotta get out of this room fast. I'm stuck here. God damn it. This Serbi is causing me issues. Can't sleep. There's actually 3? Since when? Okay, well, my chances of getting out of here with the flight now are pretty low. I think I eliminated all the lions here. I'm literally just gonna... Oh my god. Where did all these patrol come from? Why is there so many? Were they all stuck in one room? I turn a corner, there's a patrol in every place. 1, 2, 3, 4... Okay. My steel's running out first. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, go. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a poison group. I don't think I could justify the other thing because I also want to have chance to check the chests too. But this extra pulls did not help my situation at all. 3. 1. Ow. 2. 3. I don't know where all these patrols came from. I thought I had tracked them all and like there's so much. If I get hit with a double attack again, I'm gonna die. Okay. Thinking about buffing the next floor, but I think I just go in as is. It's also funny that you can witching Corrigans and have them get and get clapped by them, but in PT it doesn't have effect on. Wait, oh really? I didn't even know that. Chimera Hell? Well, the Chimera is looking right at the exit. It's more like Humbaba. Me Humbaba, yeah, exactly. At least this lets me also ride out the pox. I'm just gonna nuke the next floor. Best option. So I don't have to race. And then worry about the last floor with the raising on. Wow, a clean floor. Not so clean. I might have to... I'm gonna send it now. Ah, devotion! Yay! Okay. Steal. So 3 devotion stepping into 91 is extremely good. I'm happy with that. Although there's still risk involved with the devotion to some extent, but at least I'll just try to blow them up. I have the 2 bark bomb I need, so it does come down to me picking up incenses and in 91 to help me out. I'm gonna play this very safe. Oh, great. Well, this is why I decided to poison Crude and Fortune, because this was going to be a thing. Thankfully, it is Frailty. Should have enough time for the boss. Hey, Ross, what's up, dude? Thanks for the raid. Hey, Kibis. Elixir, hello. Rust themselves, hello. Face Stabbages, Dr. Marks, welcome in. Valley, hello, guys. Welcome in. I did my first 31 this weekend and was like, Fail, my love. Why do you hurt me when you call upon my aid? Yeah. Well, welcome in, guys. I'm Andrew's Demonist. Cypher, hello. Do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo if we're in Final Fantasy XIV. We do a lot of other variety content. I'm currently getting ready to get addicted to Path of Exile 2 very, very soon. You walked into us trying to do Pilgrim Traverse solo as a Arcanist. So it's been quite the journey so far. And it's good to have you here. We actually are just gonna make it to the boss so you guys can see the boss, so welcome in. Let me sneak in that shout out. That is not how I do a shout out. Hold on. GM here. Shout out Russ, guys. Check out Russ, a very, very cool content creator. Doing a lot of 14, a very, very good WoW vet too. How was your 14? Dirty hello. Yeah, I'm very excited for the 0.5 league. I am a witch main. I do witch minions. That is what I go for. I was actually practicing Huntress. I just lost my Huntress on hardcore at 81 like 2 days ago. But I'm very excited for Witch. Did a whole lot of nothing. But you know what? I'm sure your guys had a good time doing it. So that's what's important. Because you put out some hell of a good content. Wing. Trying to get my first clear in Arcanist. It is the class Arcanist. It is not Summoner. It is Arcanist. We lost our Jobstone. I must have misplaced it somewhere. And so we're trying to clear on this class. It's been a decent journey so far, I would say. Haven't tried PoE2 since it came out. Excited. Yeah, 0.5 looks very good. 1.0 is coming out very, very soon at the end of the year, right before the 14 expansion. So it's going to be a very busy 2 months, I would say. December-ish is going to be PoE2, and then January is going to be Final Fantasy XIV 8.0. So it's going to be a very, very busy 2 months over here, that's for sure. He dropped it as I entered PT. I know. I just, for whatever reason, I lost it. Not here. Wing. Yeah, I don't have the greatest damage. I'm too high for it. No. It's just the cycle. I did a bunch of jobs. Now we cycle it into a class. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about uptime here. Although, imagine if I had to do this boss normally without the bark bomb, this would take 5 ever. Thankfully, I've lined up my bark bombs. Should have enough time. I'm pretty confident we have enough time. And then the challenge for the next floor is just getting to the boss with a lot of time. I have timed out before. Wing. Yeah. Russ, by the way, if you gotta do any post-stream stuff, do what you gotta do. I'm gonna be here for another hour. My last thing I'll do is the final set, so if anyone wants to hang around and see how that goes, then I got you. But we'll be here for at least 1 more hour. I think we're good on time. We're gonna go under 50% on the 6-minute mark-ish, so we're good. Alright, halfway through the fight. It's a pet shop. Yeah, the fairy's really working overtime to do damage. Unbelievable. Beastmaster beta. Going here. Honestly, Summoner was Beastmaster beta back in Heaven's Ward. Wing. Okay, here. Hot iron. No, why did you have to go there? Wing. Forehind. Okay, we're good. One more cycle potentially. That's all I need. You like this boss theme? I think my favorite boss in PT is the 70 boss, the Cyclops. I like that pacing of the fight. Oh. Wing. I'm safe here. 3 minutes left on the clock. Pretty good on time. Safe. Steel is down. Okay, good. Palms, I think, are pretty good. I have the Bark Bomb, which is kind of the important thing. So I'm pretty happy with that. So, alright. Did I see... How did you see... Did I do Sage? I did do Sage, right? Yo, Fruity Snacks! It's the Fisher! It's the Fisher extraordinaire right there. The literal fish man. Yeah, that's right. What's up, Fruity? How you doing? Thanks for the raid. Welcome in. 2 amazing content creators coming in. Fruity Snacks is... So, like, you know, I would like to think our territory over here is Deep Dungeon Solo, right? I would want to think if people mention Deep Dungeon Solo, hopefully they get filtered to us, because we definitely have a lot of information. We'd like to help people. Fruity Snacks is basically the same thing for fishing. You want fishing, you have to go to him, because he'll do everything. The amount of content he also puts outside of, like, you know, on YouTube, on socials and everything, it's immense. He just loves freaking fishing. So, check him out. Like, you have to. If you like fishing, you gotta go to him. You have to. So, welcome in. How was your stream? How was it today on your run? Hope you had a good time. Welcome in, guys. I'm Angels Demonist. We do a lot of Deep Dungeon Solo. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. We're doing our thing in our own little sector of the game. Do a lot of Deep Dungeon Solo. Do a little bit of variety as well. I was just saying how I'm gonna be addicted to Path of Exile 2 coming up soon when the new patch releases next Friday. But we still got Deep Dungeon on the Mondays. And we're currently going through Pilgrim's Traverse Solo as an Arcanist. We just cleared 90. So you've actually really come in on a kind of the mini set of this set where we try to go for clear now. 0.5 looks sick. There's a lot they're adding to endgame in 0.5 next Friday. No, you can say niche. No, that's exactly what you say, Frosty. Take side content, and he'll love it. But it's good to have you here, guys. Although I do apologize. First and foremost, I want to apologize because I'm going to have to hit you guys with ads. Because I always do ads in the middle of, you know, at the end of the floor set. But if you want to stick around for that, after the ads, hopefully we can put on a good show for you guys. As you guys go and follow Fruity Snacks over there for fishing. And Just Ross, who rated us as well, who's definitely going to give you some solid content. Wonderful creator over there as well. So really, really good people that have come by. So I really appreciate you guys. Hit the ads. I'm going to go, yeah, sounds good, man. Sounds good. But we're going to hit some ads here. I'm going to go straight in because I'm a little bit on a time limit. Is PT even side content or niche? Of course it is. Anyway, 3 minutes on Twitch, a little less on YouTube. Let's try to wrap this up, guys. I'm going to try to take this home. I'll see you in a bit. BRB. Palms look pretty good. Hopefully I can get the victory here. On Arcanist. Oh, also, while I send everyone to ads, I should have done this before. If you guys are looking for Necromancer, Deep Dungeon, Xanthia, thank you for giving a sub to Fruity. Appreciate that. We've released a new guide for Red Mage. Also, have done a new version of a guide that I call the Skills Video. And if you like it, if you like that format, do tell me, because it really would motivate me to make more of them. And so far, that video is going actually pretty good. I'm really actually happy with the results of that video. People seem to be taking a liking to them. So I'm taking that into very strong consideration. But let's go in here. Let's get this in. Let's do it. Raising. Put on a good show for you guys. For everyone who came up. I'm going to use the devotion immediately. Get rid of that right now. Steel's a good opener. It's the Ross Killer coming up. I get to support 2 amazing content creators who do so much for me in one go. Y'all, let's go. Hell yeah, dude. Glad to hear it. Dude, Fruity is fantastic. What he does for the fishing community is just insane. The Ross Killer. Who knew that something with 9 mouths was gonna kill Ross? You saw that word in BG3? What, Ross Killer or Pop It? Or Whinge? Hey Crone, how you doing? Oh, there's another one coming. Uh-oh. Angry boy. Oh, is that a fake hype train? Let's go. Love the fake hype trains. Winch? Were you like trying to Google the definition as it was coming up? Is that what happened? The true thing of what happened during your run? Is that you saw winch, you're like, wait, what does this mean? And let me Google it, and then you died. I changed some subs and chat interaction and that turned off. It's okay, it's fine. Hi, train. Wait, use a wall? Try to LOS everything? Yeah. No, there was two thoughts to the deep dungeon climb on a blind run. Use a wall or run behind it. Sadie subscribed to the run behind it. I did like a mix of both, but you know, Finn was totally wall gaming. Cog hates trains. Cog, would you realistically ride a train, or would that be too enclosed for you? Because then that would actually define as the fact that he would hate trains. Sadie, hello. Good to see you, sir. I did neither. Oh, Ross just took it to the face. Got it. Bum. Oh. Ross just takes damage and wins. Yeah. Haven't you seen his PoE2 playthroughs? And welcome back in the ads, guys. Thank you for your patience. I'm a little worried about that patrol. I feel like I want to hunt it down. I'm actually going to hunt it down. I was a healer fighting every enemy on their teams. Yeah. Oh. No, I could have gotten that cast off, but I decided nothing. Trains are fine, elevators are okay as long as it's not more than 3 people in it. Gotcha. Yeah, Cog's not a fan of enclosed spaces, so I was just mostly like realistically curious about that. That always fascinates me, like phobias and stuff. Because I kind of want to understand like the environments and stuff that people have an issue with, because I respect it completely, right? It definitely would be a vehicle to like, you know, to meme the person, but I'm not that kind of person. Okay. Steel? I already have a steel one. I'll use it later. I have heard about these invisible turtles, but I've never encountered such in PoE2. Me too. I don't know what these invisible turtles are either. New to me. It's possible. It's possible to do on PoE2 with Machinist no steel. Yes. Well, kind of. Like the best way to say that is that if you were to not get a gloom floor at all, or no abilities, yeah, you could. But the gloom kind of messes that up a little bit. But you can get away with a lot without steel and with strength on. Like you can get away with a lot. Now I would actually say as a follow-up thing in relation to, but not entirely the same thing. We did do a run on Machinist where we didn't use any regen potions. You know? So, I mean, Machinists can have really, really good kiting, which also means that you're not taking as much damage if you're not using regen potions. Not that I would suggest that anymore, because you get regen potions a lot. But, there's a lot Machinists can do with the full kiting complement, and Strength On. Like, Strength On is going to be important because you kill it, you know, in a fast amount of time, which means, you know, less time you take damage. But I would say, under specific circumstances, you can definitely clear and get through 191 without a steal. It's just... a lot of things have to go correct for that. Like, I would say you're not getting through if you have at least one gloom floor, you know? Yeah, Arc Bomb. For like a vast majority of the enemies there, you can leg graze. And with careful kiting and some proper tactician usage and potion usage, healing when the big damage comes in, pull it off. I feel like I have a fear for crowds, but it really makes me uncomfortable if I rush against someone in the streets or a subway. That's fair. That's completely understandable. I mean, you know, should have to be forced into it, you know. Shit, that sucks. Because I was really trying not to avoid that, but I'm not out though. A 9-minute and basically an 8-minute floor. What is in that chest? Steel? Was in the chest I didn't pick up, but I have to go back because I know where the exit is. I was hearing movement, and I wasn't sure if the poppet was coming, because I think there is one poppet that's floating around. Kind of depends on what this is, though. Oh, it is a blind faith. Okay. Them. There's a chat. Ooh, it's a bronze chest. Let's pull the dreamer. So I can. So if I get the exit open, then I can just walk past everything. Arcanist because I made it to 94 without any steals and ended up dying to Mimic. And Gloom, yeah, Gloom is what's going to make it very tricky because even with really good kiting, then it's going to catch up to you. And a Mimic is an example where you can't leg graze, so you can't slow it down for those bonus 10 seconds that you can't for other enemies. But yeah, Gloom is the one exception, which makes it a complicated situation. Now, you could stagger kite your way to victory even in a Gloom floor, but stagger kiting is very dicey at best. I don't even feel comfortable doing it on Machinist because it's almost like I could just run away and probably feel better about that. But stagger kiting could work as like a super emergency plan where like you have nothing else. I'm still not out. Now, I guess follow-up, Elia, a thing to mention is that, granted, you're focused in on 191 floor, right? But typically, you can get into 191 with 2 steel minimum, using 1 for the boss. So another way to look at it is that you can actually rephrase your question asking, can I get through 181 without a steal? Because if you get through 181 without a steal, that means aside from the boss, if you'll use it inevitably, you can actually save those steals into 191. And to then answer that question, then yeah, there's more things in there. But then there are things that you cannot fight without steal. I mean, I would hesitate to fight... Well, that's not true. I would hesitate to fight like a Frost Dragon without steal. It's possible. I wouldn't recommend it. If you had strength on only, requirement is to take it to strength. But something like a Scorpion can can be done with strength on only. A worm can be done with strength on only if you kind of abuse a little bit of kiting and pathing with the worm. Strength kind of definitely gets you through a lot. So that's one thing to also take into consideration, that you try to look into the previous step and to maybe save the steals there so then you have it later. That makes sense, right? Walking in with no steals into 191, it's rough. For like every job except a tank, that's rough. You're kind of just hoping you pick one up. My own fault, witching rage, and to fight. No, it's fine. It's a learning experience, right? I mean, that's the beauty of Deep Dungeon, in my opinion, Elliot, because you have to make decisions. And sometimes at the moment in time that you're there, you probably had some logic that made sense. It's just when you look back on it and looking at the mistake, you're like, you know, maybe, yeah, as you just mentioned, I could have did this. But like, it's just learning experience now. If you're presented with the same situation, Jesus Christ, dude, god damn it. Okay, this is a bit of a... I'm actually just going to play safe and just use the witching here for now. You know, it's just one of those things now where it's like, okay, you know better. You're a better player. It's all good. So my problem here is the combination of the Poppet and this guy. Because if they get into a nasty combo, I'm in a bit of a problem. Now, my other thing is I could possibly sleep them. I can't remember if they sleep. Maybe they do. They both sleep. Okay, that's good. I don't regret the witching, though, because the witching will buy me some time on the kill, because I'm already killing extremely slow. But in 30 seconds, I think I can wipe this thing out. It's more like I'm calculating the fact that I'm going to take forever, and then also calculating the wombo combo they can do with their thing. And the fact that I can't line of sight this thing is also part of the problem. I could also... de-aggro this, but I didn't really kill a lot, so it's just gonna be better if I kill this thing. And I think my time's okay. I've been on this floor, by the way, for 14 minutes. I want to put that out there. Been on this floor for 14 minutes. So, I do have a Poison Fruit and a Bark Bomb going into the boss, going into the next floor, so I would probably want to use the Poison Fruit sooner rather than later, because I have it. Because I wouldn't want to overcap the next couple of floors, because I'll be burning off the devotions, like, really soon. Although I probably want to do... Let me think about this. Maybe I do the Bark Bomb first, save the Poison Fruit for later. Because the debuffs will probably be kind of... well, I guess it depends on the debuff. We'll see. I definitely want to use something on the next floor. I need to hunt down. I mean... Yeah, but it's more like the enemies to me are more threatening later than they are now. So it's more adjusting to that, but I guess it just also depends. I mean, if it's a bad debuff floor, then I may as well Poison Fruit, because I wouldn't use the Serenity, right? So like in this instance, I don't think it's a bad idea to do the Bark, because he would make up the damage. Also, it's a small floor. That's a treasure room. That actually means I do a Poison Fruit because of the treasure room, because I'd have to cut through, and that's in the exit. Yeah. Okay, so let me do that then. Yeah, it just kind of depended on the situation. That's the situation, so now I just... Fortune came back. I want to get in that room and, like, spam open the chest with the Poison Fruit. I want to do another devotion now, but then I save the other devotion for maybe mid, like, the later floor a bit. Right, I once again forgot about the Dreamers, but this time I ran away from the room. I legitimately did not remember the Dreamers again. That's a Serenity. Yeah, no problem, Ellie. I wish you the best of luck in your next attempt. And if you have more questions, please ask away. Okay, the Maze Suit's good. I probably use the Maze Suit eventually. Think about this. Because then it's like I probably should have held on to the devotion. Also, this causes a problem too. Because I have to try to... What's it? Mudball? Yeah, I need to do the purity here. I wouldn't want the Pox on the Purity. On the Mud Ball. I could take it on the Bomb, but not the Mud Ball. 2 Serenities that chilling here. Intuition was the other chest. Maybe after the Devotion on 93, I would flight 94, 95, go from there. Probably maybe also in the assumption that maybe I see another Pox, but I do Devotion 94, 94, no, 93 is Devotion, 94 is Devotion, so 95, 96, okay, yeah. And the flights are back up anyway. Oh. Not healing. Let me do one alteration here. Okay. HP down, not too bad. Oh, I don't know what I'm facing. Man, if an Octopath 3 gets released or something, I am so ready for it. And more the actual mainline Octopath, not... I mean, Octo Zero is fine, but... I think I definitely would be more up to the mainline. Yeah, you know what? I had a feeling. Okay, wait for the AoEs to come out, all of them. So I wanted to like just ride on that chest for a little bit because of that. Okay, so I'm gonna be picky here. If I get a poison fruit, that's better than a maze root. If I get 2, then I'd be willing to get rid of something, but we'll see. Double Bark Bomb. Actually, I will get... Okay. Not yet. Let me check the other chests first. Because I was gonna use the Bark Bomb now. If I got a Mimic, which helps me kill the Mimic. However, there might be more silver chests in the other rooms, so I want to wait for a second. 1 of January, Evercold release. Yeah, I've actually been very curious about that, Kenzo, because in my head, I highly doubt Square Enix would want to release them very close together. Like, I still think there's definitely value to, like, not sending off your games in competition to something, especially with yourself. Especially where I would imagine that Part 3 is going to be one of their big money things that they want to have, you know, in top 14 coming in. So, I'm sure that's all taken into consideration, but I would want to think it's going to be after. It has to be. It's hopefully after, because you're contending with the possibility of GTA in November, PoE 2 also late November, December, which is going to be huge. I mean, of course, you can't always dodge games, you know, forever, because if you keep dodging games, when are you going to actually release your content? So I'm going to Witching here. I'm going to run a really big risk here. And, like, try to not take this box. But also hinder myself, because if I get a bad aggro, then I'm just gonna have to deal with it. I know I can kill this in 30 seconds because of the Bark Bomb. Is there a large crossover players from GTA? No, well, true. You know what? That's a fair point. You wouldn't get a crossover because they'd be on their own category. That's also fair. But I would want to think that there are people in 14 that are going to play GTA. Well, I guess another question would be, like, did you think that there was a big crossover of players from, like, Elden Ring to 14? Where, you know, Yoshi P said that he went to dodge Elden Ring, you know? I will no longer be known as a 14... No one knows you as a 14 streamer anyway. What's the difference? Hey, hold up a minute. Let me see. Okay, Mudball. Go here. Horse... Yeah, exactly. Horse skill streamer. Yeah. It's showing you for their market depth. They've been releasing a lot of drips of information that, like, the game is ready, you know? Like I think they kept saying, like, the game's ready. I think the producer already played, like, 40 times. So, like, the game is available, in essence. It's just, they're just tweaking it more. I know Cog playing that Horse Skill Gacha game. Yeah, exactly. See? Yeah. I'm just speaking truth, man. You haven't played in 2 weeks? So you finally got out of the Elden Ring phase, just to go into the horse phase, you know. Okay, I did not devotion yet, so that could be something. How's my time? Pretty good. Did I get the Dahak? The double patrol. Wait, can I do this? Hold on. Long range attack, go! Oh, I clipped through though. I want to do it through the wall. This is the exit? Yikes. Oh, Dreamer. Okay. Wait for the AoE. Wait for the AoE. Get back into position. Zoom past it. Good to go. Alright, let me go to the last chest here. GTA is definitely not a game I look forward to playing. Well, as I mentioned, now that it looks like it's going to be console exclusive first before PC, there's an even less chance for me to play it. Like, I did want to dip my toes into it. I don't think you see me stream it though. But I'm not streaming out the PS5, so I don't think you see me play it. I'm curious. I've never played a GTA game, so it's more just like, okay, I played it, I know it, I get it, you know, just having that kind of actual experience on it. I've always heard about it, never had mustered enough desire to play the game, but like how it always goes to that. Everyone, like, anytime I mention GTA streaming, it always goes to that. Nope, time to be the RP streamer. Is known for working on consoles first before. Yeah, that's fair. I just didn't know, right? I mean, it's just new to me, so that's all. I just didn't know. You'll play GTA eventually, but not on release. I'll play on, like, PC release, but that's gonna be like 6 months later. Not to mention, anyway, I mean, if they're staying to November, I mean, that's basically Path of Exile stuff. I'm not busy, dude. Like, I'll see you later. And then if it's February for PC, it's like, well, you know, 14's out, 7 Part 3 probably is out. I'm busy. If I really have nothing else to do, maybe. Steal ticket. Okay, so now, what are my floors looking like? I do want to get rid of these things, so what am I planning out? Maybe I devotion... If I nuke 95 with a Maze Route, I devotion into 96 into there. Yeah, let's do the devotion now, and then I have flights later, and a Bark Bomb too. Okay, let's do that. I already had the extra thing, so I gotta get rid of it so I can, you know... Kinda like how FF with remake... Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Doesn't matter, I have a full Serenity. I raise your Serenity. Okay, I do want to see that silver chest, and I want to get to that votive. There's something else in here. I only got one? Seriously? That's a treasure room. No, I'm just not doing that. Okay. If I was faster, I could have walked right through him, but he's gonna aggro. I don't think I get through him without the aggro. Oh, nice. Very squishy. Also, I'm noticing as he's walking, he's actually moonwalking. Do you see that? He's moonwalking. He's stepping, but then sliding back each step. Mud ball. Oh, wait, because I did a devotion, right? I'm like, oh my god, it's a surprise. No, it's not. I knew that. I already knew that coming into here. Do I check that gold chest? No. You know why? Because I may get a mimic, which would give me pox, and that causes a little bit of problem, because I don't want to have pox on for the devotion. So I will probably do an affluence. Yeah? Sure. Well, affluence. See his feet? He's like, it's like he's like sliding on the ground. It's kind of funny. The Bachelor. Ugh, I gotta wait. I mean, I could fight it, but I'll just fight it, whatever. Hopefully I don't botch the boss. That's my only concern, but we're okay for now. What's a Keck W? I like how we're educating Cog. It's great. Cog's getting his internet education in this channel. Okay. Okay, auto heal disable. I need to be careful. We need angles. That I don't go to the middle of the room. Dreamer's here, so I need to be a little bit careful on Dreamer. As I go down the middle of the room. There's a Dreamer here that I didn't hit. Wait for the AoE. Well, I checked all the rooms. Okay, we did actually check all the rooms, so I can just dump it down. So I could Bark Bomb the next floor. Doesn't look like we got a silver here, which kind of sucks, but it's okay. And I guess I can flight 98s and then just go with there. I mean, I could flight the next floor too. What actually, I will. And what's the point? I'm not here for score. Banu. Fortune. Yeah. We'll look at... You know, it is what it is. Just pick things up. That's how you play this game. Devotion. Oh. Well. Answers that question. Just hope for no knockback or a godmother and we're good to go. I will know my answer right now. Godmother. Heyo. I'm actually gonna flight anyway. I don't really need the points. My left. Oh, I'm supposed to use the Bark Bomb. That was the plan. I'm like, why is this thing not quite dying fast enough? Oh, right, I never used the thing I was supposed to use. That makes complete sense now. Am I right? Any left, I stay. Have the one purity, so that's okay. I still hesitate to think about that, though. Maybe I don't open a gold chest anymore, because, I mean, what am I getting out of a gold chest? Because if it gives me pox, then I don't get anything out of it, and it causes an issue on the next floor. So I think I just go to the next floor as is. I mean, I have Godmother, to be fair. I don't know what I'd be looking for. I think I just go. Only get the clear, only get the clear. Essentially, I wouldn't want to go into the next floor and then take the pox, but it's kind of, we'll deal with it. I'll just deal with it. Surely Godmother will be fine. And it's flighted too, so I mean, there are not that many enemies to kill to begin with. That eyeball is very menacing. Why would I check any golds? I don't know, because I have the purity. Like, that's literally the only reason. Oh, true, I'd have to kill it without a thing. That's also fair. Yeah, you're right. Also a fair point. Very fair point. No knockback. Really good I didn't get the mud ball here. Only thing I'd want is a silver chest to see if I can get a backup bark. No, I'm gonna hug my walls, okay? Unless I run into a dreamer, then yeah, that's possible. Wait, did I leave you alive? Did you actually not get perished when I used Godmother here? There is a silver chest, which is good. Because I have legitimate time for 2 attempts, but hopefully I don't have to do that. Nothing here. Alright, let's go. Nice. Okay, so that's we have a backup. A literal backup. Even more backup. I can do a quick kill. Poison. Maybe I poison fruit just to get rid of the fight faster, right? Why not? Alright, so... Oh, we left one. Wait, how did... Okay, that's a patrol. Alright, I'm like, how did I leave that alive? It walked past me to some extent. Alright, let's send this home, guys. Let's get this Arcanist clear, hopefully. Do I have enough to clear? Maybe. Stay tuned and find out, chat. Strength. Purity. Steel. Here. I did on the beach up. Stay. We're staying. Do not move. Ball. I'm gonna move. Actually, move. The ball of fire. Move. Duh. Don't move here. That's what I meant. I for whatever reason, I think the past 3 attempts were chain and that, but not ball. That's why I initially said don't move, but I read the mechanic. Imagine reading mechanics. I shall bathe in your blood. Alright, looking for safe spots. We can hear the safe spot. That is not the safe spot. Safe spot is bottom left. Bottom left. Bottom left. Okay. Moving. Dan, don't move. Looking for safe spot. That is safe spot. Safe spot is going to be top left, top left. Top left. Top left, top left, top left. I like to do with Spine Slash, I like to go in the direction I'm supposed to go just to kind of reinforce it. Top left, top left. Nope, not gonna get that cast off. That's not happening. Blade of first light, blade of... No, the balls first, balls first. Snapshot on ball right now, move. Then don't move out of the center. Nailed it. Top left, top left, top left. 50% down. Other one. I'm doing more damage than the fairy. By like 2%. Move. Okay, looking for the safe spot. That is not the safe spot. That is not the safe spot. Looks like bottom left again. Bottom left, bottom left, bottom left. Like 10%, that's not bad. Blade is coming out first. Oh, Change is coming out first. Oops. I read that wrong. It didn't matter, I got out. Didn't matter. Looking for the safe spot. That is the safe spot, top left. This is not the safe spot. This is not the safe spot. Top left, top left. Spine slash, top left. Hey, let's go! Arcanist in the books! Okay, cool. 2 classes down. Hey, what's up, Blank? Alright, score is not going to be impressive, but this was a pretty clean Arcanist run, so I'm very happy with that. Very happy with that. I should do, like, Conjurer or something next to kind of change it up. First one was Archer. We did Archer first. Archer was the first one. Arcanist done. Let's go. I think Gunbreaker is next. That's right, the power of the carbuncle. This is where like the UI is gonna be important to have, I feel like, because you need to show Arcanist, right? Oh, actually, you know what I can do? Wait, I have an idea. So hold on, we do this one, right? We get the usual thing. And then what I'll do is I'll go to the UI, and we'll do Control Home, like that. Get the screenshot here, so that when I put it into Photoshop, then it will be big and like I don't lose the. Oh, it's even bigger. Ew. I could do like the what do you call it? I can do the like go into G pose and all that stuff, but no, I'm not gonna do G pose. Okay, let's just get the score. It's not gonna be higher than anything else, but I think this would be the highest because I haven't done Summoner yet. I think this would actually show up in the leaderboard potentially. All right, let's go. Power of the Fairies. Pet classes are great in Final Fantasy XIV. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. No matter people triple I's clearing this place, I appreciate. Yeah, I like the class clear a lot. It does feel a little closer to like OG Deep Dungeon because of the palm management. So I like that personally. It is what it is. I mean, you know, it's a matter of perspective too. I mean, you know, ask someone who's done this content for 10 years, what do you think? Then ask someone who steps into it for the very first time. It's gonna be very different, right? So, all right, guys, thank you for that. I hope you enjoyed the run. We are done. We can move on. I think the next time we do this would be Gunbreaker is our next job for Tank, because I think I asked chat about if they wanted to see Dark Knight and Gunbreaker. I think I saw a little bit more Gunbreaker than Dark Knight. So Gunbreaker is our next journey through PT Solo. Oh, also, if you haven't seen it already, I am releasing a brand new Red Mage tutorial for Palace of the Dead. And we're complementing it with a new skills video that I just started. Like, I haven't done this kind of version of a video before. The skills video is going pretty well. I really thank for any of you guys who had watched it. And it seems like it's really good, and I might do more of it because of that. So take that in consideration and let me know your responses about what you think of it. Definitely check it out, get it up there, because I'm very happy with the views and the likes on that one. And it didn't take me too long to make something like that. I mean, that's more about the cumulative knowledge and then just putting it on there. But I had a lot of, like, you know, we had a lot of B-roll. We prepped the recordings for it. So I just had to just basically make the script, put all the clips together, and it seemed like it worked really well. And then we were able to, like, showcase some of them and then just, like, clip it out and all that. So it went really well. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And thank you for the sub. Thank you, Freedom. I appreciate it. So check that video out. The full 1 to 200 playlist is available, but the videos themselves, I'm still slowly releasing it because I didn't want to release 8 videos all at once. We're doing 2 at a time. So tomorrow we'll release 161 and 171, and then the finale 81, 91 would be on Thursday, but they are unlisted. So if you want to view them now, it is on the playlist. So because I finished the timestamps, videos are up there. So if you're looking at Red Mage, because it is Deep Dungeon of the Month, and shoutouts to our man Mr. Omnios who created the Deep Dungeon of the Month challenge. It is currently the month of Red Mage, which is why I even did this, because I'm like, you know what, let's just go in and make a tutorial. And then next month in June is going to be EO Machinist, so we're kind of hopping around. And then July will be Palace of the Dead something. I can't remember if we had decided on something, but those are all the stuff. If you want to follow all the socials, it is there. If you want to follow Discord, it is there. I'll paste Discord over on YouTube as well. So our next stream, by the way, for the week, yeah, he does need challenge ideas for EO. For this week, our schedule for content. Tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, you're going to see PoE 2. I'm going to be working on a league start run. So we're going to start like a fresh run and just see how far I go, trying to like optimize it a little bit, because I died on Huntress, unfortunately. So I'm going to start practicing on Witch again. So you're going to see that on Thursday, Tuesday, Thursday, and probably Saturday. But this Friday, I'm planning to do 14 at the 9 p.m. schedule stream, just to kind of break it up. Because essentially I got 6 streams before PoE 2 League, and I don't know if I want to do 6 full streams of PoE. There's also a possibility I play at some other game if there's a short game I could play, so I'm gonna look around. But that's what you have looking. So if you're definitely interested in the 14, look forward to maybe a Friday night. But I hope to catch you in the PoE 2 streams because they're a lot of fun. And I put a lot of time in that game, so I want to hope I'm pretty good at that game. Thank you, Wallen, and thank you everybody else. I hope you have a lovely start of your week, and I hope you have a lovely day. And I'm going to go find someone to raid into. We're going to see if I can find someone in the 14th directory. Let's see. I'll raid someone in different today. Unless someone's in deep dungeon, let's see. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, there's one I could raid who I would love to because he's a great dude. And one of our friends here. There's also someone I haven't met yet. I could raid into them too. Now Radiant Flight is doing Deep Dungeon, so if you guys want to stay with Deep Dungeon, she is doing it. I raided her last week, so that's why I'm kind of like, I want to change it up a little bit. But Radiant Flight is doing, I think, some Palace of the Dead. Guess we can go... Let me check this first. Let me see. Let me show how they're doing. Uptime is... Oh, they just started stream. Okay. So we'll go here. Oh, this is a semi-sprout. Actually, it is a sprout. They said in their title, Post Endwalker 6.1. And are they doing MSQ? Kind of looks like they're doing MSQ. So we'll go visit over here. Didn't notice you is who we're going to visit today. 14th directory. I like visiting the different people in the 14th directory if I get a chance. They are actually AFK, which is always the perfect time to raid into someone. So, mind you, because they're going through MSQ, just careful of the spoilers. They're not in Dawntrail. They're still doing Endwalker, but if you want to enjoy their playthrough, assuming they're doing MSQ, then there you go. And I'll meet a new friendo. Unless they've been here and I didn't notice, which is funny because that's their name. Have a good night, guys. Catch you next time, hopefully for PoE or later on for Final Fantasy XIV later in the week. And then next Monday again, we'll either start the Gunbreaker on Friday and try to go for a clear next week, or you'll see Gunbreaker next Monday. So cheers. Let's go raid. Goodbye YouTube as well. Thank you guys on YouTube.